They are begging to make a deal, not me. They're begging to make a deal. And anybody...
Like, does this inspire confidence? I genuinely want to understand the mentality of a Trump cultist. Like, how do you look at the situation that's unfolding? And you look at it and you go, no, things are going great, actually. Like, how... I want to understand the mentality of a Trump cultist that looks at this circumstance and he's like, oh, they are. My brother texted me last week to tell me they shipped him out to the Strait of Hormuz. He's sitting on a boat waiting if they're deploying the Marines in Iran. I'm so tired, dog. This administration is holding my brother's life in their hands. I've been literally spamming the conscientious objector thing over and over again. I don't know why you guys won't do it. Also, apparently Hezbollah an IOF soldier. An IDF soldier was killed and 4 others were wounded in a Hezbollah anti-tank missile attack in southern Lebanon earlier today. Dude, Hezbollah, I don't know how reliable the information coming out of like the Hezbollah tank operations are, but they have been melting $30 million Merkava tanks with like 10 at a time. Like they're not even, like I think yesterday they popped 18. I don't understand what the Israel was thinking, because like this has always been a failure, right? Like the whole the Hezbollah line of like they come in vertical, they leave horizontal. Like there is a reason for that, right? Because Israel has tried it. And it's been a spectacular failure every single time. So I don't know why they're doing that right now. There's no getting rid of old inventory. Getting rid of old inventory doesn't work when you're talking about like 30 Merkava tanks, all of which are $30 million a pop, okay? They just keep trying to do armored assaults through a mountainous area with a paramilitary that has ATGMs that they just keep deploying with regular frequency. And it gets real spicy for them. Not 30 million a pop, more like 6 to 10 million a pop. Okay, my bad. Like even with the trophy system and all the other like shit that they put on them, really? Anyway, Michael Rappaport having a totally normal one about you. I know. 750 million diverted from Ukraine to replenish those missiles. Nice. How are those trophy systems working out? Not good. They're cracking down on anti-American/NATO. Also in mountainous Norway, got arrested 3 days ago, and the coppers stole my electronics. What the hell? Yeah, Hezbollah has been on a daily basis reporting that they're taking out, like they're decommissioning like 10 tanks a day. Like they're averaging around 10 tanks a day. Like I think yesterday was like 18. And it's crazy. It is crazy. Amit says that, Amit reports rare warning from Chief of Staff Zamir yesterday in the cabinet in the Mizzle. I'm raising 10 red flags. The IDF is collapsing in and of itself. Background, a shortage of combat soldiers and a heavy burden on those serving. Like Hezi has been putting belt to ass. And they have historically done so, which is precisely the reason why Israel always just does like the aerial bombardment campaigns over and over again, and they never dare to invade militarily. It's crazy that they're just like, amidst this bombing campaign that's taking place in Iran, and their defensive munitions are deteriorating, and Iran has reached a level of success in terms of their strike capabilities unlike anything Israel's ever experienced before, okay? And it's very clear that because they're running out of stock on the Arrow systems as well as the interceptors, they're trying to reorient high priority targets. Like they're trying to move their ammunition to important targets like, officials within the government, IDF headquarters, and I assume like, their Air Force, things like that, because if they don't do that, they're just going to get, they're going to keep lobbing missiles at those locations. And then they're going to start successfully iterating Israel's offensive capabilities. But because of that, they can't actually successfully defend the civilian areas. They've completely given up on certain parts of Israel. They're just like not able to defend it. And that's why you keep seeing over and over again, successful missile strikes with no interception at all. Moin Rabbani has analysis on this. As I previously stated, Israel's aspirations to become regional hegemon is pure delusional hubris. Israel's too small and vulnerable, lacks the required demographic and resource base, and is fully dependent on external support. Already in Iran, we are learning that Israel has bitten off more than the U.S. can chew on its behalf. A state that can't decisively defeat a second-order militia like Hamas or administer a fatal blow to Hezbollah and needs the full might of the U.S. to wage war against Iran, a state under comprehensive sanctions since the 1970s, is now threatening to take on NATO member Turkey. And after hubris comes nemesis. Okay? The IDF chief of staff has warned that the IDF is on the verge of collapse after 900 straight days of war. This is what he told the government yesterday. Reservists are being stretched to a breaking point across multiple active fronts simultaneously. Gaza, Lebanon, Iranian front. No ultra-Orthodox conscription law has been passed, leaving thousands exempt from service in practice. The cabinet approved legislation of dozens more outposts and farms of the West Bank, requiring additional troops to protect them. Jewish nationalist terrorists surging in the West Bank, requiring an additional battalion to be deployed there, with possibly another needed soon. Because, like, they have this endless ambition of advancing the Greater Israel Project, right? And in order to do this Greater Israel Project, you need more troops, because it's like this unlimited violence that you're subjecting the indigenous population of Palestinians to, and therefore there's going to be some retaliation. And in that when that retaliation comes, you have to like defend the settler terrorists, right? Mandatory service is set to shorten to 30 months in January 2027, the opposite of the IDF's request to extend it to 36 months. The government is avoiding passing the necessary laws, conscription, reserves, extended service, largely due to political pressures related to the Haredi exemption controversy. The expansionist policies of the government are straining the army to the point of no return. The IDF cannot carry this load and will collapse into itself, according to the chief of staff, soon if the wars of expansion do not stop. Israel is simply not big enough and not rich enough to dominate the Middle East in the long term. And it's the craziest part about it is Israel and America are not even big enough and rich enough to continue this, right? That's what's so wild about it, because the first time there is actually a sovereign state with defensive and offensive capabilities willing to go to bat, willing to actually do the unthinkable, which is fight back in a way that only sovereign states can, all of a sudden, the dynamic shifts so dramatically, okay? This is huge. This is huge as far as like diminishing American capabilities, diminishing America's force projection capabilities, diminishing America's like actual surveillance capabilities in the region, radar systems, and destroying American military equipment in the process is bloodying the American nose a little bit. And I've already explained to you guys, especially many of you in this community that are obviously anti-war, that this kind of military, this kind of militant deterrence is not necessarily a bad thing, because in the absence of a sovereign state that is willing to take on American hubris, we have dominated the entire planet in very violent ways, and in ways that actually do not benefit the American citizens either. None of our imperial endeavors actually are beneficial to the average working class American. But because we've been able to, continue this war machine without much domestic impact, right? Because at the end of the day, Americans can just like not know whatever we're up to, on the other side of the planet, and be totally sheltered from the impact, with the exception of like what's going on right now with the oil prices, the price that Americans experience at the pump, right? With those exceptions, like Americans can just like live their normal daily lives, and the American government is so powerful that they can shelter the American population from the impact. But all of our resources in this somewhat invisible way is being allocated to constant military adventurism overseas. And those are resources that are much needed here. So my argument has always been, we should put an end to this endless warfare all around the world and eventually spend our, collective output, our resources on ourselves. This will give breathing room to the rest of the planet. This will give breathing room and offer sovereignty and dignity to the nations in the periphery that have often been dominated by Western imperialism. And this will be beneficial for us Americans as well. So that's the reason why I don't have this like American imperialism is falling apart, and therefore this is a bad thing attitude that I think American chauvinists have. And their attitude has started shifting a little bit. I think like people are seeing exactly what's going on, right? For the past 3 weeks, I think people were just like holding on to this idea that like America's going to pull through. Obviously, our dicks are so hard. We have the mightiest military. We have the most sophisticated equipment. It's the most expensive military. Not realizing that we were not achieving our war goals, right? This is beyond the fact that obviously we were, goaded into doing this thing because of Israel directly. And I say that all the time because it's true. And my first principle is say the truth, right? Always say the truth. You do not have to compromise on that. And that's the thing. Like, even those who are a part of the American foreign policy machine, the blob, if you want to call it that have always demanded that we finally do this thing, right? Go to war with Iran, recognized fairly quickly that this is not working out in our favor. Perhaps it was a lack of understanding Iranian capabilities, undermining Iranian capabilities. Perhaps it was because Iran had always demonstrated strategic restraint, and we assumed that was because they just did not have the tools to be able to, punish the global economy, punish American capital, punish America directly by destroying its tools in the region, right? But for one reason or another, we launched into this idiotic quagmire, pushed into it by Israel, absolutely, right? And now we're suffering the consequences of it. And you have troops. You have American troops gearing up for boots on the ground military warfare, which will be a spectacular failure. On the one hand, Donald Trump is communicating that he's ready for an exit ramp, right? And there is some there's some good news there, because I've been telling you from the start, the best out of all of the worst case scenarios, the best case scenario here is that America's nose is a little bit bloodied and they're forced into de-escalation and they're forced into leaving Iran alone. That would be the best possible scenario out of all of the likely outcomes here. The worst case scenario would be America continues to escalate and continues to wage war and tries to invade Iran with troops, with boots on the ground, and that would be tremendously bad. That would be one of the worst outcomes. Obviously, the worst outcome would still be nukes. There's still room in the escalation ladder when you have nukes. On the one hand, I'm trying to figure out if it's a bluff, but on the other hand, I have rates, and I assume that America doesn't actually, move troops into the region just as a bluff, right? Why do you wear a $5 hat in America but drip in Cuba? Honest question. I mean, I'm wearing drip here too. My own drip. Look, 85 seconds to midnight. Apocalypse in the Name of Profit. This is coming out on Friday. Dripping good. Thank you. Also, this hat is priceless. This is a hat I got in Cuba. So this is worth more to me than anything else. When is the line dropping, King? This Friday, as in tomorrow. Tomorrow, the next line of merch is coming out. Did you read Ken Clip's piece yet? Seems to think troops haven't really been moved in the way they've talked about. Yeah, we'll do all of that. Yeah, everything you say is logical, but what do you think is going on in the minds of the Trump admin? Because continue just seems to be digging their own hole with losses and more. It's a difficult situation that Trump has found himself in, partially because he didn't listen to his own generals. He didn't listen to his own analysts that warned him that this exact same scenario would play itself out. And he listened to Israel instead. He listened to Witkoff. He listened to Kushner. He listened to Israel. He listened to Lindsey Graham, who was communicating the messages that he was getting from Israel to specifically convince Donald Trump. So basically, for all of those reasons, he found himself in this massive quagmire, this massive fuck up where the rest of the markets are being punished. Obviously, everyone is leaning heavily into their strategic reserves at this point. I just don't know. I don't know. I can't give you a real answer as far as what Trump could do here, because he has done the unthinkable, right? He's done the unthinkable as far as invading, as far as bombing Iran, as far as killing the Ayatollah. These are unprecedented times that we are experiencing. We have never fought against an enemy like Iran, right? We have not had that situation happen at all. Even with Vietnam, for example, sure, there was the USSR, there's China, but like with Vietnam, they were getting funding and support from the USSR, and that was, you know, very helpful for them. But like ultimately, this was a country that was dominated by colonial occupation when America invaded, right? Whereas Iran has had a successful revolution, right? Iran had a successful revolution, and America never stopped trying to destabilize it. And for that reason, Iran has basically designed its entire society for this exact moment to defend themselves and to defend their sovereignty at this exact moment, right? And that's where we're at. And the results are unlike anything America's ever experienced. It's far worse than any of the military, any of the long-standing military failures that we've had. You know, where we lose battles, but then we end up winning the war in some way, but we don't actually end up winning the war at all. We retreat, but in the process, we're making money. Like our capital owners are making money, right? That's normally how it goes. Wars are not meant to be won. They're meant to be continued. But the reality is this time, there is actually a serious penalty to the global economy. And therefore, you know, you're molesting the money a little bit. It's not, this is no longer a contained incident where you can just have your defense contractors inflate their budgets and send your developers down to an area that we have dominated and destabilized successfully and occupied militarily. This is no longer a contained case. Iran is very specifically and very deliberately striking back at the heart of capital, sometimes even American capital, right? And that is causing a massive problem. It's causing a massive problem. So Trump has two options here. Either he does the reasonable thing, as I said, does the smart thing, which is de-escalate and pull out and take one of the fattest L's of all time. This will be seen as a resounding victory for the rest of the world, by the way. Like for the global South, for all the nations in the periphery, they will look to this and they will remember it. Okay, this will be seen, and it already has, regardless of where this goes from this point on, it already has shown the world that America is spread too thin. It's not capable of defending their security partnerships. Their security partnerships very quickly turn into, their collaborative security agreements very quickly turn into missile sponges, right? And I think that will have reverberations that will be felt across the world for decades to come. They can protect the one nation that matters, though? No, they can't. That's the problem. They can't even protect the nation state of Israel. This is completely devastating America's confidence. It's over. Arnaud Bertrand says, I don't think people realize how extraordinary what we're witnessing with Iran is. I was arguing with a dear journalist friend of mine yesterday who was telling me that Iran was winning, yes, but only on the strategic level, not tactically. Okay? Think about other U.S. wars of aggression these past few decades. Take Vietnam, Afghanistan, Libya, Iraq, Serbia. The list is unfortunately very long. The pattern was roughly always the same, with an immense power differential between the aggressor and the victim. These wars were, by and large, imperial, the empire attempting to crush a much weaker people whose only realistic resource was guerrilla resistance. And that is when they actually had the will to resist. Some, like Libya, barely even bothered, just resigning themselves to their fate despite being at the time the richest country in Africa. Sure, the U.S. actually lost many, if not most of these wars, famously replacing the Taliban with the Taliban or being expelled with their tail between their legs from Vietnam, but the power differential was no less real for it. It's just that power doesn't always guarantee victory. So these endeavors were failures as far as like America, enforcing whatever will they had upon these people, but they weren't necessarily failures from a capitalist perspective. From a capitalist framework, these were wars that were meant to go on, right? And in the process, people made money because they were somewhat contained, okay? They were contained. This is not contained. This is global as you can get. Although you can see it as a proxy potentially, and China has a limited involvement so far as we understand, as far as we know. It's America and Israel fighting against Iran, and Iran basically against the whole world, right? the impact of this, the impact of Iranian retaliation is felt across the world, especially in the Asian markets, right? So it's not necessarily good for American capital right now, especially because there's a balance, right? You lose some of your forces, you lose some of your tanks, maybe you lose some of your machines, and then those can be replaced. But you start losing radar installations, okay, hard fixed positions. You start completely running out of munitions, like defensive munitions, and you're in a very different ballpark. You can't go above a certain level of attrition and still maintain your dignity and still maintain your leverage, your upper hand. America has gone far past that point. Okay, the moment that they abandoned their military bases and openly and readily admitted, by the way, something that you could have found out if you were watching this broadcast for the past couple of weeks, something that we talked about from like day 2 or day 3, something that we saw here was that these bases were fucking getting cratered, right? They were getting lasered by Iranian ballistic munitions and also Shahed drones. And for the price of like relatively cheap gear, Iran was able to destroy billions of dollars of radar installations and make these bases uninhabitable, unusable for a future campaign where troops could be stationed and create a logistical supply chain between the front lines and these bases, right? Like they were able to successfully destroy this stuff, and you can't, this is nothing. I mean, we killed the Ayatollah. That's far more consequential. That's far more significant. And I kept repeatedly telling you, okay, the Ayatollah is dead, but I mean, Iran is destroying American military bases and causing billions of dollars of loss. This is a huge, huge deal. This is unlike anything America's ever faced before, right? Laser with a Shahed drone is an oxymoron. Okay, calm down. So, and you have seen mainstream media basically finally catch up to the realities on the ground. New York Times, I believe, reported on this as well. They said the bases are unusable. All the troops had to escape the bases. They had to retreat, and they're now working from home. They're working from civilian areas, right? That's an admission of defeat. And now Americans know it as well. Americans that don't come to the Piker Broadcasting Service know it as well. But that's why I always say, subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today, right? That's why I say it. Iran is demanding the U.S. base be permanently closed, a condition for ending the war. Yeah, that's actually a gimme. 35% off subs? Wait, really? Nice. That's actually a gimme. That's like Iran saying we're going to collect tolls from people passing the Strait of Hormuz. Those two things have already happened, right? So that's actually not a real demand that they're making from America. That's basically like a freebie for America to make it seem like they're conceding on some things. Those things have already happened. Iran won those demands militarily, right? Iran accomplished those demands militarily when they actually present that as like something that they want. That's a freebie for Americans to say, yeah, sure, we'll concede on those points. It'll hurt to concede on those points, but at the end of the day, those points have already been conceded, right? The battle lines have already been drawn. It's like when Vladimir Putin says you need to recognize the legal annexation of Crimea, right? Like that has already taken shape, right? If you look at the situation or the eastern territories that we have hardened our positions in, like you have to give us legal recognition, right? Or at least de facto recognition of annexed territory. That's already happened. That was something that they militarily conquered. It's, in the case of Russia, by the way, I'm not giving you like a moral consideration here. That's just the facts on the ground, right? As it stands currently. So when they present that as a condition for a ceasefire, that's actually given. There's a freebie for the American side to say yes to. Okay, so that's something to also consider. Anyway, but in the past, when you looked at these wars from afar, as we have done, it was like a big bully beating the shit out of like a helpless country, right? Destroying its population. These countries that had no standing military force to withstand the United States of America, and were engaging in insurgency battles. And America, experienced a lot of shortcomings in that process. But like because of the ways in which these wars were contained, America could still make money without like reaching a level of receiving too much damage in retaliation, right? This time is different. And it's different. It's different in a way that you can see, right? It's different in an undeniable way because the Strait of Hormuz is closed, or rather, it's only open for business for whoever Iran sees fit. That's an undeniable reality, right? Donald Trump can go on television and be like, Iran is giving us a great gift and allowing ships to cross through the Strait of Hormuz, but they set those conditions, right? They set those conditions, and some of those conditions are directly undermining the petrodollar, right? Trading with Chinese yuan. That's a huge deal. Giving Iran a toll, a fee, where the Iranian Navy is controlling all of the commerce that's going through the Strait of Hormuz in a similar structure to the Suez Canal with Egypt, right? So Donald Trump can say we're winning one of our goals here, but like it's very clear for everyone who's paying close attention to what's going on that no, Iran is actually putting belt to ass, right? Framing this as a gift to us is yet another recognition that Iran is setting the table. Iran is controlling all the cards. And it's something that is undeniable. A way that you can propagandize out of this, like maybe for the cult, they'll say, oh, Trump is doing the best. Trump is killing it, right? But for the foreign leaders that are paying attention, they don't give a fuck. They see the truth. It doesn't matter. That is going to have reverberations. Ultimately, that's what I'm paying attention to. Okay, that's what I think is massively consequential. Okay, but the Suez is different. Egypt has a right cause. Egyptian workers dug the canal. Yeah, but it's still a strategic choke point at the end of the day, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, my point is, it's right there, and Iran controls it militarily. They control it. There's no fair is fair in this situation. If you have designed the world for might is right, you can't turn around and try to lean into international relations like this. You have set the standard now. And you should be, if you're an America enjoyer, if you're an American, you should be very grateful that Iran has actually abided by restrictions and standards of the previous ways of doing business. Right now, they're doing might is right. But even when they're doing might is right, they still don't operate like America or Israel does, in spite of the reality that America and Israel aren't doing that. They are directly hitting energy grids first. That's huge, okay? Civilian areas, killing thousands of civilians, engaging in chemical warfare, right? Hitting refineries. Iran has not done that first. Iran has only done that in retaliation to America and Israel's actions. And even then, when you look at the casualty percentages, civilian versus enemy combatants, the American and Israeli civilian to armed combatant casualty numbers are both far higher as far as like total numbers, and they're far worse as far as the percentages. Okay? There being no way to propagandize out of this is exactly why Trump ain't pulling out. He refused to publicly concede else. He has done so before. This time it's a little bit different, though. He has done that. He's done that with Ansar Allah in the past. So when things get too sticky, Trump has time and time again demonstrated that he is capable of, pulling out. The problem is this time it's a far more consequential L. It's not like you're just, you're just stopping your unnecessary bombing campaign of Sanaa, the poorest country on the planet, Yemen, right? Like you're now very openly in front of the entire planet. You're very openly going to be conceding to a country that we had the capabilities of starving economically for 40 years. What does that say to the rest of the world? That we could not militarily dominate a country that we could economically dominate. We have destroyed the Iranian economy. We have forced them into finding alternative methods, alternative means. And we've done this to so many other countries that those alternative means actually revealed themselves as a matter of necessity, right? I've talked about this before. When you sanction the whole world, at a certain point, you're sanctioning yourself. And because we've sanctioned, we have engaged in this tool of economic warfare, collective punishment in the form of sanctions on some of the poorest countries, that it probably played a major role in creating a secondary market. That secondary market has allowed Iran to at least survive, right? And here we are. What is this? River to sea. Some people wanted China to do their version of the USSR's Afghanistan. Thank God they didn't spread thin and let Iran take on the US by themselves here to move the troops. He's not pulling out. Our soldiers have been preparing to murder Iranians for decades. He's not pulling out now. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I personally think that when America moves troops, they use them, right? At least when Donald Trump moves naval assets, he uses them. Even if there's a talk of an off-ramp, even if there's a talk of de-escalation, when America moves troops into an area, they're going to try and use them. We'll see. I hope that's not the case. Like I've said over and over again, and I stress the importance for the safety and security of the Iranian people, the Iranian government must remain intact, at least for now, right? The next day after, who knows? But for now, the IRGC must remain intact. The Iranian government must remain intact, because the alternative, if Israel gets his wishes across, means Iran collapses and is no longer a state. Thousands of years of history and culture is gone, okay? We've seen how Israel operates. We've seen how Israel operates in Gaza, how it operates in the West Bank, how it's currently operating right now in Lebanon, how it operates in Syria. You do not want that fate for your people, regardless of how much you might hate, for justifiable reasons, for good reasons, regardless of how much you might hate the IRGC or how much you might hate the Ayatollah. At the end of the day, this is a matter of survival, right? That's it. It's that simple. So the best out of all of the worst case scenarios is that America takes an off-ramp, de-escalates, gives Iran sovereignty, the country remains intact, and there's economic pressures that are released, right? The sanctions are released, and Iran can participate in the global economy as a normal sovereign state with dignity. And slowly but surely, the material conditions of everyday Iranians improve, and hopefully there are social pressures that are alleviated as well in the process, right? That's why I say the best case scenario for the Iranians is that America takes an L on this and gracefully exits, which we're not known to do. And this is actually good for Americans as well. Because if you understand that our endless military conquest around the world is not beneficial for the people that we're dominating, and is not even beneficial for us here in the imperial core, any sort of pushback that causes American restraint is good for the American people. It's good for the American people. Because you're not the state. You're not Mr. Lockheed, and you're not Mr. Martin, okay? You're not John Raytheon. It might be bad for them if we stop funding these behemoths that demand more and more taxpayer-backed subsidies with their inflated budgets. But if you're a regular guy, if you're an ordinary American, all of your productive output is going to that. It's not going back to you, right? It's not going back to you. You might feel like it's going back to you somehow because your 401k is invested in like Raytheon or something, but that's marginal. If we were to restructure our economy to focus on ourselves, because we've taken this big L and we've decided, okay, we have to retreat from the rest of the world a little bit and focus on ourselves and build our infrastructure, focus on ourselves and build our education systems, focus systems, something that people like yourselves in this community and myself, people like Bernie Sanders have been advocating for decades at this point. If we were to be able to achieve that by force because of the bloody nose that we receive in this endeavor, that's a much more prosperous future for the United States of America. Okay? That's it. So this is not a bad thing at all. It's the best case scenario. Turkish people have a saying, zararın neresinden dönersen kârdır. Okay? It translates to, no matter which point you turn away from, harm or loss is a profit. Okay? That's it. And there has been a lot of loss so far. The IMEU Policy Project says just 1 month of the Trump-Israel war in Iran has cost U.S. taxpayers over $31 billion. Now, that is the most conservative estimate, okay? That is the most conservative estimate. It's far larger than that. That money could have been spent on you. That money could have been spent on all of the deterioration that you have experienced in your day-to-day activities. You walk around, there's homeless people everywhere. Buildings look dilapidated, okay? There is a downward trajectory for the United States of America. Our infrastructure is crumbling. We have no more rural hospitals in this country. These things require money to fix. We have the money. We're the wealthiest nation on the planet, right? And yet, we don't spend it on ourselves. Because instead of spending it on these things that would improve the day-to-day experience of ordinary Americans, all that money goes to the CEOs and the major shareholders in the military-industrial complex. This must change. This is an infuriating indecency. It's unjust. And if America was able to dominate Iran militarily, it would never stop, right? It just wouldn't stop. And things would get worse and worse year over year. And we would wonder to ourselves why we live in the wealthiest nation on the planet, but it actually resembles a third world country with a Gucci belt. This is why. So that's why I have some optimism that we might learn an important lesson here. We might be forced to demonstrate restraint in the future. We might have to think twice. Or in the best case scenario, we might have to retreat. And that's a good thing.
With Iran, Tehran has rejected a U.S. proposal to end the fighting. Iranian officials are mocking President Trump's search for a deal. Meanwhile, the bombing continues. Just look at this video showing an Iranian cluster bomb blowing up a car in Israel and sending it flying. Holly Williams is in Tel Aviv. Holly, good morning.
Good morning, Nate. President Trump claimed in a social media post this morning that Iranian negotiators are begging the U.S. to make a deal, even as they publicly deny that. Trump also warned Iran soon before it's too late.
Iran has its own conditions for stopping the war, according to the country's state media. Those include an end to, quote, aggression and assassinations, as well as a demand for reparations. We do not intend to negotiate, said Iran's foreign minister, and no negotiations have taken place. Yet last night, President Trump repeated his claim that Iran's leaders were eager to end the war.
And they want to make a deal so badly, but they're afraid to say it because they figure they'll be killed by their own people.
Is it possible that the Iranians actually want to do a ceasefire deal, but publicly they're talking tough?
That might be. I mean, they are being decimated.
Retired General Amir Avivi served in Israel's military for 30 years.
There will be a point where they have to surrender. I mean, the combination of taking out all their leaders, destroying every single industry they have, and also closing the Iranian economy, will bring them to the point where they will have to surrender unconditionally and accept that.
With whose money, man? Israel always has this attitude of like the fucking spoiled rich kid that's bullying all the other kids in the playground, and they only get to do so because of their daddy's money. You know? It's crazy. It's like, are you going to do that? Do you have the capabilities without American support? What can you do? Nothing. Nothing. It's unfucking believable how much these guys flex. Have you looked at the markets? No, I don't look at fake shit, dude. What do you mean?
But President Trump is also under pressure to end the conflict. After nearly a month of war, the Iranian regime is weakened, yet still functioning. Even under fire, it's shown it can paralyze oil shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, with global economic consequences.
There's speculation that the US could use ground troops to seize control of Iran's Karg Island, through which the Iranians export around 90% of their oil. Now, that would pile more economic pressure on the Iranian regime. But one big question is whether the Iranian leadership would rather do a deal for their survival or die fighting. Vlad?
Holly Williams in Israel for us. Thank you, Holly.
Day 27 of the Iran war, President Trump claims to have obliterated Iran's military capability.
And he said that 27 times. Well, he said that 2,700 times because he says it like 100 times a day, and it's been 27 days. It doesn't really mean much, does it? Consider negotiations. At least like Iran has sent out their demands, and Trump keeps like following along with whatever Iran is doing and trying to make it seem like he actually made these demands ahead of time and Iran is following their pressure when that's not the case. There's never been a moment where like the leader of the free world, right? Which is something you don't really see or hear anymore from people. Have you guys noticed that? The leader of the free world. That's how we used to refer to American presidents. The arrogance. Oh my God. Anyway, there's never been a moment where like the American empire's king, God king, the American president has been so thoroughly humiliated. It's actually unbelievable.
But there's no evidence on the ground that Iran is ever close to actually capitulating just yet. Yesterday, we looked at the US strategy for this war. Let's now look at what the Iranian strategy might be. What we are seeing is no let-up in Iranian attacks against its neighbours. But the key element here is there's two different wars going on. The US are conducting a war of choice. They're a superpower, and they are systematically using conventional military action against Iran and writing it down. For the Iranians, this is a war of national survival, completely different. They therefore are the David to America's Goliath. They've been planning for this for 35 years, and they've got to combat America.
That's the other thing. Is it still a bannable offense to be from Naperville? Yes. Free me. Take a second off. It's still a bannable offense. Komünistim diyorsun, ipek gömlek giyiyorsun, nasıl olacak o? Salak herif. What was I going to say? The Turkish guy fucked me up. Addicted to modern situation, same. I've totally dropped what I was going to say.
And quality with quantity. And that explains why so many drones are being used in this conflict.
Oh, David versus Goliath. Thank you. People love an underdog story. That's the other thing. People love an underdog story. So it's pretty hard to look at the situation as anything but like the underdog kind of actually pushing back against the bully for once. Because like, I'm not a hater of Americans. I believe in the notion of American prosperity. I believe that we have tremendous potential in it because, unfortunately, the system of capitalism is designed to follow along the agendas and the profit, the interests of capital accumulation and continuing to expand profit margins. So we've been very violent. We've been very bloody. And it's not necessarily been beneficial for the regular American citizens in general. But ultimately, you don't have to be an America hater. You can be an American and recognize that we are the fucking bullies around the world, right? And now you got a situation where one of the people that we thought we could mercilessly whip around and bully is fighting back and actually succeeding. It's hard to look at that situation as one where you feel kind of sad and humiliated. Maybe some do, but I guess the people that would most likely feel a sense of humiliation in this moment are cattle and therefore are reading a totally alternative set of realities and events. So the ones who would normally be mad, right? The people that would normally be frustrated, angry, and say, oh, these guys are fucking embarrassing us, nuke them now. They think the war efforts are going well because they're in the Trump cult. Right? And the rest of the normal Americans who are not in the Trump cult are looking at the situation and going, why are we doing this? This is Hasan's most liberal take yet. I don't know, man. I have to believe that there is a better future possible. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing, right? And there is something hopeful about the way that things are going. I mean, I explained it to you already. I think America receiving a little bit of a bloody nose, American imperialism necessarily receiving a bloody nose here and then being forced to restrain itself is not a bad thing. It's a good thing for the world and it's a good thing for Americans. This is a unique moment of hope. It's hard not to see it that way because I think large majorities of Americans recognize this as a senseless endeavor, and therefore they don't necessarily care one way or another, right? That American selfishness is actually beneficial to our cause here. Yeah, you know what I mean? You really think they're not literally going to quadruple down? We'll see. The real problem here is not America necessarily. I mean, America is always a problem. It's the great Satan. If America's the great Satan, Israel's the little Satan, is what they say, and that side of the world, right? But like, America, in my opinion, has less ambition to destroy Iran and has more to lose than Israel does. Because I think Israel has lost the capability of conducting sober analysis. They're just seeing red, right? And for that reason, they will endlessly try to spoil any fucking off-ramp that America might get, that it might want to take. So that's why from day one, I've said, America has to cut Israel out of this equation. They have to release Israel. They have to say, no, you're done. We're cutting you out. The American government has to remember that they hold the cards. At least, maybe not holding the cards in this tit for tat back and forth with Iran, but they are the large partner, and Israel is the junior partner in this coalition. And the faster they remember that, and the faster they cut Israel out of the equation and demand restraint from Israel, the easier things will be. There's been aerial bombing near the embassy of Pakistan and the residence of the Pakistani ambassador in Tehran in Iran very short while ago. All Pakistani diplomats are safe but shook. This while Pakistan, alongside Turkey and Egypt, is doing the shuttle diplomacy for de-escalation. I can see this being an Israeli endeavor. I can totally see this being Israel trying to spoil any and every opportunity. Yeah, Trita Parsi has the same opinion as well. Trita Parsi of the Quincy Institute. So it's difficult to believe this isn't coincidental.
Now, America has no appetite for boots on the ground. Iran knows that, and therefore this war is all about an air war. It's all about control of the air. Now, you might imagine that's all about fighter jets. That's clearly a part of it, but it's also about airborne command and control. It's about battle space management. One of the key areas here is that during the 12-day war in June last year, Iran very effectively targeted a really crucial American radar site that's associated with all of the high-end Patriot, THAAD and Aegis missile systems. You can see the before and after systems here. Now, this radar system, there's only 6 of these operational in the world. Iran was able to take out one of them. Likewise, during the period of the war so far, in the last 27 days, Iran's also targeted the THAAD radar missile system. THAAD. There's only 10 of those available in the world. 4 of those,
I believe 11 is the actual number, but regardless, yeah,
have been taken out. 40% have been damaged. Now,
and there's only let's say there's 10, right? There's only 10, and there's only 1,000 missiles for it. So these are very limited capabilities. And Iran has not only degraded these defensive capabilities, but they've also destroyed the stockpiles. I mean, they've depleted the stockpiles.
Air war, Iran has had slightly less success. America has lost quite a few aircraft, 16 we believe, but actually very few of those as a result of Iranian action. Apparently, it was infrared missiles that targeted an F-35, but we understand the aircraft did land safely, and although the pilot and aircraft appeared to get some damage, they were able to survive. The Iranians have managed to take out 9 MQ-9 unmanned Reapers, including one on the ground. The Americans have lost a KC-135 aircraft, but that looks like a tragic accident where 2 aircraft hit each other, losing, unfortunately, all of the crew on board. And America has also lost 3 F-15s, but that was all by a Kuwaiti F-18 that managed to shoot all of them down. Where the Iranians have had more success is in the use of drones. And particularly, there's a good example here in Iraq, on a US military base where the Iranians have used a drone to target a Black Hawk helicopter. And the crucial part about this message is that the drone is probably only a few $1,000s worth, whereas the Black Hawk helicopter is tens of millions of dollars and takes a long time to replace. The key here is that President Trump is fighting a conventional military campaign, whereas for Iran, they've just got to survive, they've got to gain leverage and then be in a position to have some strength in negotiations. And that's why the Straits of Hormuz is such a crucial part of this war. At the moment, the Iranians control this. There's no easy American solution to resolve that. And that's probably what explains why President Trump's getting increasingly erratic with his broadcasts on social media, particularly Truth Social. In summary, the US military campaign in Iran is definitely achieving results. It's breaking a lot of stuff and it's being celebrated by President Trump. But the Iranian strategy, as the underdog, appears to be one at the moment that is going to prevail.
This morning, I want to give an update on the Operation Epic Fury, which is an appropriate name because we are absolutely obliterating them. Over the past 3 weeks, we've been hitting Iran's military capabilities at a level that few people have ever seen before. People never knew there was such a capability. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. I built it during my first administration, and I used it during my second administration. Unfortunately, because I'd rather not have to use it. But it's a display of force and precision and skill like nothing the world has really witnessed, although you get a pretty good witnessing of it in Venezuela also. And that was a smaller version of what we're doing now. We're crushing their missiles and drone stockpiles, destroying their defense industrial base. We've wiped out their Navy completely, their Air Force completely. We've wiped out a percentage of their missiles. And the missile launchers, without the launchers, the missiles don't do any good. And we've knocked out probably.
This is the funniest cope too, because like the TLs are just like, they're literally K trucks. So when they talk about like wiping out missile launchers, these are unimaginably inexpensive tools. They're very easy to repair. You can repair with like, I mean, they're basically commercially available products. So like the Iranian defense capabilities are designed in a way where they're easy to replace, easy to repair, and quick to build. It's all retrofitted commercial trucks. So even as far as like the economic damage that they're receiving, it's marginal. It's inconsequential. And as far as like limiting their strike capabilities, it's also clearly not true. Right? Hoodie check. Yeah, I'm wearing Operation Woke Sharia Law. New merch.
Close to 90% of the launchers, probably more than 90% of the missiles themselves. Between some they fired and more than they fired, we knocked out. We've also destroyed a lot of the factories. We're continuing to do that, but a lot of the factories where they manufacture the drones and the missiles. The drones, too, are way down, but the reason they're down is they go one way and they don't come back.
Yeah, that is insane. This is in, I assume this is in, is this in Iraq? Looks like it overheated after firing rockets at the military installation at Baghdad International this evening. Yeah. Technical alignment charge. Doctrine purist. A technical is used for raiding, recon, skirmishing, and patrol for an irregular force. Structure purist. A technical is a non-standard light tactical vehicle based on civilian pickup truck. A Toyota Hilux with a machine gun is technical. Structure neutral. A technical is any vehicle modified for combat. A Tachanka is a technical. A gun truck is a technical for the doctrine neutral, but the structure neutral. A technical is used for any. A doctrine radical. A technical can be used by anyone for anything it is good at. A Pok Pung Ho tank is a technical for the doctrine neutral and the structure radical. The Killdozer was a technical. I mean, this is insane, dude. This is insane. This is beast mode, and it's also impossible to fucking withstand. Impossible to. A Hezbollah fighter wears his own burial shroud in the battle. He's already accepted death in defense of homeland. Yeah, I mean, that's the other part of the story as well. But like this is crazy, man. This is some Mad Max shit. You see what I mean? The missile car is so spiritually Latino, I'm crying. What am I looking at? This is a regular car that they retrofitted the trunk space with missile launchers. Like they basically take the car, position it in the direction of the Baghdad International Airport and then just fucking launch missiles from it. I've been thinking about this a lot. If the AK-47 was like the symbol of revolutionary warfare, gritty, cheap, effective, could work in all terrains. Now it's the Shahed drone. Like it's turned into the. I mean, this is not a Shahed drone launcher, obviously, but like it does feel like the AK-47 platform in modern iteration of that is the Shahed drone. Incredibly cheap, incredibly efficient, incredibly successful. Holy fuck, my brother-in-law is stationed in Iraq, but he's a military contractor. I hope he comes back safe, but at the same time, he's such an idiot. There's no way I'm dying for a bag. Plus, I feel like my soul would have to be truly black. Yeah. I mean, if he's a contractor, he might be cooked already.
Because for the most part, we're shooting them down. But we also are able to, we've really done tremendous damage to the places where they make them. And just so we set the record straight, because I've been watching the Wall Street Journal's fake news and all these stories that get printed like, oh, I want to make a deal. They are begging to make a deal, not me. They're begging to make a deal. And anybody...
Like, does this inspire confidence? I genuinely want to understand the mentality of a Trump cultist. Like, how do you look at this situation that's unfolding? And you look at it and you go, no, things are going great, actually. Like, how... I want to understand the mentality of a Trump cultist that looks at this circumstance and he's like, oh, they are actually begging. Like, how do you deal with the inconsistencies? How do you deal with the contradictions? Because he is so quick at contradicting himself. It's not like we're talking about, sure, an information vacuum that exists, right? There's an information vacuum, you say. Okay. But he's the one who's also delivering the message. If you're only tuning into Donald Trump, then you still hear this inconsistency in the same time frame that he's delivering the message. It's not like he's not contradicting himself in the same 30 seconds. He does do it. So I just want to understand like how the fuck he has to say and think, nah, he's doing great.
That saw what was happening over there would understand why they want to make a deal. But they say, oh, we're not talking to them. Anybody would know that. And only a total fool. And they're not fools. They're very smart, actually, in a certain way. And they're great.
Oh, he's glazing, too. This is how you know. Okay. He did this with the Houthis, too. Once he starts glazing the enemy, that's when you know he's like, he's feeling it.
Negotiators. I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators. And they are begging to work out a deal. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't know if we're willing to do that. They should have done that 4 weeks ago. They should have done it 2 years ago. Or they should have done it when we first came into office, because 2 years ago they had free reign under Biden. Sleepy Joe, worst president in the history of our country. What he allowed to happen to our country at the borders, and even with a thing like this. But not just him. Every president for 47 years, every president should have done this. They should have done it a long time ago, because you cannot give lunatics a nuclear weapon, and they would have had a big one. It stopped really when we did the B-2, but even before that, the Barack Hussein Obama, what he did where he gave them the Iran nuclear deal, gave them free will toward a nuclear weapon. Basically, he chose Iran over Israel and others that didn't want him to do it. But I terminated that deal. Had I not terminated that deal...
If I was in his shoes, I probably would not remind people of the last time that there was actually a positive direction in our negotiations with Iran where they hadn't shut off the Strait of Hormuz and had destroyed billions of dollars of American hardware. Like, it's very strange. It reminds me of how like Israel would always be like, Hamas is ISIS or Hamas is like Nazi Germany. I'd be like, if I'm Israel, I'm not reminding people of ISIS or Nazi Germany, because people are eventually going to go, wait a minute. No, it's not Hamas that's Nazi Germany. You are behaving like Nazi Germany, actually. So you're kind of reminding people, you're kind of reminding people of like a really big success in a moment of devastating failure that you've brought about. So strange Strange thing to do, but what are you going to do? Examples of the cult. Oh, I love this. Iran is begging for a deal. You know why? Because they got the shit beat out of them. Trump, we don't deserve him. They hate anything to do with Trump and instead see the people of Iran begging for us to bomb the regime. They just see their hate in Trump derangement syndrome and couldn't care less about Iranians. Do you care about Iranians? I mean, you're talking about, continuously bombing them and killing them. Doesn't seem to be you care about them at all. New angle for why Israel and America aren't winning this war. The Iranians simply don't understand just how severe the damage to them is, and that's why they keep going. Oh my God. Oh my God. Brigadier General Oren Solomon, the Iranians are taking very hard blows from Israel and the US on the military front, and in my estimation, they don't understand how severe the damage to them is, and that's why they keep going. Wow. That's crazy. I mean, one could say this is projection. You might think it's hubris. I say projection. I say Israel, as a matter of fact, doesn't understand what is unfolding, and that's precisely the reason why they're continuously sending armored vehicles without infantry cover into mountainous territory in Lebanon and getting their $6 million tanks turned into fucking, tin cans where people catch on fire inside of them when they incur ambushes. So, yeah. And that's all while, the Israeli defenses have been depleted and Iranian missiles keep striking targets. Because what's going to end up happening is, right now, the cluster munitions open up at higher altitude, which is imprecise, right? It's just to take pot shots and frustrate the civilians, right? Because those submunitions can't actually penetrate shelters or anything like that, right? But eventually, even if they're lobbing those cluster munitions, they're going to start opening the submunitions up in lower altitude. And when that happens, they can be significantly more precise with their targeting. When that happens, you're busted. You're cooked. That's when you'll know the Israeli defenses have been spectacularly diminished. Okay? And it's already happening. It's already happening right now, where Israel is making hard choices, hard calculations as to which areas that they can defend with their diminishing capabilities. And that's precisely the reason why you're seeing more and more Iranian ballistic munitions penetrate the aero systems and actually strike targets inside of Israel. Amit Segal agrees with you. Of course he agrees with me, because he's reporting on the reality on the ground. Israel has become convinced that Trump may try to end the war soon and therefore shifted most of its airstrikes from targeting the destabilization of the Iranian regime to inflicting severe damage on its military. The shift indicates that Israel has given up. This is Cope, by the way. The shift indicates that Israel has given up on the dream of toppling the regime through air power. This is Cope. This is face saving. Why wouldn't you have destroyed their military capabilities ahead of time if you had the capacity to do so? It's so fucking stupid. It's a lie. They've literally flexed and said they've bombed Iran 5,000 times. Okay. Oh, really? You were just bombing the same, regime targets 5,000 times? No, you were bombing their military targets as well. How much success you have had in terms of deteriorating their strike capabilities, well, that remains to be seen. As a matter of fact, it's obvious that it hasn't been that successful, considering that Iran has received more success. Iran has actually experienced more success in striking Israeli soil. What is this? It sounds like you want Iran to win the war over Israel and America. What country are you living in? And I'm asking why he wants Iran to win. I've explained this already. It's the best case scenario for ordinary Americans. It's the best case scenario for ordinary Iranians. America retreating from this senseless bloodshed is good for everybody. It's literally win-win-win. It's good for the world. It's good for American citizens in general. We need to be humbled a little bit. Okay? Our forces, our endless, expansive military ambitions, our senseless bloodshed, all around the world needs to come to a close so that we can actually focus on ourselves. Ironically enough, Donald Trump actually kept repeating this point, not in those terms, but he kept repeating the same energy, right? He would be like, oh, why are we doing all these regime change wars, right? I assume you're a little bit of a Trump sympathizer, so you should be sympathetic to this message. Trump presented himself as an isolationist initially. Obviously, he's changed that now because he's clearly not an isolationist, but like he ran and won on isolationism. And what was the argument? The argument is, why the fuck are we spending all of this time, all of this effort, all of this money on killing people overseas? Leave them alone and let's focus on ourselves. It's a very simple message. It's a very coherent message. It's a very good message. I agree with it. I've never been a liberal interventionist at all. Right? And Republicans, by and large, are also still interventionists. They're just not liberal interventionists. Or they might be when they want to, present an argument to the liberals that's convincing. So yeah, I do think that if this caused America by force to demonstrate restraint, and it forced us to reconsider our 800 military bases all around the world, and it forced us to reconsider how quick we are to engage in war crimes in these wars of choice, right? And that's ultimately a good thing for everyday American citizens, for ordinary Americans like you and me.
You would have had a nuclear weapon years ago and it would have been used, guaranteed. And one of the reasons you know about the guarantee is because their neighbors were sort of like bystanders. They weren't involved very much. They didn't choose heavy sides. They didn't want to because people were concerned with Iran. There was a big black cloud over the Middle East. They were concerned, but all of a sudden the war starts and they start shooting at these five, in particular, 5 countries. They start shooting at Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Oman. They start shooting at them, and everybody was shocked, including us. You know why? Because they're sick, and they had a plan to take over the Middle East. And some of those missiles that were shot at them were locked long before we even started this process. They were locked and loaded and aimed at those countries. They wanted to take over the Middle East. But
there are parts of this where like the truth slips out when he says like, well, they're doing more than we thought they would. That's when like a little bit of honesty slips out of the commentary, right? Like he wants to say we're fucking punishing them and we're winning, and he does say it every now and then, but in between those moments there are instances of honesty, brutal honesty, cold, hard honesty.
we happened to come along, so it wasn't so easy. So right now their Navy is sunk in the largest elimination of a foreign Navy that has taken place, maybe ever, but certainly since World War II. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft and communications capabilities are totally dismantled. And one of the problems they do have when they deal with us is we deal with people and the people aren't able to communicate with anybody else. So, because all of their leadership has been gone. The first level is gone, and they met to pick a... They're all gone because they didn't make a deal and because they're sick people. They're really sick. They're really sinister, sick people. And if anybody thinks it was okay to have a group of people like this to have nuclear capability, nuclear weapons, and if we didn't attack with the B-2 bombers, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks of that, maybe 4 weeks. But between 2 and 4 weeks, they were planning to have a nuclear weapon. If we didn't hit them at that time with the B-2 bombers, and one of the great air raids in history, maybe the greatest, dark at night, no moon, no light, every single bomb hit its mark and just obliterated that place. So it's now buried deep under earth. And it was an amazing thing, but they would have a nuclear, and they would have used it without question. And you know that because why did they shoot all these countries that weren't even really involved with them? They weren't involved. They had no big problems because they're sick, because they want to take over the Middle East, not just Israel. Certainly Israel would have been the first on their list. They would have used nuclear weapons, a nuclear, you don't need too many of them, but they would have used a nuclear weapon on Israel and they would have used it on the other neighbors, and then they would have come after us. And if we had a weak president, they would have done great damage. But fortunately, you don't have a weak president. I knew what was happening.
It is kind of funny that like the main motivator for why all of this is happening is just a complete lie. A lie that they didn't even spend a good deal of time propagandizing the population into believing. And as a matter of fact, a lie that they diminished from the start because they wanted to get a W in the last 12-day war. They spent a good deal of time talking about how the Iranian nuclear capabilities had been destroyed. And they told them over and over again, like, we destroyed, they told their fans, they told their base, they told the MAGA call over and over again, like, we destroy, everyone's doing fake news. Everyone's doing fake news where they say like the Iranian nuclear capabilities have not been deteriorated or diminished. It's like they said it's all obliterated. Anyone that even dares to question that reality is doing fake news. They're un-American, blah, blah, blah. So it's a little bit difficult to then, in a matter of months, turn around and say, we have, they put those facilities back into use instantly.
And I think we've been
Also, for the record, it was a lie from the start, too. It was a lie prior to the 12-day war as well. It's just a lie that they keep deploying and then undermining and then deploying again.
proven right. You know, they took one missile, went 2,500 miles. They supposedly didn't have a missile like that. They had no missile with that capability. But they shot the now famous Ireland, the island that the UK was very afraid to give us because they didn't want to get dragged in. But we don't want to get dragged into their wars either. You know? One thing, we're very disappointed, I'll say it publicly, we're very disappointed with NATO because NATO has done absolutely nothing. And I've always said, 25 years ago, I mean, I was somebody that wasn't a politician, but I was always involved in politics and I understood politics. I said 25 years ago that NATO's a paper tiger, but more importantly, that we'll come to their rescue, but they will never come to ours. And I want you to remember that we said this.
We're not the paper tiger. NATO is. Okay, what's NATO? NATO is America, dumbass. When you say NATO is a paper tiger, you're saying we are a paper tiger. We are NATO. Without us, there is no NATO. Who is this argument for? He's doing the classic, like, throw allies under the bus move that he does all the time. Yet another clear-cut sign, at least if you know how to read Trump, this is yet another clear-cut sign that he knows the war efforts are not going well. Right? Think about it. This is what he does. He throws motherfuckers under the bus when shit actually goes south.
Come to our rescue. Now they all want to help. When they're annihilated, the other side is annihilated, they said, we'd love to send ships. They actually made a statement, a couple of them, that we...
This is the traitorous lobby AIPAC trying to tell Americans who they can and can't speak to. Israel will decide for us who is allowed to speak in American media, they say. Then this lobby pretends it has no control. Good, then you can fuck off. We don't care what you think. Yeah.
want to get involved when the war's over. No, it's supposed to get involved when the war's beginning, or even before it begins. We had the UK say that we'll send, this is 3 weeks ago, we'll send our aircraft carriers, which aren't the best aircraft carriers, by the way. They're toys compared to what we have. But we'll send our aircraft carrier when the war is over. I said, oh, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Don't bother. We don't need it. And we don't need it, and we don't need them. We estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission, and we're way ahead of schedule. If you look at what we've done in terms of the destruction of that country, I mean, we're way ahead. Think of it, they have no Navy, and they had good ships. 154 ships have been shot down and are resting very nicely at the bottom of the sea.
This is such a funny... It's just such a like a stupid W that is so inconsequential. I don't even know what to say. Like, we blew up jet skis off the coastline of Iran, and they still clearly have other small commercial boats that they are using to tow oil tankers into their one island where they're conducting a toll system. Like, it's so stupid. Like that. Okay, yeah, we blew up a ship that was not even in combat or anything like that. It was actually it was invited to do a demonstration alongside the navies of numerous other countries. And we engaged in, we engaged in like such an immoral act. And then we took that as a big W, like, oh, it was so wonderful that we shot this ship down that didn't even have arms on it, you know? Ridiculous.
And we did that in a matter of less than a week. Because we have the greatest military in the world by far, nobody even close. So we estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. 26 days in, we're really a lot ahead of schedule. The Iranian regime is now admitting to itself that they have been decisively defeated. They're saying to people, this is a disaster. They know it. That's why they're talking to us. They wouldn't talk otherwise. But they're talking to us because they've got a disaster in their hands. They're defeated. They can't make a comeback. We're free to roam over their cities and towns and destroy all of their crazy nuclear weapons and missiles and drones that they're building. Oh, we're doing that. They now have a chance to make a deal, but that's up to them. And they'll tell you we're not.
Wait, whoa, this is good. Breaking: Trump officially tacos out again. Trump has extended the deadline for the second time. Oh my God. As per Iranian government request, please let the statement serve to represent that I'm pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6th, 2026 at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Talks are ongoing, and despite erroneous statements to the contrary by the fake news media and others, they are going very well. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Oh my God. Oh my God. April 6th, Invasion Day? Maybe it's because they haven't been able to amass enough troop presence in the region. I still think I think tomorrow is the day after market close, but who knows? But I still think this is a fake. This is a fake out, but who knows? He said this because of today's market close. Yeah, what is it like? 12 points. A tornado is hitting the Gulf tomorrow. They can't do it. Let's see what Chuck Schumer has to say about that. Let's take a look.
When it comes to negotiating with the terrorist government of Iran, Trump's all over the lot. One day he sounds tough, the next day he's backing off. And
Raina Jen, thank you for the 25 gifted subs and another 5. Thank you for the 30. Whoa, another 5. Thank you for the 35 gifted subs. Not Brian, thank you for the 5 gifted. And a strange sparrow, thank you for the 5
now,
gifted.
All of a sudden, we find out that Witkoff and Rubio are negotiating a secret side deal with Iran. What kind of bull is this? They're going to sound tough in public and then have a side deal that lets Iran get away with everything? That's outrageous. We need to make that side deal public. Any side deal should be before Congress
Decoy,
and most
thank you for the
importantly,
10
the
gifted.
American people. If Taco Trump is already folding, the American public should know about it.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you, sir. I mean, that's an old one, by the way. Obviously, for those of you who don't know, that's like a old but gold from Chucky. Okay. If you want to know where his opinion is, yes, it's an old video. I'm using it as a meme. I'm using it as a placeholder to show you what his actual perspective is on this stuff. But, you know, AGF squared, thank you for the 5 gifted. Knowing the religious freaks in our military, they're probably going to do it close to Easter Sunday. No, that's fucking... That kind of stuff doesn't matter when it's tactics. Can of Salamanders, thank you for the 5 gifted. Yeah, Trump said this prior to extending. Negotiators are very different and strange. They are begging us to make a deal, which they should be doing since they have been militarily obliterated with zero chance of a comeback. And yet they publicly state that they are only looking at our proposal. Wrong. They better get serious soon before it's too late, because once that happens, there's no turning back and it won't be pretty. Every time he says stuff like this, the market suffers. And then he has to go back and be like, no, just kidding. We're actually doing great. We're doing great. Here's how it works and how it's worked so far. Donald Trump comes out, does something spectacularly stupid. Iran retaliates. Market responds a deep red. Okay? Then Donald Trump tries to correct it by turning around and saying, oh, they're begging for a deal with us. They really want a deal to happen. And we're very favorable. We're looking at this deal very favorably. Then the market corrects itself because they're just like leaning into any positive message they can. Okay. Then the Iranian government comes out and says, that's not true. we're not dealing with you guys at all. Fuck you. Here's a couple missiles in the direction of Israel and in the direction of your military bases in the region. Okay? Then the market plummets again. And then when Donald Trump sees that market plummeting again, even after the tough talk and the niceties, he turns around and does more tough talk, only to then pace it with positive messages once again. And it's just so unbelievably stupid. NASDAQ in correction, down 10%. Tech Bros made a call. NASDAQ closed in correction. Gold and bond slump as Iran war jolts markets. What are the markets even for if it's not based on anything happening in reality? Just for like the wealthiest Americans to keep making money and also to do insider trading, I think, at that point. White House envoy Steve Witkoff, this according to Barack Unit 8200 Ravid. Once again, wee woo. Barack Unit 8200 Ravid says White House envoy Steve Witkoff says the U.S. has strong signs that Iran can be convinced that it has no better alternative but to accept the U.S. terms for ending the war. They're looking for an off-ramp, Witkoff said. We told Iran they should not miscalculate again. This is going to be increasingly more difficult to sell to Americans. That's the other side of the story. I know that... What is this? Holy moly. Have you seen the Cope on MAGA TikTok? When mom sees the poop sock? Okay, take a week off. Fucking asshole. You got me. Israeli media is excited at the possibility of extending the war. Or extending the pause.
6th, in the middle of the night, or it's early, actually Tuesday morning in the Middle East, but in terms of America, Monday night, it comes right after the Easter holiday. It comes in the middle of the Passover holiday.
Emily Giselle, thank you for the 5 gifted.
10 days. It's only tolling the period for
57 Cal, thank you for the 10. Can of Salamanders, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Going back to his initial threat to hit Iranian energy installations, Nicole, if Iran didn't abide by the deadline. The upshot is that it looks as if the war, again, with all of the usual caveats, would continue until then. And that we in Israel will be fighting in Iran as we sit down to our Passover Seders next week. And that this gives potentially more breathing room in a kind of opposite way for the Israeli military, again, with all of the usual caveats. And also just a comment about the tweet. Trump seemed to be saying in the tweet or in the post that the media had been talking about how the talks had been going poorly. His complaint earlier today was talking about how the media had been talking about how the talks were going well. So again, Trump attacking the media from different directions here. It's a part of his messaging that hasn't been too consistent as he tries to decide.
Yeah, go ahead. Sell that. Sell that as a positive. Come on. Do it. I told you these religious psychos care about doing war on their holidays. Nah, Israel probably a little bit more than America. The American religion is capitalism, okay? It's not Christian nationalism. That's not real. Yeah, some of the generals might be true believers. They think that they're bringing about the rapture, but like the reality is, when it comes to American military strategy, this is not something that they give a shit about. Israel might, but
where to put the pendulum and how to telegraph, on the one hand, talking to Americans and reassuring them that this is an excursion, this is going to end, and gas prices will go down. And on the other hand, trying to show determination at reaching an objective and getting a good result.
Yeah, a lot of mixed messaging that has been coming out, it seems, every hour from the White House.
Yeah, this was crazy.
If there is now at least 10 more days, of course, once again, this could change from another tweet in the next coming hours. But let's say 10 more days for Israel to continue its strikes inside Iran. What does this mean for the course of the war? Because there had been reports that strike hard for the next 48 hours in case the White House pulls the plug. Is that not the case anymore?
No, I think if there are 10 days, there would be 10 days of this. The Israeli Air Force and the U.S. would continue to try to diminish capacities and capabilities of the Iranian regime, industry complexes, of course, to try to handle missile launchers and so on. So this would continue, and for the Israelis, it would mean that also those missiles through the holidays from Iran would continue.
That's also true.
And also it's true about the Lebanon, the Hezbollah front. Yeah. So it means that there's a prolonging of the war for 10 days, not to stopping for the war, and waiting to see what's happening. Maybe those 10 days would enable to, to destroy some key pillars in the Iranian system. I'm not sure.
Pro-Israel influencers and AIPAC-backed politicians have now tweeted about Hasan over 300,000 times in the last week alone. That's more than they've mentioned the Epstein files, ICE, and then Gaza combined. By the way. Yeah, the Superman boss are in full display. On the information warfare front, this is yet another indication that Israel is like losing the battle, right? Like, can you imagine the lobby and all of its propaganda vehicles trying to take out a goddamn Twitch streamer. I mean, that's insane. Like, you're fighting the smallest battles you can at this point. It's unbelievable. I'm a Twitch streamer, man. Like, think about that. Think about, like, these guys, they used to make boss calls, and they still do at a certain level, right? I never thought that I would see the day where, like, Hasan derangement syndrome would turn into a national, if not an international incident. It's crazy. Yeah, Izzy had a good take on this. Where is it? He said, I suspect this targeted campaign against Hasan is going to be a moment among many people remember as a part of AIPAC's fall and the end of the bipartisan consensus on Israel. They are full on, balls to the wall on this, and it will not matter. It won't work. Democrats, Republicans, so many people all committed to not just making Hasan anathema, but punishing anyone who has associated with him. This is the kind of thing that probably would have worked just 3 or 4 years ago. But the last few years have changed the way people think and act around Israel forever. Accusations of anti-Semitism are met with skepticism rather than implicit agreement. Calling Israel a state is no longer beyond the pale. If AIPAC and co., even when they put their whole weight into it, can't discredit a politics streamer, they can't get Democratic electeds, Schneider and Torres notwithstanding, to call him an anti-Semite. If they can't kick him out of polite company, boy, things are different. That's the other side of this as well, right? Like, because there is limited success to it. Do you see what I mean? Like, not only are their targets diminishing in their influence, because I'm not that influential, okay? I'm not. I'm just a Twitch streamer. Like, I'm not saying that to be humble, like fake humble or whatever. At the end of the day, like, these guys used to take out politicians, and now they're trying to take out Twitch streamers. And it's crazy that they're so far not successful in doing so. Okay? Like, they can't do this to, like, major celebrities any longer. They used to try to do this with, like, Bella Hadid, Mark Ruffalo, and the like. They've gone after now less influential targets. I would go so far as to say that in mainstream media, I'm nowhere near as influential as, like, a Mark Ruffalo is. Right? And what's interesting about it is that it's not even working. I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm not a real threat. They're trying to take out El Sayed by linking him with you, but it's not. The problem is it's not going to work, right? It's just not going to work at all. The ADL's weaponization of liberal anti-racism rhetoric in service of a nation state is truly a masterclass, says Adam Johnson. Here they, 1, blame Piker for an attack he has zero connection with. 2, reinforce the discredited racist framework. And 3, traffic in shallow, mopey standpoint theory. ADL Michigan says, is deeply troubling to learn of proposed events at University of Michigan and MSU featuring Hasan Piker on April 7th. Even more concerning are reports that public officials intend to appear alongside him, legitimizing hateful rhetoric. I think the real fear I should have is not fear of being deplatformed, but the real fear I should have is that they're trying to, like, instigate someone into taking physical action against me in public. I think that's what it is, where they're trying to, like, get someone who is a zealot to do something to me, you know? That's what I worry about a little bit. Hasan, keep coping, not to suck your dick here, bro, but you're basically the pain sponge of the left. ADL Michigan is deeply troubled by reports that Dr. Abdul El Sayed and other public officials plan to appear alongside Hasan Piker at upcoming rallies at the University of Michigan and Michigan State University. In the aftermath of the recent attack on the Jewish community in West Bloomfield, the community is experiencing heightened fear and vulnerability. When individuals express support for the Jewish community only to appear with voices that have amplified rhetoric aligned with a murderous anti-Semitic U.S.-designed organizations calling for violence against Jews, actions speak louder than words. None of these things are applicable to someone like myself, but they still say it regardless, right? The decision to appear with Piker is yet another example of the growing normalization of extreme anti-Zionism in mainstream spaces. It reinforces bigotry, conveys support for, and contributes to an environment where hate is more easily expressed and acted upon. ADL Michigan is active and to ensure that Jewish students feel safe, supported, and heard on their campuses. We urge all candidates, elected officials, and institutions to reject platforms and partnership that legitimize or elevate harmful or extremist views. The craziest blind spot for these institutions, by the way, unironically comes from the fact that they keep saying these are harmful and extremist views. Not only are they not harmful, like being against Israel, being against Zionism is not a harmful ideology. It's actually a humane opinion to have. But it's also certainly not extremist, right? unless you personally believe that the overwhelming majority of American citizens are expressing a dangerous, harmful, extremist ideology. But yes, my name being Hasan, and the candidate that I'm appearing alongside name being Abdul El Sayed, is a big part of the reason why they're doing this. I personally think it's not just to incite stochastic against someone like myself, but I also do think, given that the last time they tried this, because I appear alongside many politicians, right? It's my job. I do this all the time, reluctantly, but it's necessary. The only time where they chirp this hard is with someone like Zoran, Kwame Mamdani, or someone like Abdul El Sayed. So I think this is more so for electioneering purposes. I think they want to associate me with religious fundamentalist extremism of the Islamic variety. And then they also want to associate Muslim candidates with that as well. That's what I think is the real purpose of this. To fearmonger in a very racially charged way, while simultaneously doing it from the perspective where they are the perceived victims. Like utilizing standpoint theory while engaging in unlimited Islamophobia. Because the reality of the matter is, if you were to earnestly analyze the things that I'm saying, you would recognize that I have spent a good deal of time, hundreds of hours, constantly talking about the dangerous conflations between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, constantly talking about the dangers that it presents for American Jews and Jews all around the world to constantly associate the state of Israel and its violent endeavors with Judaism. I make this separation all the time, and it's one that I am firmly committed to making. I will do it over and over again, regardless of what people say about me, regardless of the fact that they say, oh, you're doing too much throat clearing, or this is Jewish exceptionalism, or whatever the people say. Why don't they go after Mehdi Hasan as much? They do. Bill Maher says some of the grossest shit ever about Muslims, but I noticed no one criticized Josh Shapiro for going on his show. Well, ironically enough, Bill Maher also literally did say something more crazy than America Deserved 9/11. He literally said something right after 9/11. He was canceled for it, but no one actually brings it up any longer because now he has the appropriate point of view. But yeah, I will say I'm pleasantly surprised with how much people have actually come to my defense, because I feel like in a different media landscape, in a different media environment, we would not have seen this many people, not just from my community in general, but from like people far outside of my community saying, yeah, we know what's going on here. This is obviously a targeted way to harass a known prominent anti-Zionist and then associate him with smears, associate him with anti-Semitism through manufactured outrage and smears. So that I did not expect, I will be honest. So I'm pleasantly surprised about it. Because they actually watch our streams and not clickbait and clip chipping? No. People in my community watch the streams and they're trying to correct the record to the best of their ability. But I'm talking about people who don't watch my streams at all. I think the people who don't watch my streams at all are actually being negatively polarized. Like, I think a lot of people are seeing the unlimited barrage of smears, and they see where those smears are coming from, and that's causing them to get more defensive, even if they don't know who I am or don't know if there's any veracity to the claims or not. They're basically saying this is ridiculous. Like, he is, it's very obvious that this is a coordinated smear campaign. All the while, you have Jewish Insider and Fox News Digital and New York Post consistently pumping these articles out to limited success, right? My friends who don't like you dislike the ADL more. Exactly. By calling you an anti-Semite, they try to turn people off / against you, especially the normies who are easily swayed by propaganda and lies against you. I just don't think that there is much success there when it's AIPAC seeing it, when it's AIPAC saying those things, right? Oh God, you sound like Ethan Klein, but it's real law. I mean, I don't think there is. I don't think there are a lot of people who experience this kind of coordinated barrage of hate. There are very few people who have received this. It's kind of funny because the only time these institutions actually mention Nick Fuentes is never to directly attack Nick Fuentes. It's to say I'm like Nick Fuentes, to directly attack me. That's what's so crazy to me, because like Nick Fuentes is actually an anti-Semite, right? There are real anti-Semites out there, and their prominence is growing. And yet, the only time that he ever gets a mention, because he's not seen as like a real threat, but the only time he ever gets a mention is when they're attacking me, and then they're trying to say I'm an anti-Semite, just like Nick Fuentes. It's very interesting. Pro-Israel groups are in denial. Israel's reputation has plummeted because of their own abhorrent actions, but pro-Israel groups can't accept that. It's the most moral country on earth, after all. So they say, no, that can't be wise because Hassan Piker led people astray. Exactly. This is the problem. This is the problem. They don't recognize it. Yeah, see, who didn't even know who you were, commenting under things, calling people out, seeing through the coordinated attacks. I even introduced an older woman to your stream on YouTube, and she said you look good, and she enjoyed the first video she watched, lol. Hopefully it works. But yeah, I will say I see all of the people out there defending the truth, not just like defending me, but just defending the truth and seeing through this, barrage of endless smears. And I do appreciate it. If this wasn't Islamophobia, they'd be saying this with every politician, non-Muslim ones. Yeah, I think that is part of the puzzle. As I've said over and over again, the real reason why they do this, by the way, is because I'm not anti-Semitic. That's a big problem for them, because if I was anti-Semitic, then it's easy. It's like, see, every single hater of Israel is a Jew hater. That's the argument that they could easily craft. But when you have people who actively push back against anti-Semitism, educate people on anti-Semitism, and I do hope that there is like, maybe one day we'll just make up like a massive compilation of like the many years that I have spoken about anti-Semitism, to just like bring people to one place where we can just like point to one singular thing. Because like, the reality is our enemies have compilations, clips out of context, moments of high impact, that they can just like readily drop at a moment's notice. Read my message. What is this? Please read. Last year I made several compilations that prove you're not anti-Semitic. Also made the inbred compilation. I can send and post them again if you want. Hell yeah. Oh, definitely. Raina Jen, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. I'd appreciate it. It would, if you actually made it easy to defend you, because when I tell people you own a house and a car instead of living in a barrel using a pogo stick to travel around, it really undercuts your message. Yeah. Secondhand debate bro syndrome. You don't debate, but you still got a lot of hot mics. Well, the hot mics are born out of both the medium that I am in, right? Because like it's impossible. It's impossible for there not to be instances that I get taken out of context. Washington Post posted earlier today, and they don't mention you. Bigotry among young conservatives is Republicans on edge. Many Republicans dismiss such party members, even as white supremacists like Nick Fuentes gain popularity, but there's growing unease at their presence in the rank and file. Yeah, we already mentioned that there's a new deadline. All right, let's continue with the situation monitor.
We will not negotiate. Of course they negotiated. They've been obliterated. Who wouldn't negotiate? They are begging to make a deal. We'll see if we can make the right deal. And then the strait will open up. Hormuz Strait will open up. And even now, we don't know if there are any mines. They have 22 they call mine droppers. Think of it. Who would have 22 mine droppers? There's a boat that drops mines. Who has 22 mine droppers? Except for people with very evil intention. So every one of those mine droppers has been struck with the same weapon we used to stop drugs from coming into the United States of America. When we hit those boats, it's the exact same weapon, extremely effective. We have unlimited supplies and extremely effective. But they have no more mine droppers. By the way, speaking of drugs, we're 98% down drugs coming in by water, by the ocean, by the sea. 98%. And we're trying to find out who are the 2%, because we think they're the bravest men anywhere in the world. Maybe women. But whoever's on those boats is very brave or doesn't watch television. But where drugs coming in by sea, coming in by water, are 98% down. And now we'll stop the drugs coming in by land. The land is the easy one. You had to stop the water. A lot of it came in through water. Now it's all pinched. And these people are trying to come in by land. And we will, that's the easy one. but we had to take care of the water first. Nobody's coming in. Virtually nothing is coming in anymore. It was hundreds of millions of dollars a week were coming in by water. But they now have the chance, that is Iran, to permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions and to chart a new path forward. We'll see if they want to do it. If they don't, we're their worst nightmare. In the meantime, we'll just keep blowing them away, unimpeded, unstopped. Well, there's not a thing they can do about it. They can't do anything about it, you know? I tell you, if they could, you'd be hearing about it. You'd be hearing about it. You don't hear anything about it. They can't shoot our jets. We have the best military equipment in the world. No, not even a contest. You see that with Venezuela. They had other equipment. They didn't have ours. It didn't work. Didn't work. Think of it. We did a situation in Venezuela. It was a great military operation, getting a very, very dangerous man who's killed a lot of people, forced people into our country. Incredible. He emptied his prisons in Venezuela, emptied his prisons into our country, and I hope that charge will be brought at some point, because that was a big charge that hasn't been brought yet. It should be brought. He emptied his prisons into our country and was a major purveyor of drugs coming into our country. And he's now been captured and, you know, I guess.
Again, lies upon lies. Establish an underlying base of lies. Doesn't matter. No one's going to correct you, right? And then you just like build on top of that. Like the idea that like Maduro was a drug trafficker is totally ridiculous, right? It was so ridiculous that like even the FBI dropped some of those charges because they realized that it would not stand even a modest amount of scrutiny. It's, you know, I don't even know what to say. Like they didn't empty out their prisons to dirt. They didn't empty out their prisons to the United States of America. Like all of that shit is just completely made up. Anyway, speaking of made up shit, Jeremy Scahill asked a senior Iranian official about Trump's claim that Iran requested an extension on Trump's threat to energy infrastructure. Trump is not being truthful. We have not submitted any requests regarding potential U.S. attacks, the official said. So even the deadline thing is a lie, which is unsurprising.
Given a fair trial, but I would imagine there are other trials coming because they have they've really sued him just at a fraction of the kind of things that he's done. Other cases are going to be brought, as you probably know. In the meantime, with Iran, we're going to keep doing what we've been doing, and nobody's a match for the United States, but they're not a match for the United States. It's small potatoes. That's why I'm so disappointed in NATO, because this was a test for NATO. This was a test. You can help us. You don't have to, but if you don't have, you know, if you don't do that, we're going to remember. Just remember this in a number of months from now.
With another 50. God damn. Okay, Raina Jen. We got new Oilers. Closed presence and open presence left. And now we got a new Oiler in the building. Raina Jen. So are they actually negotiating or is he straight up lying? I mean, a negotiations process could be conducted through direct diplomacy, through shuttle diplomacy by way of mediators. And as it stands currently, it's more so closed presence. Never mind. I spoke too soon. He's back. Open presence is the one that left. Closed presence with 100 gifted. God damn. What I was saying is, yeah, we got an Oiler war. The Gulf is heating up. What was I saying? Where's the Qatari dancer? Is he still in a bunker? Yeah, probably. Raina Jan with another 50. Do you feel like your hyper-consumerist Hollywood elite actions are inherently contradictory to your Marxist beliefs? I've read and studied Marx extensively, and I think he'd believe that it's hypocritical behavior. Do you think Marx is a god? Do you have a dogmatic approach to interpreting Marxist literature? Silex, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. I am actually committed to the idea of communism. I enjoy to live humbly. I believe I could be making $1 billion, and I would choose to give it away before I waste it on a literal symbol of excess and consumerism. Okay, I'm proud of you. Great. Yeah. Karl Marx lived with a sugar daddy, Engels. You were talking about the different, the question was about, is there real negotiations taking place? And as it stands, we have invented, instead of shuttle diplomacy by way of mediators or direct diplomacy in a bilateral, sit-down meeting where our envoys are talking to their envoys, right? Instead of those two normal ways of conducting a negotiations process, we have developed a secret third thing where Donald Trump just lies about the negotiations taking place. And then the Iranian side says, no, they're not taking place. And then Donald Trump says, okay, well, here are our demands and here are our concessions. And then Iran says they didn't even send these demands or concessions to us directly. So that's also made up. But now that you've actually put it out there, here's what I think. Here's what I think we would be willing to take on. Right? Hold on. Doors open. So this is a secret third thing where we're like doing negotiations in broad daylight, which is a very strange way to do it. But it's, the diplomatic process has now been relegated to tweets. There's also the other. Do you really think Iran doesn't lie? You did a few weeks ago. Now you seem to believe everything they say about the negotiations. No, there's a difference. I said that every government is going to greatly embellish certain facts about like how many casualties they've been able to deliver to the other side, right? But there's a difference in this circumstance. You have to look at like what's actually happening on the ground. You have to look at who actually has the leverage. Right now, Iran has the leverage. Also, Iran has never lied about the diplomatic process at all. I look to the country's past performance to see, to assess the veracity of their current statements, right? For example, Israel lies about pretty much everything, except for when they have successfully conducted a high-profile assassination. That's why in the early stages of the revelation that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei had been, Israel said that had happened. Iran said that had not happened. And I leaned on the side of Israel on this because of their past performance, right? And the same thing goes for the Iranian side's past performance, like Hezbollah, Iran, for a multitude of different reasons, or whether because they're like weighing their options, will oftentimes not reveal if a high-profile figure has been. Okay? I'll give you another example. When that school, Minab, the school in Minab was, and Iran very quickly came out and said this was an American or an Israeli strike, and Israel said this is not us, and America said this is not us. It must have been an Iranian missile that exploded. Judging by past performance, that was impossible to believe, literally impossible to believe, because Israel has lied over and over again about schools and mosques. Acknowledge the argument the chatter may challenge impossible. Okay, what is the difference? Wait, I have acknowledged the argument that the chatter has made. It's not even an argument. He's just asking a sincere question. Not everything is supposed to be contentious. And I'm giving you my thought process on trying to figure out who is the more honest actor here. I'm giving you context to how I interpret certain statements coming from the Iranian side and certain statements coming from the American side. I mean, why am I even spending any time talking about how Donald Trump contradicts himself with regular frequency, sometimes in the same sentence, if your takeaway from that isn't, Donald Trump actually is not a reliable narrator of events.
Thank you. You've been really honest about how disappointed you are in Sir Keir Starmer, particularly in relation to Iran. So I'm curious about your phone calls with him, how easy they might be. And also, were you surprised by...
Are we talking about Starmer?
Yes. No. And are you surprised by how weak...
I think he's a lovely man. I do. I think he's a lovely man. But I think he did something that was shocking. He didn't want to help us. And maybe in particular that country, we were the longest bond, the longest ally. Australia, too. Australia was not great. I was a little surprised by Australia. I wouldn't say anybody was great other than the 5 countries in the Middle East. We never really had very much support. We spend trillions of dollars supporting countries, and this is Little League. This isn't the big league deal. This is sort of Little League pool for us. This was Look, we decimated them in a period of a week. In the first week, it was over. In the first few days, it was over. I think the Navy took us 3 days to essentially annihilate that. They weren't there. So if there's ever a big one, which I hope there's not, but if there's ever a big one, I don't think they're going to be there. And that's not fair. And we have to remember that as a country, because we spend trillions of dollars protecting Europe, protecting the countries of NATO. They weren't there for us. For small time. This is small time. You know what? Venezuela is a big deal, but it's not the big one. They weren't there. So what makes you think they'd be there if we needed them for something? And your prime minister was not there, as you know. He was there after we won. He said, we'd like to send some ships. I said, we already won. We don't need them anymore.
But can you explain why he was reluctant to help?
Why you what?
Why he was reluctant to help with Iran?
He didn't have to. I didn't ask him. I just said, just tell me, no. I mean, we're always going to be there, or at least we were. I don't know about anymore, to be honest with you. I would have to be honest. We were always there when they needed help. We always would have been there when they needed help. I mean, think of it. We're there to protect Europe from Russia. In theory, it doesn't affect us. We have an ocean, big, fat, beautiful ocean. But we're there to protect NATO, to protect them from Russia. But they're not there to protect us. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. I tell you, a lot of people were big NATO people. I was never big. It was okay. I got them to pay 5%. By the way, they haven't paid it yet. You know that. You know, I got them to pay 5% from 2% to 5%. They didn't pay it yet. I got them to pay up to 2% because they weren't paying the 2%. Then I got them to pay 5%, which they should be at. And we had a lot of, oh, that was great, great. Oh, only.
I mean, they're losing The Economist, right? The Economist is not the Financial Times, right? The Financial Times is probably the highest, it has like the highest degree of accuracy in their commentary, in their reporting. There has to be at least one fucking paper that does this, right? Out of the major mainstream outlets. The Economist is not one of those outlets. The Economist is in line with the interests of Western capitalists. The Economist is reflective of its output is going to reflect a Western chauvinist output, right? So when you lose The Economist, I mean, the next step in that equation is like losing the Wall Street Journal, right? A month of bombing Iran has achieved nothing. Will Donald Trump escalate or talk? For now, at least, the advantage lies with the Islamic Republic. This is not leftist media, right? We're not talking, this is not Novara. This is not the HasanAbi broadcast. This is the fucking Economist. So it's not the Financial Times either. So that doesn't mean, that doesn't spell a clear success for the American and the Israeli side. U.S. President Donald J. Trump from OSINT Defender, Israel's favorite OSINT account. Well, not maybe, it's one of Israel's favorite OSINT accounts. U.S. President Donald J. Trump appears to be leaning towards ordering a major ground operation in Iran involving the seizure of Iran's Karg Island and northern Persian Gulf, with Washington convinced Tehran will buckle under such military pressure. An official from one of the countries mediating between the U.S. and Iran tells the Times of Israel. This is being reported on in the Times of Israel, so I don't know how real it is, but, you know.
Trump could do it, but the problem is they haven't paid. Because if you look at the numbers, they haven't paid yet. So we were there for them, but they were not there for us. Did we need them? No. I never thought we needed them. I was more doing a test. I said, I really would love to have you come up. Bring your boats. You can sail through the beautiful Hormuz Straits, and you can protect people that are being shot at. They didn't do it. And that's small potatoes. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead. Do you have any questions?
Yes. Mr. President, are you going to go in for the uranium? Like, how do you secure Iran and...
Let's assume I was or I wasn't. Why would I ever answer a question?
Can you accomplish
what kind of a question? Am I going to go in for the... Oh, yeah, I'm going in. We're going in tomorrow at 3 o'clock. How could you possibly ask a question like that and expect an answer? I don't know. But I don't know. I think you're a friendly person, too. It's just such a ridiculous question.
Mr. President, yes, sir. Mr. President, yes, sir.
I actually just looked up the company that owns Sharpie, and they stock turned positive after you mentioned it.
By the way, they deserve it.
Yeah, question on
It's a good product.
deadline. Oil tankers going through the Strait of Hormuz, is that a condition to move that 5-day deadline?
Well, we don't want anything impeded. We want ships to go through. We don't know that they've dropped any mines, by the way, because we blew up all their mine droppers, right? We blew up every one of them. They're going to have to take them out on a rowboat or something. I don't know how the hell they get out there, but we don't really know. You might speak to it. We don't know. There could be a few of them out there, but that's a lot. You know, if you have $1 billion ship and you get hit by a mine, it's not the greatest thing in the world. So if you think the problem with that, that's not like you've decimated a military. If you think there may be a mine, that's a bad thought, and it stops things up. How are we doing in that regard, Peter?
Mr. President, you're right. We have so heavily degraded their coastal defense capabilities and their naval capabilities that any strategic or operational attempts to do those types of things are extremely limited. And we continue to move over the top of that. Now, whether Iran makes a wise choice or not to try to execute that is part of how this deal comes together. But with every passing day, the military pressure that we're putting on them lessens their ability to really hold that militarily at issue.
I mean, the problem with the issue of the Hormuz Straits is this. We've decimated them as a military. No Air Force, no Navy, very few rockets left. We blew up so many. Hard to manufacture them. Same thing with drones. The leadership is gone. The problem with the Straits is this. Let's say we do a great job. We say we got 99%. 1% is unacceptable because 1% is a missile going into the hull of a ship that cost $1 billion, right? So 1% is we can't. If we do a 99% decimation, that's no good. So it's really, you know, a little bit. But I have a feeling it's going to clean up pretty quickly. I could just say this: they want to make, and I probably hurt our little negotiation. It gives them a little impetus to say, well, I wish you didn't say that. But they said yesterday that we weren't negotiating with them, and now they admit that we were negotiating with them. So they want to make a deal. The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just beat to shit.
So are you thinking of taking control? That there are some talks now? Do you have a new deadline before taking?
No, I'll announce it. I mean, right now, you're talking about a deadline for doing some pretty big damage, even bigger than we've done. Well, we'll see. Look, we have very substantial talks going on with respect to Iran, with the right people. You know, I told you about a present, right? Steve, can I reveal the present?
You can do anything you want.
Thank you. They said to show you the fact that we're real and solid and we're there, we're going to let you have 8 boats of oil, 8 boats, 8 big boats of oil. This was 2 days ago. And they'll sail up tomorrow. That was 3 days ago. And I didn't think much about it. And then I watched the news, and they said, a very good anchor, actually, happened to be Fox. But I watched it, and he said, something's unusual happening. There are 8 boats that are going right up the middle of the Hormuz Strait. 8 big tankers are going loaded up with oil right through. And I said, well, I guess they were right, and they were real. And I think they were Pakistani flagged. Yes. And I said, well, I guess we're dealing with the right people. And actually, they then apologized for something they said, and they said, we're going to send 2 more boats. And it ended up being 10 boats. All right. I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations, but I thought it was appropriate to say, because I did taunt you the other day by saying they're going to give us a present.
There's some reports that Gulf allies are concerned about winding down the war too soon and potentially leaving Iran.
Well, they'd probably like us to stay, but
the concern
if we don't stay, look, it's a beautiful thing about airplanes that go 2,000 miles an hour. You can get back there very quickly. If we don't stay, we're going to be protecting them. We know, you know, they've been very good. Hey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, in particular. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, the 3 of them, Kuwait, Bahrain, they've been 100%. Now, in all fairness, you know, they could have gone the other way. They were surprisingly missiled. They were shot at. Nobody ever thought they'd be shot at. UAE had 1,400 missiles aimed at them. Fortunately, they had the greatest anti-missile weapon in history called the Patriot. Almost every single missile was shot down. You know, we had an incident recently where 101 missiles were shot at a certain thing that we own. It's very valuable. 101 missiles going 2,000 miles an hour. Out of the 101 missiles, every single one of them was shot down in midair and fell into the technology. There's nobody has equipment like we have.
Iran still has that enriched
Tell us where it is. Tell us the coordinates.
Is it even possible?
Well, you're going to have to see.
I feel like this is low-key something that you could get him to reveal, like totally classified information in a moment where he's trying to flex. You'd be like, yeah, the coordinates are clear. It's in Kuwait. We got a super secret weapon there. They've been trying to blow it up, but they can't get it. Here are the weapon systems that we have that are taking those, that are putting up a strong defense.
But, you know, I think we're in just very good shape. We're roaming, you know what we're doing? You know the word roaming free? We're over their skies with the most beautiful planes you've ever seen. Roaming free, there's not a damn thing they can do about it. And it would be nice if, like the fake news New York Times, which writes so fake, and the Wall Street Journal is terrible, terrible. I mean, I read a story today that I'm desperate to make a deal. If I was desperate, he'd be the first to know. Pete, let's get the hell out of there. I'm the opposite of desperate. I don't care. I want to know. In fact, we have other targets we want to hit before we leave. We're hitting them on a daily basis. But I can't talk about specifics. A lot of people say that wouldn't matter. Maybe it does matter.
Well, I mean, he did reveal some specifics earlier. So if he's not revealing any specifics, then that means that there is nothing good there. Sorry.
Who knows? But I wouldn't talk. It's like the question this young lady asked. Sorry about I embarrassed her. I don't want to embarrass you because I think I think she's a friendly reporter, so I'm sorry. But you know, I can't say what we're going to do.
It's always good when the president, the commander-in-chief, is saying, "I'm not desperate. Please write in the newspaper. Please put it in the newspaper that I'm not desperate."
Because if I did, I wouldn't be sitting here for long. They'd probably, what is it called, the 25th Amendment? They'd institute the 25th Amendment, which they didn't do with Biden.
Another thing that I probably would shy away from mentioning openly, especially at a moment like this, you know?
Which is shocking.
The deadline for Iran, is that pushed back now, or if not?
I don't know yet. I don't know.
God, he's so cozy with this stuff because he just knows that as long as he maintains the cult, he's all right because there is no real opposition, you know?
Mr. Witkoff and JD and Jared will tell me whether or not they think it's going along. And if it's not going along, maybe not. And we have a lot of time. You know what? It's a day. In Trump time, a day, you know what it is? That's an eternity. Say it, what?
European Parliament leave the region because Steve said that they've got enough uranium to make 11 bombs. That's a very scary thing. So,
well, it's again, I can't talk to you about that. You're asking me a question. You're essentially saying, will I go in and do something?
Oh yeah, we'll talk about the UK terror attack that took place and the suspicious details that have been revealed or perhaps not revealed by the British government, which I think is very interesting.
You're looking at a coalition of ships to help, warships to help protect tankers. How close are you to getting that coalition?
Well, we have a coalition for them, but they should have been up here a long time ago. And you know, they're affected. The amazing thing is we don't need the Hormuz Strait. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country is not affected by this. We have twice the amount of oil as Saudi Arabia or Russia, and soon it'll be 3 times the amount. Chris, do you want to speak to that for a second?
Yeah, that's correct. Our total oil production is greater than Saudi Arabia's plus Russia, and more than we consume in the United States. So we're the largest.
Pretty good.
Pretty
you know what they call it? Drill, baby, drill.
Yes.
Mr. President,
anything else you want to say?
Well, same thing for natural gas. We went, before your first term, we were the largest exporter of natural gas in the world. Today, we're just by far the largest I mean, we're the largest importer. Now we're by far the largest exporter, and it's growing rapidly this year. New facilities are coming online. New production's ramping up.
We're doing an amazing job. We're getting a lot of help from that man right over there. He's getting approvals done quickly and very environmental. He's an environmentalist, actually. He does a great job, but he gives you a fast approval or rejection.
Who cares that we're producing worldwide morons? Yeah, it doesn't matter because, like, even though the oil price is fixed, they're like they're still engaging in some financial engineering, right? They're still engaging in some financial engineering in an effort to keep the prices almost completely decoupled from like the hard barrels of oil that are being shipped or currently not being shipped. So I don't know where this goes. Like, I don't know how you make up for just like this hard commodity not existing, right? Obviously, all these other countries have already tapped into their strategic reserves and they're burning through them. But eventually, there's going to come a point where the fake futures reality that they are constantly dealing with and the reality on the ground is going to meet. I don't think you can pretend that the problem doesn't exist for the short term. You can pretend that the problem doesn't exist in the short term, right? You can just like engage in some kind of manipulation, and people will lean into whatever you're saying, any hope that you offer them. But there's gonna come a point where people just don't have oil. What are you gonna do then, right? Like, what happens then? Do we just like try to engineer an alternative reality where we like shut off information sharing so that people don't see that there is just no more oil? Because like people are talking about Thailand. I believe Thailand has 100 days of strategic reserve at the current rate of consumption, right? What happens when we reach 50 days? What happens when we reach 10 days remaining? And there are other countries that have a shorter lifespan. Countries like the Philippines have already reduced and offered travel restrictions, from what I understand, because they know that they have less breathing room. What do we do then? Like, what happens to the no longer? What happens to the markets when people start recognizing that the market fundamentals are non-existent and that the futures are not dependent on, the futures prices are not actually dependent on how many future barrels of oil are being distributed around the world? What is this gas expensive fuck? From 120 to 170 is a hell of a jump for me. No. Those jumps that you are currently experiencing are not telling the reality. Okay? 20% restrictions, like 20% of all energy stopping almost entirely, is not going to lead to the gas prices going up 50 cents. Okay? And I don't even know where in the United States of America or where in the world is 120 to 170. I don't know. Or maybe you're talking per liter. But do you see what I mean? Countries that are exporters will have more breathing room to change their prices if they can get their oil and gas industry to shut off exports. But that only accelerates the problem elsewhere, right? That only accelerates the problem elsewhere. And we're already seeing the beginnings of that. Countries are already tapping into their strategic reserves, for example, to make up for the diminishing supply. But that only works if you take an off-ramp. If this continues for months, if this continues for another month, there's going to come a point where people are like, okay, the markets seem to be doing all right, but the reality on the ground is totally removed from the way that people have deluded themselves into thinking that things are doing all right in comparison to how not all right things are. So what do we do? What do we do then? Yeah, in Southeast Asia, Thailand are switching back to coal due to gas shortages. In the United States, gasoline prices have risen more than 30% in some states, while Europe faces additional pressure on top of the energy crisis caused by the war in Ukraine. Governments are trying to contain the crisis. The U.S., Japan, South Korea, and others launched the largest ever coordinated release of strategic oil reserves. But these reserves can only cover part of the supply loss if the disruption continues. You can't, like, we know what it looks like when there's energy shortages. I just saw it with my own two eyes in Cuba. That's a man-made disaster, a man-made crisis. Well, I guess this is as well, but it's not something you can hide, okay? Because at a certain point, people are going to see it when there's simply no oil at the gas pump and the grid is starting to suffer. Now, Thailand going back to the coal, Thailand switching back to coal-powered power plants is a way to try and avoid that, right? But that's on the LNG side. There's also additional problems. Fertilizer. Without fertilizer, there's no agricultural output. Without no agricultural output, there's not enough food. There's no crops and therefore no food. Certain types of crops, and there's no plastic either, certain types of food get significantly more expensive when you stop seeing certain vegetables at the market. All of a sudden, it's not a reality you can hide anymore. We have designed this incredibly complex international system. And for years and years, America has gotten to bully everyone else, and no one has ever actually retaliated. No one had the capabilities of retaliating. But now that there is a country that has the capability of retaliating, we must recognize how this complex system of international trade, where every country is linked together in very meaningful ways, is actually a very fragile system. People might have recognized that it was a fragile system in the past, but now we're seeing it. We saw it with the Suez Canal. We saw a brief moment of that. We saw it with COVID, right? And there were efforts made to stabilize. In this circumstance, the effort that you need to put in to stabilize requires America to do something that it's never done before: stand down against a regional sovereign actor that it has tried to destroy for 47 years. Will the United States of America admit defeat and concede and meet the demands of Iran, or will they only escalate and completely destroy the world? This is the reason why Iran has tremendous leverage. Okay? Because if America keeps going up the escalation ladder and decides to engage in boots on the ground military incursion, a military invasion of Iran, not only will this be unimaginably devastating for the American forces that will die on the mountainside, considering the Iranian defenses and how they have, designed their defenses against such realities, but it will also further this collapse that's already beginning, one that they are trying to hide to the best of their ability, at least in the markets, because that's the only thing Donald Trump seemingly gives a fuck about. So we're about to see how fucking insane Trump actually is. More insane than anything he's ever done before. And perhaps his last moment of insanity.
Mr. President, Kayleigh McEnany here. I do want to ask you about the breaking news. You just put out on Truth Social that you will be pausing energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6th at 8 p.m. Eastern time because the negotiations are going very well. I would never ask you to reveal to the public specifics, but could you broadly characterize where we are at?
Well, the Iranians asked me to do that, and I was not happy with them because I made a statement that we're having productive negotiations. I don't know that they get there. Maybe they do. Maybe they won't. I mean, look, in a certain sense, we've already won because we've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force, completely knocked out their Air Force, just about completely knocked out. We knocked out 154 ships, and pretty good ships. In fact, I said...
It's so funny that the numbers keep changing, too. Sometimes it's 84, sometimes 154. It's awesome.
Why didn't we just take them instead of sinking them? We could have used them ourselves, right? But they like showing how tough they are. They like them at the bottom of the sea, probably a little bit better. But think of it. We knocked out their Navy. We knocked out their Air Force. We knocked out most of their missiles. They're down to about 9%. We knocked out their missile launchers, which is a big deal because without the missile launchers, the missiles don't do very well. You can't.
Again, this only works if you don't pay attention to what's going on in the real world. This only works if you have no idea what's happening in Israel. This only works if you have no idea what's going on in the Gulf bases, right? It just doesn't make any sense. They're like, oh, we've destroyed their capabilities of striking, and yet we're seeing more and more successful strikes in Israel. We're seeing, the impact sites on the American bases. We're seeing American troops. We're seeing news coverage in the Western world of American troops retreating from those bases and a recognition that those bases are no longer habitable, okay? It's the same principle with the fucking oil futures. You can yap and try to instill confidence, and maybe people will react to it positively. The markets certainly seem to react to it in the way that Trump wants the markets to react. But eventually it's going to get to a point where people are going to notice. You can say we have destroyed Iran's strike capabilities, but Iran keeps striking. You can say we're winning, but the strait is still closed. Or at least the only boats that are passing through the strait are ones that are paying a toll to the Iranian Navy. This undermines the major point that Trump is making about destroying the Iranian Navy. Iranian boats within the IRGC's Navy are actually towing oil tankers to an Iranian island. So after intermediaries communicate with the Iranian government to offer safe passage, to get safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is currently controlling the Strait of Hormuz. If Donald Trump's only reaction to that is to just basically take ownership over this thing and to falsely claim that they're that the Iranian government gave this as a gift because they're so scared. Well, yeah, that might work for your base, but it's not going to work for other normal individuals with a working brain cell. And I suspect that no matter how vassalized the European leadership actually is, they're still semi-competent. They know what's going on.
Do you have anything to say?
Well, back on Venezuela, where Chris and I both had a chance to be there.
Mr. President, please just tell us what to expect. We want some clarity here. How much oil will we be losing? None. Everything is fine. Isn't Iran blocking passage through the Strait of Hormuz? We just kind of stopped using it, actually. Really? Yes. Really? Yes. Really? Yeah. It's a much more scenic detour to go all the way around Africa. Also, aren't you woke Wall Street types? Woke Wall Street Don't types? You all hate the straits anyways? We're looking for a non-heteronormative straight, a bisexual, if you will. How long is this war lasting? We're basically done. Really? That's great news. Yes. Okay, that's market close. Shit's fucked, man. What was the point of that? Everything is fine. War's done? Iran is toast, but we keep letting them shoot our stuff and allies because we think it's funny. People are dying. Mission accomplished. Times 10, times infinity. Okay, I mean, it sounds like we're going to be done. So this is good. This is great. Market's closed? Yeah. Why? I'm so fucking scared. Okay. So I was talking to AIBB. He says he'll let us retreat, win any day now. You keep saying, war is done. War never started. Nothing is happening. And if it did, I wouldn't tell you. Good enough for us. At this point, you just have to blame yourselves, right? Market closed? Yeah. Oil fields are being hit. Oil's going to be $2.50 a barrel. Come on. Why do you... Even during a war? What? Even during a war, you're manipulating the markets. Well, I am a piece of shit. And we respect that.
Anyway. Check the quotes. It's all him. You're going to meet the woke chud on Saturday. Oh, Graham Plattner. Think like a woke, act like a chud. Think like a woke, look like a chud. The Graham Plattner? Probably not. Galabaf's response to Trump's cabinet meeting. Hexeth on Iran. For years they told the world their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise, yet again, Iran lied.
1,000 kilometers away. For years they told the world that their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise. Yet again, Iran lied. And to the world, I say London is 4,000 kilometers from.
This is incredible stuff happening. Is Hexet give every soldier a sniper rifle guy, or is he a give everyone a machine gun guy? Give everyone a machine gun guy for sure. Pete Hexet is such a 2 kilometers. What the hell are you talking about? 2 kilometers. I don't think there's any missile that you can consider a ballistic missile that can only go the range of 2 kilometers. Like Iran told the world that their missiles can't even escape the Iranian airspace? Fucking idiot. I assume he meant to say 2,000 kilometers because 2 kilometers would be ridiculous. Markets are finally catching up. This little drop bounced right back. Warships will escort. Boom. Warships will escort. Boom. Up, down, up, down. Remove Russian sanctions. Boom. Remove Iranian sanctions. Burp. We are in talks. No attack on infrastructure for 5 days. DOD, war is won. Everything else fake news. 1 month ceasefire, 15-point plan. Delay until April 6th. Trump calling into the 5, rambling like a drunk unk on Iran delay. Oh, that's awesome. 2 kilometers of medieval trebuchet range. Yeah. Iran, for the longest time, we just thought Iran had trebuchets.
Asked me if they would, Kaylee, importantly, they said to me very nicely through my people, could we have more time? Because we're talking about tomorrow night, which is pretty quick. And if they don't do what they have to do, I will knock out their power plants. So he said, does that include nuclear? Because they have nuclear, plenty of money. They have a lot of money, and they built nuclear and they built regular power plants, but they're massive and very expensive, billions of dollars. And so I gave them a 10-day period. They asked for 7. You're going to say, oh, Trump's a terrible negotiator. They asked for 7, and I said, I'm going to give you 10. Because they gave me ships. We talked about the 8 ships, the president that I talked about the other day. But they asked for 7, and I gave them 10. You got 10 days, and they were very thankful about that. Now, they may say, oh, we're not speaking. I don't like that because that wasn't true the last time, as you found out. But we are speaking, and it's going fairly well, and so I gave them 10 days.
Well, that was nice of you. Very generous. Mr. President,
See,
it's Kennedy.
I am.
Yeah.
Watch him on television. Total loser. And they use this. I watch poor Chuck. I mean, Chuck Schumer is a great Palestinian, represents the Palestinian nation right now. He's no longer Jewish, I guess.
I mean, what do you fucking say to that, dude? That is so crazy. He just treats Palestinian as a slur.
What he's done to the Jewish people is incredible. They hate him. But remember this. Watch him on television. Total loser.
Chuck Schumer, he's a great Palestinian, I guess. He's no longer Jewish. Isn't that incredibly anti-Semitic as well? He's denying his Jewishness. I think we've moved past that point, don't you think? I personally have given up on the idea that you can convince anyone who sees themselves as a gatekeeper of what is and isn't anti-Semitism that Donald Trump is ever capable of saying or doing anti-Semitic things or saying anti-Semitic things. It's just not going to happen. Donald Trump could literally say the K slur against Jewish people, and all of these institutions that are supposed to represent the safety and security of Jewish people would be like, yeah, he gets to say it. You know what I mean? Straight up. He is not people don't care. Okay. At this point, it's been almost 3 years, right? Since October 7th. We're moving into the 3rd year, right? It's 2.5 years now. At some point, you got to realize, these institutions do not give a fuck about actual anti-Semitism. They don't care. That's not a thing. That's not a consideration at all. They only care about Israel. They're just simply weaponizing anti-Semitism allegations, and anti-Semitism smears as a way to defend the foreign policy interests of Israel. Yeah, John Podhoretz said the quiet part out loud. He said, Trump bombed Iran. He can say Shylock 100 times a day forever as far as I'm concerned. Sammy Gold, hey, John, if Trump bombed Iran again, would you allow him to call us the K word too? And the answer is yes. We know that the answer is yes, for the record. 100%. He could call Chuck Schumer that word. And at most, you would hear from the ADL, slight concern. They'd be like, we are very concerned about the reports coming out that Donald Trump has used a heinous bad word, but ultimately he is a defender of Israel and therefore a defender of all Jews. You can see just how brain dead they all are with how badly they fumble every strategic battle in the short-lived war. What is this? You probably already saw this. HasanAbi had defending you on Cuba. Oh, I did, yeah.
Why he was staying in a 5-star hotel.
Tourism is the lifeline for the Cuban economy as it stands currently. The government has very limited resources. And the American government makes it illegal for Americans to stay wherever they want when they're in Cuba. They have to stay in what they've declared as 5-star hotels.
It's actually the opposite, Hasan. This is the U.S. government's prohibited accommodations list while you're in Cuba. This list
is all of the major hotels, because the US government doesn't want Americans supporting the regime. They want you to stay in local places to support the local Cuban people. Look what's on here. Ibero Star Selection, and likely where he's staying, Gran Hotel Manzana Kempinski.
Let me get this straight. So Hasan Piker went to Cuba to deliver aid, and your takeaway was to speculate on what hotel he might have stayed in. If there are restrictions on where Americans can spend money in Cuba, why would it make sense for him to stay somewhere he wasn't allowed to? Let's think that through for a second, please. The irony is not lost on me that your bio says you and your husband are proud Gusanos, so you are openly aligned with the politics that support US pressure on Cuba. But you're mad at someone who actually went there and brought aid. None of this even matters because you're literally just trying to discredit the fact that he was there helping people. And another thing I'll never understand is why people feel the need to point out things like how expensive his glasses are or how expensive his clothes are. I don't give a fuck if he's wearing a $6,000 pair of glasses. He still went to Cuba to deliver aid, and he still uses his platform to bring awareness to important issues. And then we have people like you who sit behind a screen and criticize everything he does while doing absolutely nothing yourself. Hasan Piker went to Cuba and helped people, and you made a video about a hotel.
Give you one guess who posted that first lady on this lady on their Instagram story? I mean, it could be a million people. Let's be real. All of which are increasingly less relevant than the next, right? All of the above. A source with knowledge of the mediation efforts, Barack 8200 Ravid is back. Okay. What is this? Another one? All right. We'll look at this in a second. Real talk, man. You need to get better at winning. Brother, I don't give a shit about chirpers. If I cared about what people were saying and how they were actively trying to disparage everything I do, I would have fucking killed myself a long ass time ago. Winning. First of all, this is not about winning. It's about doing your very best to help people. That's number one. Number two, even from the point of view of like, if the victory condition for someone like myself is to reach broad awareness on key issues that I care about, then, I mean, look at the issue of Palestine. If there wasn't broad salience on issues that I care about and my advocacy, we would not be receiving this amount of pushback, this amount of coordinated pushback. People say like, oh, don't you dare go anywhere near Hasan, by people who are actively against the candidates that I'm aligning with as well. What's so crazy about it is that they just like take a position. It's very interesting. It's very interesting that the people who are like, for example, with Abdul El-Sayed, there are so many people right now that are genuinely afraid or genuinely antagonistic to Abdul El-Sayed that are trying to give him good advice on who he can and can't collaborate with. You don't want Abdul El-Sayed to win. So if I'm this terrifying figure, then isn't that better? You don't want him to win the primaries. So why are you giving him what you perceive as good advice? It doesn't make any sense, does it? The fact that Cuba, for whatever reason they cook up, is in the mainstream discourse centered around Jews, a massive W in the current media landscape is a huge win, in my opinion. Yeah, that's not good for your cause. Someone that hates your cause. It's always people who hate your cause that say that's not good for your cause. Why should I listen to you? You don't fuck with me. You don't fuck with my values. You're antagonistic to them. Who cares? Trump came after your goat. Not Jessica Tarkov. Not my Jessica Tarkov. Not my Jessica. Hold on, we'll look at this in a second.
Hasan Piker hate is so forced because one second he's on the Vanity Fair red carpet, the next second he's on humanitarian aid to Cuba. Like, come on, a man with duality. Most influencers can't even tap that. They can't even crack into that mentality. And you want to hate Hasan Piker? Impossible. And let me add, he looked great on that red carpet. He looked beautiful. He comes with a pretty face, too. Hasan Piker hate is so forced because one second...
They also misrepresent your and Abdul El-Sayed's positions in the attacks. What is this? Shameful and embarrassing tweet by co-founder of Democratic Majority for Israel, equating all Jewish Americans with AIPAC, a group dedicated to supporting pro-Israel U.S. policies, is an endorsement of a blatantly anti-Semitic dual loyalty trope. I hope he apologizes and retracts. They're not going to do that. Let's be real. Regardless of what one might think of AIPAC, this tweet is blatantly anti-Semitic. Abdul El-Sayed, who wants to be a U.S. senator, is literally blaming Jewish Americans for the war in Iran when it was Trump that decided to go in. AIPAC does not represent Jewish Americans. AIPAC represents Israel, okay? It's that simple. This typical Elders of Zion bullshit is a disgraceful and shameful tweet. I hope Michigan sees through this and votes for anyone but. What is this? Apparently, this is your fault too. Check the words typed out in the pro. What is this? I don't know what this is. I don't know what you're showing me. Conflating AIPAC with all Jews is unironically more anti-Semitic than anything they actually say is anti-Semitic. Yeah. All right, let's hear what Donald Trump had to say about my girl, Jessica Tarkov.
Mr. President, the next time you do this on the 5, can we have you on set? Because we really want you to sit next to Jessica. I think you'd be a good influence.
Well, I think I watch Jessica, and I'm not a fan. And she uses fake numbers. She'll give, well, he's only polling 42%. That's not right. Polling very high, actually. Polls are just like, I hate people that use fake polls because polls are just like bad journalists. Bad journalists, they write fake stories. Well, fake polls do damage also. But that's the thing. I'm sure I'd like her. I'm sure she's a lovely person.
Yeah, she's a lovely person. She really misses the fact that she's not here. I get it.
Yeah.
We're working on her. Don't worry.
Now tell me, did she not want to do it, or did you kick her off the show? Nice.
We didn't kick her off. She had a previous schedule that she couldn't change. But let me ask you about Iran. You kind of suggested that we'd knocked out Ayatollah Jr. Have we? And did the CIA tell you that Ayatollah Jr. is gay?
Well, they did say that, but I don't know if it was only them. I think a lot of people.
Oh, he's still on the phone.
That, which puts him off to a bad start in that particular country. I sort of tell you, he's a very handsome guy. He was a handsome guy. You don't get
the Ayatollah Jr.
He was
no,
going
he's not.
To run
this is a different. This is a different combo.
He told me, and nobody would have beaten him, and he probably would have ended up being president because he had a lot of good things. He was sort of a great guy. I knew them both pretty well. I knew him much better. They would go down to Mar-a-Lago together, and they had a very interesting relationship. They would bicker. I want to be nice. They would bicker together. They would, in other words, have little fights, and then they'd make up and start kissing wildly. So it was one of those relationships, and you never know how those relationships are going to turn out. Frankly, I've seen them go on for years, and I've seen them go on for about 2 days before they broke up. But they would bicker like few people I've ever seen. But the bottom line is, and every woman loved him. He was a truly good-looking guy that was a nice guy, and I think he would have been the senator easily. I mean, easily. And he's going to run for the Senate in New York. And I think he would have gone on perhaps to be the president.
Well, someone who's a little less charming than JFK Jr., God rest his soul, Jimmy Kimmel, one of those lackluster late-night hosts, took aim at your new DHS chief. Let's hear what he had to say last night about Markwayne Mullin.
Trump's got a whole new generation of thinkers lined up, including his newly confirmed Secretary of Homeland Security, Markwayne, Chuck Mike, Bruce Dave Mullen. Maybe Mellon's better. He is the now former senator of Oklahoma. Before he was elected to the Senate, Markwayne Mullin was a low-level MMA fighter and a plumber. That's right. We have a plumber protecting us from terrorism now.
What do you think about those comments?
God, liberals.
Well, I've watched this guy.
If he's a business owner, first of all, he's a small business tyrant. There's no problem with like a regular ass plumber, sitting in a position of power after becoming a politician. Markwayne Mullin presents himself as a plumber. He's not. I just, God, this stuff is, I just don't like it. Classic liberals. Anyway, a source with knowledge of the not only is the plumber thing silly, but then also on top of that, what's up? What do you want? You're bored. Hi. What? Not only is the, show us. Hold on, I'll show you. What? Give me your hand. Other hand. Hi. Yeah, you guys haven't seen her because of the new angle. She's like, scratchies on my throat, please. Anyway, sources with knowledge on the mediation effort said despite public statement rejecting the U.S. proposal, Iranian officials have made it clear they are interested in negotiations. At the same time, the Iranian officials still haven't given a final response to the proposal to hold a high-level meeting with the U.S. in the coming days. The source said the mediators are pressing Tehran to agree to a meeting, but the Iranian officials claim in talks with the mediators that the country's top leadership, Mujtaba, has yet to make a decision. The key issue for the mediators is to make the meeting happen. But the main problem has been mistrust and the Iranian suspicion that the U.S. is tricking them again, the source said. Yeah, no shit. No shit. Oh, there's seemingly a lot of anger from the Republicans about the no-jokes Republicans that want to cancel Drewski. All right, let's continue with this.
I literally think they're going to put up a statue to President Trump, and I'm not being, it's not a political statement, it's an actual thing.
So. That would be a great honor.
No, because it's like they view President Trump like Simon Bowler. He's the liberator of a country, and this...
Buying literal symbols used to propagandize capitalist success denotes you a place of high social value on economic success. No one has ever bought a $5,000 offer because they liked it. They aren't better in any way. It is merely a way to socially represent your status as a capitalist oppressor in the class hierarchy. Then use that status as if you actually worked harder to earn that much. One of my favorite things is usually the people that come in here who like present themselves as like legitimate, like studied Marxist. You know what I mean? 2015 account. Brother, these are ultimately inconsequential things, okay? You are deciding these things. I don't believe in these things. You also don't even understand how I've acquired these things, okay? Attack his argument, not him. Exactly. I am attacking his argument and not him. Do you understand? The symbolism that you place on the articles of clothing that I wear is in your mind, okay? That's it. Because at the end of the day, the level of financial success that I've attained would not change whether I wear tattered clothes or expensive articles of clothing. And this is before we even realize that, you know, when you are an influencer or when you have a big platform, people just like send you shit. Okay? This is not a serious or sincere argument. You are demanding that I guess, LARP. If this was the case, Asmongold would be the true communist from your perspective, regardless of the reactionary garbage that he puts out on a daily basis. Do you find yourself in agreement with that? Do you think Asmongold, who wears the same tattered t-shirt over and over again, is actually a communist? Both Asmongold and Moist Critical are far wealthier than I am, and yet they wear regular articles of clothing. I mean, I do as well, but, you know, I do have expensive articles of clothing. I think it's just an inconsistency, Hasan. Everyone has these. It's a losing battle. It's not a battle at all. It's not. And it's not something that I have... he's not lumpen. He's not a lumpen prole. No, you're wrong. He's not a prole at all. He owns multiple businesses. This is what I mean. This is pure aesthetic markers that you are identifying and hyper-focusing on. It's pure liberalism. Okay? That's it. Why are you so smug, Lamau? I don't know. It might just be my ESL brain. For people who fancy themselves to be Marxists, orthodox Marxists, they should be focusing on not how much money that someone has, what clothes they wear, but how they make the money. Are they making it through wages? Is the overwhelming majority of their revenue coming from voluntary subscriptions or direct wages? Do they continue to accumulate capital if they stop working? These are the questions that you must be asking yourself. Okay? It's a self-defeating argument to begin with. It's a self-defeating argument to begin with because it is a demand oftentimes made by reactionaries, and it's yet one that unfortunately self-identifying socialists also engage in. It's very strange, okay? It's a very strange thing that I see people do all the time. And I'm the worst person to potentially make this argument because everyone, whenever I talk about it, even though I had this exact same perspective when I didn't have any expensive clothes whatsoever, any money whatsoever. And yet now that I make it, people say, oh, you're just defending yourself. You're engaging in a defensive posture. You just want to do hyperconsumption. You just want to do hyperconsumption. You're selfish, right? But it's also a self-defeating argument. And it's oftentimes one that, like, it should make you realize that it's a stupid argument to launch against people who are socialist. You should recognize that when you see the primary vectors of this attack coming from right-wingers. And yet, in many circumstances, a lot of self-identifying socialists also lean into it as well, not realizing that they're like joining forces with the reactionaries. It's just a way to say, like, oh, being a socialist is about being a woke scold. Being a socialist is about living an ascetic life. You can't have markers of success in any way, shape, or form. Not that it matters to me, right? So I don't do it because I want to present myself as like a successful person or whatever. Though, bro, you've always had some influence and money. Yeah, I was 7 years old as an influential content creator. Does that make sense? I met your uncle. You think Jank is fucking caked up? What are you, crazy? That's not a great argument. Cars and clothing have a physical value and does represent something more than just a shirt. We agree on most everything. Just I saw you on the street in that car. I think you were a complete douche. There's ideological substance behind clothing and cars. They represent something more sometimes when used as symbols of propaganda. Okay, good. There's also a propaganda component to it anyway. Okay, the propaganda component comes from the fact that by and large in society, these are markers of success. People look at that and they go, wow, I would like to have that. These are lifestyle signifiers that are presented as like aspirational goals. At the end of the day, it all stems from this. You don't personally care about fashion, which is fine, right? There are other things that you like. And if I were to identify whatever the thing that you like and spend a good deal of money, the same deal of money, or even larger lump sums of cash on the thing that you like, you would find that excessive consumption to be appropriate. It's just on this circumstance, many people don't give a shit about it. That's it. But ultimately, it's unproductive all the same. Isn't your mom a mega landlord? Yes, the biggest. Very wealthy family and background, yes. Super powerful. Notice how this is just an entry point into establishing like some kind of insincerity. I take care of my family financially. I'm very fortunate. I'm very, very fortunate. And therefore, I can do that. You know, I paid for their student loan debt. I paid for my mom's student loan debt, my brother's as well. These are not substantive critiques, many of which is just made up. And it's endlessly frustrating that people who are claiming to be Marxist or people who are claiming to be self-identifying socialists who get duped by totally reactionary framing that hyper-focus on the aesthetics like as this person is doing. People are gangbanging with all sorts of stuff. I can't address it at all. And I don't really care that much. It seems like you do. But I also don't believe Hasan. He wears that shit because it's expensive to brag, whether he realizes it or not. Or maybe that's not the case at all. Maybe it's because I like fashion. And some fashion brands are very cool and they send me shit. And sometimes I even purchase it myself. Perhaps that's the case. If you've watched me for long enough, you know I'm very transparent about my beliefs and very transparent with my actions, perhaps a little bit too revealing. So why the cynicism? Why do you think I have an ulterior motive in this case? It's totally surface level, totally hyper-focused on aesthetics. And it's ironic because oftentimes it is a reactionary critique. And yet a lot of self-identifying Marxists and socialists find themselves whipped up into a frenzy by this reactionary critique that is deployed insincerely, especially this last iteration of the insincere manufactured outrage campaign came at the heels of a humanitarian aid mission to a country that is currently being starved by the largest imperial superpower. The United States of America is directly and deliberately starving the Caribbean island nation of Cuba, okay, a communist country. How can you call yourselves good socialists or anti-imperialists when falling for the most bottom-of-the-barrel propaganda, becoming warriors for the reactionary cause, adding on to the distraction, diluting the goals of this trip personally, think. You're eating the bait. You're swallowing it. Yeah, see, my hobbies have creative value. Designer clothing only holds value because of how expensive it is, and I guess to be a clothing item, but 99% to be only expensive. See, exactly. You just already revealed they're worthless if you can't brag. It's ironic because I've never mentioned any of the prices of my clothing ever in my entire fucking life. And the only reason why you think you know what it is, by the way, there's no truth to what these people are fucking claiming anyway. Okay? Most of my shit is vintage or gifted or sent in PR drops. But the irony is there's never been a point. You saw that. Who's reactionary presented it as a talking point and you got fucking played. Also, you literally admitted, yeah, your hobbies that you like have creative value. You feel like your hobbies are important to you. You have a different set of standards. But at the end of the day, fashion is also artistic expression. I'm not going to defend that. It doesn't matter. My point is, this is an utterly unproductive conversation, and I hope you can comprehend that. Bro, you take pics, everyone knows how expensive the brands are. That's the entire point. No, they don't. No, they do not. No, they do not. None of them have like branding on them. But again, you refuse to recognize this. When I was broke, I was still trying to seek out drip. And now that I have the capabilities of purchasing it, oftentimes it's free regardless. In any case, let's get back to situation monitoring.
This is a country where they love American baseball. You look on the street, they're wearing NBA jerseys. And Delcy and her team working with us, getting back. Chris and I both experienced it was the first.
The thing is, you keep getting hit by this criticism time and again. Why haven't you developed more visible work that would provide an effective counter narrative? You've been in here for 39 months. You've given me a $5 subscription for 39 months. How the fuck is it my fault, dude? What are you talking about? I haven't created visible work. Okay, now I'm starting to get pissed off. Brother, why do you think this became a point of controversy, a point of contention? You literally are blaming me for you eating the fucking bait. The visible work in this circumstance would have been, going to Cuba. You have to, at a certain point, realize, if you read my earlier comment, I said, I don't care about your clothes. Okay. At a certain point, you have to realize, if I stay at home and do commentary, I'm actually just farming donations off of other people's plight. If I actually directly go to an area of impact to try to physically help, then I'm performative and fake once again. Okay? If I wear expensive clothes that I never reveal how much they are, they say, oh, you're a hypocrite. You're socialist, but rich. Which, again, those two things are both true, right? But it's not hypocritical. If I wear tattered clothing, then they say I'm a LARPer. You know what I mean? I want to see people's work enabled by my donations. I mean, you've been in here long enough. I think you know that that's happening, right? Not just the one-time fundraisers. Okay, brother. Let's continue.
First time in Venezuelan history that they had the free press allowed to come on to essentially where the White House, the Palacio Miraflores. Yeah. And it was an emotional thing for people that had been for 20 years had never had a chance to be there. So whether it's and then production, it's showing up in production. The American companies that are coming back, most of those American companies have many American Venezuelan team members. One company in Houston's got 600 Venezuelan Americans that know more about reviving that industry. So their GDP is a 1/4 of what it was before. They want to get back. They remember what it was. Their production on oil production is climbing towards 50% increase just in the 3 months we've been here. That flows to American refineries on the Gulf Coast, lowering the price of gas in America. So it's a
forget that. When are they going to do the statue?
Are you thinking of taking control of Iran's oil?
It's an option. I mean, I wouldn't talk about it, but it's an option.
Is that something you've thought about?
Well, in Venezuela, we've done very well working with Venezuela, certainly. And we've taken in billions and billions of dollars. And by the way, Venezuela is doing better right now than they've ever done in the history of their country. And it's sort of like a joint venture. But the United States has made a lot of money, Marco, right? With it. Do you want to talk about that for a second?
About Venezuela?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Venezuela in the first 2 months of this year generated more revenue from oil sales than they had most of all of last year. But the money's not being stolen anymore. And it's being held in a U.S. Treasury blocked account. And to the extent it's flowing to the Venezuela.
It's not being stolen anymore is crazy. What do you mean? You're literally describing theft. It's incredible that somehow leftists are still doing this shit. If you wore Carhartt, you'd be cosplaying. If you wear expensive clothes you've had forever that are expensive, you're a champagne socialist. If you're a leftist falling for the shit, you're a fucking idiot. Yeah. Like, what's wrong with me wanting to know? I was like, outlets like Dropsite have provided some sort of security after I donate to you and you're relying on their work so much. What? Make it visible so people can't keep kicking you in the dick about it? Brother, I've donated both publicly and privately, like, and fundraised to the tune of multiple millions of dollars over the 39 months that you have been a subscriber of. You've been watching since 2020. You've seen it. You've probably participated in it. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you've literally been here. What are you talking about? You've seen it happen. What do you want me to do? Constantly fucking turn around and be like, look at how wonderful of a philanthropist I am. It's idiotic. Again, other than big fundraisers, here, like one example, like Oliver Larkin came on the broadcast. I maxed out to his campaign because anything beyond that is, you know, going to be anything beyond the $7,000 is going to be illegal, right? I maxed out to his campaign. You didn't see it. You didn't hear about it. So it doesn't exist. And I also didn't publicize it or highlight it. But like, just because I didn't do that doesn't mean that it did not happen. You just didn't see it. So you don't know about it. You want me to constantly fucking repeat and explain everything that I do, make it more visible because you want to appeal to the aesthetic focus of liberals. It also doesn't make sense when you say other than big fundraisers. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And now that I have revealed this, right, all of a sudden you're flexing. Oh, look at me. If you're a Western anarchist, dogmatic online leftist, I hope you wake the fuck up after seeing this. Yeah. No, I don't want you undermined. If you don't want me undermined, why are you undermining the shit that you have also personally seen? Literally saying that the big fundraisers are irrelevant. Why would that be irrelevant to you? You're currently doing it. You're currently doing it. You're launching this as a reasonable critique as a longtime fan. Many people will see this and will make videos about it. They'll say Hasan's own fans are turning on him. They have recognized that he is actually a hypocritical grifter. Those videos will get millions of views. That'll continue along with the same cycle of outrage manufacturing. Meanwhile, if we talked hard enough, long enough, you would probably recognize that these claims are actually silly because you bring in tens of thousands of dollars every month aside from those fundraisers. Okay. All of this unironically turns into, once again, why socialism but rich? That's it. That's literally it. That's not a critique at all. Okay. Why socialism but rich? Show me all of your fucking, I as a singular individual need to go through your finances personally. That's insane. You're not engaging in praxis at all. You're just being a fucking weirdo.
As well in government, it's going to help people, like fund hospitals, pay teachers. It's not
and we get a lot of it, and they got more than they have in many years. Think of it. We get a lot of it. We have a deal. We get a lot of it. We had 100 million, think of this, 100 million barrels we took in the first 2 weeks. 100 million barrels. That's a lot of oil. It's a lot of ships. And we got some, and they got some. We paid for the ships. A lot of money left over. And Venezuela has done better now with us. Call it a partner, call it whatever you want. We've made a lot of money, and they've made a lot of money. We've paid for the cost of that military hit many, many times over. And we've only just started. Our relationship.
Look, this person comes in periodically and says this all the time. Look, Destiny posted old clips of you on Twitter where you said polls are a stupid nation. I saw them all and I'm sad. I'm not a fan of him, but I didn't know you hated us. Really? So why did you come in and on 317 and say, why do you hate the Poles and repeat Polish jokes from the times of the Ku Klux Klan when we were not considered white in the same way as the Irish? And then you heard me say that and you said, thanks, based, love you. So did your brain reset? What took place here? Are you sincere? Or are you just trying to get a clip? Like, this is so strange. It's jokes, chatter. It's jokes. Like when I say people from Naperville are banned, imagine if people would come in here and be like, how dare you say this about Naperville?
With Venezuela has been amazing. The people, actually, I'm the highest polling person. And in other words, after the presidency, I think I may go to Venezuela and run for president against Elsie. So, JD, please.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you It's good to see everybody. Proud to be part of this team. Proud to be serving the president of the country. Let me just say a couple things. The first of all is the president summarized this very ably. But look, the Iranian conventional military is effectively destroyed. They don't have a navy. They don't have the ability to hit us like they could have even a few weeks ago. And what that does is that gives us options, Mr. President. Now, there's been a lot of reporting about diplomatic options, about negotiations. There's, of course, Pete and his team. There are further military options. But what we have now that we didn't have when the president took over just a little over a year ago is the ability to use every tool at our disposal to ensure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. Because when I say options, I think it's important the American people know options for what? And it's options to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. You talk about people who walk into a crowded supermarket and have a vest on, and they blow up the vest and a couple of people.
That's a weird thing to say. That's a strange thing to say. Hold on.
And it's options to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. You talk about people who walk into a crowded supermarket and have a vest on, and they blow up the vest and a couple of people get killed, and that's a terrible tragedy. What happens when what's on the vest is not something that can kill a couple of people, but can kill many, many tens of thousands of people? That is the most important American national security objective that exists for any administration at any time, is you don't want the worst people in the world to have a nuclear.
What the fuck's he signaling here? Strange. Dick Cheney. Welcome back, Dick Cheney. He said 9/11 too might happen. Who knows? I mean, Iran. A nuclear vest, by the way, I don't even think that that's such a capability exists. Is he leaking the script? Is that what it is?
Nuclear weapon. That's why the president is doing this. That's why the president cares so much about this. Steve talked a little bit about the details of the negotiation, but the last thing I'll say before I turn it over to Marco is I'm very mindful, of course, that we have a lot of folks overseas.
Yeah, he said we can't let the smoking gun become a mushroom cloud.
Fighting very ably for the United States of America. I know Pete and the whole team, we're very proud of them, but they're fighting at a time where we are about to enter as Christians the most important week of the Christian calendar, the Holy Week that celebrates the return of Jesus Christ to Jerusalem. And so I want to say to all of my fellow American Christians, but particularly those serving in the Gulf, that I wish you all a very blessed Easter, a very blessed Holy Week, and we continue to stand behind you and continue to support you every step of the way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Be sure to like and
kind of shit's so goddamn annoying.
Mr. President, it is my distinct honor to be a member of your cabinet and to report to you and your team on our negotiations with Iran. Mr. President, you directed Jared and I to pursue a diplomatic resolution with Iran prior to Operation Epic Fury, which we did. However, it became quite clear during these meetings with the Iranian negotiating team that we could not make a deal that fulfilled your objectives of the following: no enrichment whatsoever, no chance of weaponizing whatsoever, decommissioning of Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan, which you destroyed in Operation Midnight Hammer, no stockpiling of any material, which they flagrantly violated, turning all enriched material over to us, and a cutback in Iran's missile inventory and range capability of those same missiles. Throughout our meetings with the Iranians, we heard the following from them. The Iranians have the inalienable right to enrich. Then we heard they possessed enough 60% enriched material, 460 kilograms, to make 11 atomic bombs. Finally,
I don't know. Someone asked in the chat, like, is this the turning point for Trump? I just don't know what it will be. It will come. It's inevitable. But I don't know how much punishment the cattle will take until they slowly start moving against them.
we heard the following
I just don't know.
They would not give up diplomatically what we could not win militarily. In other words, they were again miscalculating the success of Midnight Hammer, which was a total success. These are incontrovertible signs, among many other signs, sir, that their regime had not given their negotiating team authority to make a deal required by you. We conferred with you and all the other members of your foreign policy team, Susie Wiles, Pete Hegseth, the chairman, Marco Rubio, JD, Scott Bessent, Chris Wright, John Radcliffe, throughout all of these negotiations, and we were repeatedly rebuffed on everything we asked for. I have no doubt that we exhausted all efforts on behalf of a peaceful resolution, as you directed. Jared and I both agreed that the Iranians were there to buy time until a weaker president arrived. This was a flawed strategy, as your clear direction was to never allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon today or any time in the future. Against that backdrop and our compelling military successes in epic fury, we have had multiple reach-outs from the region and others who want to play a role in ending this conflict peacefully. I can report to you today that we have, along with your foreign policy team, presented a 15-point action list that forms the framework for a peace deal. This has been circulated through the Pakistani government, acting as the mediator. And this has resulted in strong and positive messaging in talks, as you just indicated to the press. But these are sensitive diplomatic discussions, and you have directed us to maintain confidentiality on the specific terms and not negotiate through the news media as others do. I can say this: we will see where things lead, and if we can convince Iran that this is the inflection point with no good alternatives for them, other than more death and destruction. We have strong signs that this is a possibility, and if a deal happens, it will be great for the country of Iran, for the entire region, and the world at large. Your policy of peace through strength is the most effective tool for a diplomatic resolution here, just as this policy was an effective tool in each and
it's never it's something that I constantly am reminded of, like the American lack of interest in like understanding our foreign adversaries sincerely, that like the principal negotiator on the American side doesn't even say the name of the country he's negotiating with correctly. American hubris. He keeps saying Iran, Iran, Iran. Even small things like that, I think, reveal the American attitude about these sorts of things. And it's unironically a weakness. It's a weakness. It shows that you don't care enough about studying this country that you're dealing with, even in a moment where like this country is actually punishing you, right? Like, it's very strange. Idiots view it as a flex. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. But like, you can only get to do that if you're winning. You don't get to do that when you're losing. And one might even assume that you're losing because you undermined your opponent. You underestimated your opponent. To me, it's an indication of it's a telltale sign that the American attitude, being the imperial hegemon for so many decades at this point, has created this institutional rot. Because we've never had to deal diplomatically with another even partner in the world, we don't think we ever need to. But it's not 1997 any longer, right? It's 2026. We are now officially living in a multipolar world. What will it take for America to recognize that?
every one of all of the other conflicts you settled in your first year. Iran is looking for an off-ramp following your powerful threat on Saturday. Your indications that you are willing to listen to peace proposals have been well received. You have instructed us that your preference is always peace, and that we should make that our priority. We have delivered that message, sir, along with the 15 points for peace.
Qatar's prime minister just finished a meeting at the Pentagon and is expected to meet Vice President J.D. Vance later this evening, per source familiar. Yeah, I think there's Gulf states that have a very different attitude from here, like Qatar. And then there are Gulf states that have been posturing for more war, like the United Arab Emirates. Perhaps this will help you understand where things will go. Iran's IRGC-linked Fars news agency maps UAE energy sites as potential targets. An infographic circulating in Iranian media outlets, Iranian media outlines key energy infrastructure across the United Arab Emirates, including power stations, nuclear facilities, and solar hubs as potential targets in the event of escalation. Key sites identified are, nuclear power plant, desalination complex, a power station, another power plant, a solar park. The report claims strikes on these sites could trigger widespread blackouts and disrupt desalination industry and data centers, with cascading effects on the UAE's economy and regional trade. Now, the reason why they're saying that is because the United Arab Emirates yesterday, my dad is back to his old ways of lighting the kitchen on fire. You guys might be hearing the beeps in the background currently. Yeah. The reason why they're putting out this threat is because the United Arab Emirates has been really aggressive in their messaging, demanding more war, saying that they're gonna lean into more warfare, saying that they're going to, saying that they want to join the battle, right? This is the Iranian response to those statements. And what's really interesting about the UAE saying it at this moment, like the timing of this is so stupid for the UAE. One, the United Arab Emirates doesn't have the capacity. Like there's nothing that they can do that America can't do, right? The gear that they're using is American, and they don't even have the standing military, right? They have, I guess, Colombian mercenaries. So that's number one. Number two, they have so much to lose in this process, and they're doing this at a time when America, maybe it's fake, maybe it's not, is signaling that they want to de-escalate. Another country that has the similar opinion is Saudi Arabia. He is straight up demanding or vowing revenge. And I don't understand why they're talking like this when they're in fucking striking distance. It's kind of strange to be doing this when you've been getting struck the hardest. And on top of that, like, you're not Israel. Like, America's not going to protect you. Abdullah Mohammed Butti Al-Hamed, chairman of the National Media Authority, says the problem with some countries in the region is not that they fail to see the danger, but that they see it and then hesitate, understand it and then bargain over it, recognize its source and then choose to avoid naming it. For this reason, the region did this whole fucking long thing, right? He's like talking about Iran, the dangers that Iran presents, and having to fight back. Saudis were in open war against the UAE in the months leading up to the Iran war. It seems from the statement that hostilities are still hot despite the war, which makes me wonder if it's the Emirati lobby that keeps planting stories claiming MBS is pushing Trump to bomb Iran harder. Ugh. Will anything good ever happen again? I mean, things are happening. They're doing it to increase the trust in people so they don't leave and continue trusting. How is that bringing any confidence to the population so they don't leave? The idea that like the conflict will expand. If I'm an influencer in Dubai, I'm getting my next Botox surgery elsewhere, okay? I'm getting the fuck out of Dubai if I hear the Emirates talking big shit. I see the fucking Emirates not flipping their phones, but instead flipping out on Iran, signaling that the conflict will expand. And now the Iranians are saying like, oh, you're not going to have any clean water on Emirati soil. I'm getting the fuck out of there. I want to see the Emirates flipping their phones in slow motion. That's all I want to see. I don't want to see nothing else. Why are the Emiratis in conflict with Saudi Arabia? Because Saudi Arabia is the big boy in the region, and Emiratis have been moving in the direction of Israel and kind of leading the Gulf in that direction. And the Saudis are worried about that because they're worried they might lose their influence.
Finally, we have told Iran one last thing. Don't miscalculate again.
Good. Thank you very much. Good job. Doing a great job. Everybody around this table is doing a great job. Marco?
The most important job any president has is to keep the American people safe. And every president says it, but we have a president that means it and does something about it. As the president outlined very clearly to the world on the night this operation began, Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years. For 47 years, Iran has been killing Americans and attacking Americans across this planet. And other presidents had an opportunity to do something about it. And they all warned about how Iran was dangerous, but they refused to act. And this president's not someone that's going to refuse to act.
Yeah,
he's not going to leave a danger like this in place. He's going to address it, and that is what he is doing. From the very first night of this operation, the president made it very clear. People like this, and now what I'm talking about is not the people of Iran. The people that run this country are radical Shia clerics. These are religious fanatics. Look what they are doing now. At their weakest point, this is the weakest Iran has ever been, and look at what they're doing. They're attacking embassies. They're attacking hotels.
Dude, what? I mean, calling the Iranian guys religious clerics, I mean, it's true, they are, right? But like, it's a real says you moment. But then to turn around and be like, well, they're hitting targets that are in civilian territory. Brother, you are the Secretary of State for the United States of America. Fuck you mean? There's two countries that have no leg to stand on when it comes to talking about other countries and how they choose to wage war and you know, target civilian infrastructure, and that's the United States of America and Israel. Like, Russia is another example, right, of a country that actually wages war in this way and causes terror. And even Russia's targeting is not as fucking insane as Israel's. It's like not, you know what I mean? Like, there's no country that comes close to Israel. America being number 2, and then Russia being number 3.
Imagine what these people would do if they had a nuclear weapon. That is an unacceptable risk for the world. By the way, the president's not just doing a favor to the United States and to our people. This is for the world. He defined very clearly on the first night of this operation what the goal was. We were going to destroy Iran's navy, and that is happening. We were going to, if it hasn't already happened, I'll let Pete speak to the specifics of it. We were going to destroy their missile launching capabilities. We're well on our way to achieving that goal. Factories, so they couldn't make more missiles and more drones, and that is moving forward. Every single objective the president clearly laid out on the first night of this operation is being effectuated. Again, Pete will speak to the specifics of it. This has been an incredibly successful operation. Every day, it may not get covered because, you know, we're unlike them. We're not bombing embassies and hotels. We're hitting military targets. But every day, the Department of War let
the opening salvo literally hit a hospital and very famously a school and a facility where there were people playing volleyball.
Let's the drummer get wicked over every portion of Iran that has these military capabilities, and the results are going to bear fruit for the world. The world is going to be a safer and a better place when President Trump's mission here is achieved. And frankly, I think countries around the world, even those that are out there complaining about this a little bit, should actually be grateful that the United States has a president that's willing to confront a threat like this and not allow it to continue to persist. Because these people will kill as many Americans as they have a chance to do, and if they have a nuclear weapon, as the Vice President pointed out, they could kill millions of Americans in the future, and that is a risk that was not going to continue to exist as long as we had this president.
Thank you, Marco. You know, it's very interesting because yesterday I was watching, is it Anthony Blinken? And he was saying that they should have done it. But they didn't do it. Nobody did it. Nobody did it. For 47 years, Marco, that's...
Yeah, because it's insane. Look at the results, dumbass.
Posters of Iran's supreme leader, along with Hezbollah flags, line the one remaining road to the city of Tyre, as does debris from repeated, devastating Israeli airstrikes. Southern Lebanon is being cut off from the rest of the country, with at least 7 bridges destroyed by Israeli missiles in the past few days.
This is what's left of the main bridge that connected the city of Tyre over there with the rest of Lebanon. And the Israelis have said they plan on seizing all territory south of this, the Litani River, as what they call a security zone. It would in reality, of course, be another occupation.
Israel is talking about taking control of around 10% of Lebanon. It says to prevent Hezbollah rocket fire across the border. Tyre, one of the world's oldest inhabited cities, would fall within the so-called security zone. Most of its residents have fled following Israeli evacuation orders, but not all.
In your neighborhood, how many people are still here? How many people are there?
The apartment block in front of Salwa's home has been completely destroyed. This strike here came with a beforehand. Others don't.
Why is the world watching without helping? Look at the children. Look at the people dying. I'm not afraid to die, and I will stay in my land. May God protect the resistance. They are the ones protecting us. I feel devastated seeing the people, the children in the streets. Why?
Is this a price?
There's no fate worse than having to live so close to Israel. Like, it sucks so bad. There's no fate worse than that. They have an insatiable, endless appetite for death and destruction and conquering more territory. It just sucks.
Worth paying because there are other people in this country who think it's not.
May God protect the men of the resistance.
Bro literally is looking at a woman who is staring at her bummed out apartment. Family members probably died, and going, well, don't you think that the rest of the country might have a different attitude about the only people who are militarily resisting against the people that did this to your neighborhood? Dude, this is victim blaming. Okay? That's what this is. I don't understand how the Western media doesn't realize that they're like why? Like, you brought it upon yourselves. Don't you feel like you brought it upon yourselves by resisting, by pushing back? That's all this is. And it's unbelievable that Channel 4 does this all the time. Every time there's a new campaign that opens up, it's like they forgot about what Israel is, and they're just working their way through it with the same exact framework every time. It's such a strange, fascinating thing to observe, especially after the last 2.5 years. New front opens up. These guys reset. Hey, this country that has never stopped doing against your people, this country that has militarily occupied you for 2 decades in the past, don't you hate that there's a military pushing back against that? Don't you feel like the existence of said military force justifies these out buildings that we're looking at where your family used to live? Who is too lazy to try? Why are there so many people saying, what the too lazy to try made a video about you? I don't know who this is. I have no idea who that is. He's pretty good. U.S. Ambassador to Lebanon says that he's received word from Israel that they will spare Christian villages in South Lebanon, but they cannot guarantee even this. Shia villages, presumably, I watch them all the time. Well, the title is When Performative Activism Goes Wrong with Your Face on It, so I doubt he's good. No, he's not good. He just shits on Joe Rogan and other meathead podcasters constantly, farming schizos. Too lazy to try is awesome. He does a lot of videos on the Rogan sphere. Okay. Well, what are you gonna do? He's not awesome, but he's occasionally accurate. He's a centrist, been covering a lot of Epstein and Joe Rogan. It's funny. Yeah, we'll check back with him in 2 years when the dust is settled, and they'll be saying the exact same shit that I'm saying now, you know? That's usually how it goes. All these centrists, all these dumbass centrist accounts or people who present themselves as apolitical will shit on me endlessly for being at the tip of the spear, and then they'll turn around and agree with my position. The hatred won't go away. They'll move on to the next thing that I'm saying that they, find themselves disagreeing with or farming outrage off of. And then they'll agree with my point none the same. Nonetheless, it is what it is. What are you going to do? I think it just comes from a place of like, you know what it is? I think it comes from a place of not doing shit, right? A lot of people don't do anything and they feel like They feel a sense of despair around it. So instead of being like, why am I not doing something? Maybe I could do more. They just choose to disparage people who do actually do things. That's where it comes from. Why do so many haters say you flip-flop on your opinions? I can't think of an example. I think most people don't know what my positions are, and they just see other people hating, and they either believe the framing, or they just don't really give a shit, and they want to farm views off of it because they know it'll get a lot of views. But yeah, I don't know who this guy is. He called you a man-child? Yeah. Yeah, unlike my activism, which is operating a comedy YouTube video essay channel where I just yell at people who are trying to do their best, you know? This is peak activism, peak praxis. Guys, it's performative to try to do shit. It's performative to try to do shit, okay? That's why I am not performative. I never do anything. You made a hate video 4 years ago when you blocked him on Twitter. I blocked him on Twitter. Sounds like he's going to piss off some viewers. Anti-Rogan, anti-Hasan is a weird niche. No, it's not. No, there's a lot of like dumbass centrists who've never actually thought about. There's a lot of dumbass centrists who've never actually thought about anything beyond like, oh, Republicans suck. But you know, I hate extremes on both sides. Who never actually think about like the impact that American actions have on places like Cuba. It's very easy for them to feel like they're in the moral center above everyone else. Intellectuals.
Children are dying in front of us. Don't we have to resist? Look at the destruction. We can't sleep. I'm not afraid for myself, but for my family.
Here in southern Lebanon, Hezbollah, also known as the Resistance, has widespread popular support. For some, staying is a political statement. Others feel they have nowhere else to go, so remain in this seaside city. Tyre Christian Quarter has largely been spared Israeli bombs. Madonna, yes, that's right, Madonna, refuses to let the disturb her daily morning walk.
Of course we are worried, but I'm not afraid. We worried to leave our home forever, yani, and this I don't want to leave my place. I want to stay here.
Some people in Lebanon were into this war. Other people have been critical about it. What do most people?
We don't want the war from the beginning. It's not our choice to make the war. We don't want the war. We want the peace.
Peace is not an option for now, with Israeli planes overhead and Hezbollah's cross-border attacks continuing. A country that has seen so much conflict wonders when and how this war will end.
Well, in the last few moments here in southern Lebanon, we've heard quite a bit of both outgoing and some incoming fire. Now, after the last round of fighting here around 18 months ago, Israel occupied a number of positions just across the border inside Lebanese territory, in response, they say, to Hezbollah's refusal to disarm. Now they're trying to expand that area of territory that they control, deliberately flattening civilian homes in some villages along the way. It's hard to envisage them reaching up to this city of Tyre, though they did that in the 1980s. It does seem as if Israeli soldiers are advancing slowly on the ground, even if they are encountering resistance from Hezbollah. What could get in the way of Israel's plans is an Iranian demand. Apparently, Iran...
Bro, wow. Let's bust out the fucking flares, dude. Associated Press is making their news outlet say the truth into a newsworthy event in and of itself. AP is calling Israel's attack on Lebanon an invasion. What does that mean and why does it matter? I mean, I know that it's like contrary to what you expect from mainstream outlets in the United States of America, but it's like fucking unbelievable that like this is only now happening. It's just so fucking annoying. We have reported the news. We are reporting the news accurately, guys. Alert the presses. Well, we are the presses.
Making one of its conditions for ending its war with the United States an end to this conflict here. So much uncertainty, so much at stake.
It looks to me like this is increasingly a massive quagmire. from which it's very difficult to see how Donald Trump pulls one of his usual extrication operations where he claims victory and moves on and everyone kind of pretends it didn't happen.
What's a quagmire? Why is the quality so bad?
Too big a deal for him to be able to do that, I think.
Yeah. So I have a solution to this, but first let me wade through all the lies that have been said. So if you notice, before the war, people like Ben Ferguson were saying, oh, we're not necessarily going to attack. Donald Trump's a peace president. He's not going to attack. He's not going to put in ground troops. That's not what I said ever. Yeah.
I never said it. Go find a video. Go look at YouTube. Listen to any one of my shows. I never said that.
So
not one damn time.
This is why I shout.
Wait, so you're saying you never said Donald Trump was a peace president? So you were critical of Donald Trump saying he's a peace president? Because like if you're pro-Trump and Trump said he's a peace president, then it makes perfect sense to claim that you're also saying it. Oh, I never said Trump's a peace president. He's a president. Bitch, if you're pro-Trump, then yeah, you were saying Trump is a peace president. That's it.
On your program, because every time I start talking, some Israel first son of a comes in and starts talking over me. Hey, you made all your Israeli talking points already.
Flag, bro.
Be quiet.
Right
my ass.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cenk,
see,
you've actually done. Cenk,
so then here's the other line.
Cenk, for 15 minutes, you've managed to stay relatively calm. Don't blow it now.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's what Israel First does. They just jabber, jabber, jabber. Anyway, so here we go. So then Ben said, and all the Israel First clowns said, oh, we're doing this for the Iranian protesters. And once we start bombing them and murdering them, they're going to love us. And now he's saying, well, of course the protesters can't come out in the streets.
Never said that either.
We're bombing them. We're bombing them.
Pretty impressive.
That's what we said. All right.
Yeah,
all right, here we go. Will you shut the up? Will you shut up?
If you're putting words in my mouth that I never said,
Israeli talking points.
Be quiet. I'll never be quiet when you put lies into my mouth of things I never said.
That's why we have to shout on this show, because these assholes won't shut the fuck up.
Like,
all right, just to be clear, just to be clear, I think there are actually less chances of Ben Ferguson shutting the up than there are of the Bob Hope analogy I gave earlier. So why don't we just assume both of you can be equally garrulous? Cenk, finish your point.
No, I haven't interrupted him once. Okay, so look, guys, we're ignoring the 800-pound gorilla in the room. For example, if somebody was to come in here and they were going to listen to this discussion or debate, but we told them ahead of time, hey, these guys are all clean and honest, then they'd listen to it and try to figure out what's happening. If we told them ahead of time, someone gave them $100 million to all say the same thing, we'd go, well, then we're a little bit more skeptical, to say the least. So that is what's happening with our politicians. Israel has given Congress $100 million. They've given Donald Trump $337 million. So this is all a fake conversation.
But these are tiny amounts of money. They spent billions on day one of the war.
You're cutting me off, Piers.
These are tiny amounts of money you're talking about.
You're making up crap.
Tiny amounts of money. Yeah. Piers, are you mental?
Do you know how much got spent?
Do you know how much got spent on day one of the war? $337 million that the Adelsons have given to Donald Trump because he is corrupt and easily purchasable. The Adelsons are corrupt and Israelis. The Israeli Adelsons gave Jonathan Pollard a trip on their private jet back to Israel and celebrated him like a hero because they love people betraying America for Israel.
But you don't think... I mean, that's true. Everything he said is true. I'm worried about his health, man. Jesus Christ. Let's be real. Unc, on this issue, is very good. And this is an issue where he used to scold me all the time, if you remember. So I'm glad.
I can prove it! I can prove it! So tell me if we should put American troops or Israeli troops in. Okay, why are we putting our guys in? Ben Ferguson, that traitor, said that it was no big deal that 13 Americans died. It's a huge deal.
Never said that.
13 Americans died. Why do you send your goddamn Israeli friends into a war?
Take the blood pressure meds, bro.
They started it.
Never said by me. Never said by me. You know what? So much shit.
I'm never going to let anyone else on this program talk, because the minute I start talking, they start interrupting and go, oh, Israel's the greatest. Israel's the greatest.
Okay.
They bribed all of our politicians. It is exceedingly clear. So stop working for Israel, you corrupt.
I mean, he's right. But these kinds of shows, I mean, I love when he pops off. But on these kinds of shows, you got to like trigger them instead. You know what I mean? That's why when I was like, you're turning red, Vinny, that turned into a clip, right? Or even if you pop off, you got to have like a small pop off. You can't have like a consistent pop off. You know, you let the cortisol spike. I'm with you. I'm just saying.
Trump sons of bitches. Work for America. Here's your solution. Here's your solution, and it's super simple. We get the out of there.
Okay.
We have zero interest in there. None, none, none. So let
And
Israel,
now you know
who
why
started
Trump
this
had to
war,
do what he
deal
had to
with
do.
their
He's
own
gotta
war.
deal with people
You
like
put in the
this.
ground troops. You answer this question. Should we be
Sure.
sending Israeli ground troops or American ground troops?
I think there's no major ground troop movements because the president's made it clear we're not invading the country. If you listen to what he said, you would already know that, not have to ask
If we
that
put
question.
in ground troops, now that's
There- I
another
don't-
lie. He'll come
what
back
about
and say,
Israel?
"Oh, I always said we were going to put in ground troops."
You know what? Okay,
Who is
look,
it?
I'm going to call an
American
end
or
to this.
Israeli?
Cenk, the
American
truth is,
or Israeli?
The truth is,
American or Israeli?
All right, Cenk,
Which ground troops?
Cenk, calm down. The truth is, the American military has sent several thousand Marines into the area. They'll take a few more days to get there. And as we know, when there was a massive build-up before the war started, there must be a high likelihood they may get deployed. Otherwise, why would you send them? And it may be that Trump calculates that to get to, say, the enriched uranium, he may have to use some ground forces. I hope it doesn't come to that. I think it would be a disaster, but we shall see.
So why not Israeli ground forces?
But we shall see. You know, think about
why not Israeli ground forces?
Yeah, and Israeli ground
Why
forces.
is that not even being discussed in Washington?
It's so funny. Yeah, Trump calculates is a hilarious statement. Trump does not calculate. Trump is not even literate.
Well, you just mentioned
Why
it.
are we so subservient to Israel that we don't even have a national discussion about
really
should it
are
be our
obsessed
troops
with Israel.
or
It's
should it be
kinda
Israel's
scary.
troops?
Cenk, you know, sometimes...
Oh, so you're saying send in Americans,
No,
right?
but Cenk,
and Mark
sometimes,
Levin all
Cenk-
want to send in Americans to die because they think Israelis are superior to us, and they think the Israeli lives are so important.
Anti-Semitism
82% of Israelis
101.
wanted this war. Only 21% of Americans wanted this war.
Okay.
We don't want this
All
war.
right,
The
Cenk.
only people who want this war are the Israelis. They should fight their own goddamn wars
You've made
and
your
stop
point.
having Americans killed on behalf of stupid,
All right.
irrelevant,
Anti-Semitism
disgusting
101, folks.
Israel.
Cenk for the...
Pop off, Unc. He right.
Mom, if we've met our military...
Did you watch the response to this video by Pierce and Cenk? They mention you as well. Cenk should derail by bringing up how Israel's got nuclear weapons. Ironic how this panel views your uncle as delusional. Well, because for stupid people that don't understand what he's saying, their only capabilities, like the only thing that they will respond to is aesthetics, right?
There he goes.
Like they're only seeing the shapes and colors. And from an aesthetic perspective, they see a man, a brown man, yelling at a white man who's laughing. So even if the statements being uttered by Cenk are objectively sane and objectively correct, a lot of dumb people will resort. A lot of dumb people, unfortunately, will only look at the way he carries himself. Look, what a lunatic! Having Cenk on the show is a liability. Like Cenk loves America. Literally has an Israeli flag on his chest talking about America first. Oh, finally, there's one person.
Caroline
Ben Shapiro praises Trump for launching the Iran war against the will of the American people. You would like leaders to do the right thing, even when the public isn't necessarily in favor of it. Yeah, I mean, he's Israel first, right? This was your mention.
Allowed to apply that same standard to Israel because you're all anti-Semites. And as Brad Schneider, a congressman, Democrat, did today to my nephew, Hasan Piker, he said, and this is a very common trick that Israel first does. Okay, Hasan said things he claims that are anti-Semitic. That's not at all true. But he said that's why Abdul El-Said, a Democrat running for office in Michigan, is not allowed to campaign with him, is not allowed to support him. Why do they do that? Isolate Israel's critics and try to pretend that they're toxic and eliminate them from the national conversation so that no one can criticize Israel. This is a game that they've done to average Americans, to people in the media, even more.
You don't like going on Piers? Yeah, because, I mean, I really appreciated the space that he gave to the pro-Palestinian side, even if it was for, like, self-invested reasons. In the beginning, right after October 7, I was willing to go anywhere and everywhere I can where I could, like, say the truth, right? Any platform that I could go on to say the truth, I would go on. And if you remember, I would go on those shows and I would just like slam as many points about what was going on the ground as I possibly could, as fast as I could, right? But after a certain point, it's just blood sports, and it felt like a little insincere. It felt like a spectacle, and I didn't want to do a spectacle over an issue as serious as the genocide in Gaza. Every now and then I would go on it, but a part of the reason why I just didn't want to do it is because I feel the same anger and resentment that Cenk does. It's perfectly valid to feel that way. And I just don't want to fucking have a conversation with a dickhead who is going to just sit there and lie his fucking face off. I'm sure they'll still take you once every blue moon. Oh no, Pierce's team is they're fans. They're HasanAbi heads. They ask me all the time. I think they have stopped as of late because I just like said no like a million times over. But there was a point in time when they would ask literally like every single day. They'd be like, we're talking about this. Would you like to come on? We're talking about this. Would you like to come on? He put a literal clown who aped your side for clout before you to undermine the entire platform. I don't know what you mean by that, but
vehemently into people in politics so that you eliminate all of Israel's enemies and critics and opponents. And then where's the moral outrage? The moral outrage should be towards this genocide in Gaza where 72,000 people at a bare minimum have been killed. Over 20,000 children at a bare minimum have been killed. But we're not talking about the slaughter of 20,000 children. Instead, we're talking about, should we condemn the people criticizing the genocide? Should we condemn the people criticizing Israel starting 7 wars, dragging us into a war? No, all of this is a defense of not Jewish people, but of Israel. And the reality is, both me and, by the way, wonderful Jewish Americans like Dave Smith, Glenn Greenwald, Ben Cohen, Jeff Cohen, Robert Greenwald, I can go on and on for hours. So many young Jewish Americans are actually doing something wonderful, which is they're fighting for peace, they're being principled, and they're on the right side, and they're standing up for America, and they're us. So I say that all the time, but they actually think that the bigger problem is people like us who are not anti-Semitic. Because it's easy to say, oh, Nick Fuentes, no one should talk to him because he's clearly anti-Semitic, and all the other charges, right? The problem for them is when they can't show that we're anti-Semitic. So then they take our criticism of Israel and they set up all these landmines, propaganda landmines with tropes. So here, I'll give you an example. So blood libel. Now, blood libel is a terrible anti-Semitic trope from the 18th and 19th century, made up about Jewish people drinking the blood of babies. That's crazy talk, right? But when we criticize Israel actually killing 20,000 children, they say, oh, that's blood libel. But wait a minute, that doesn't have anything to do with blood libel. Nobody's talking about drinking the blood of babies or anything like that. Oh, you're using it in a very callous and disgusting and immoral way to shield the government of Israel from criticism and thereby endangering Jewish people, because when you actually go to criticize Israel, they go, no, all Jews stand for genocide. That's not true. That's actually a more anti-Semitic statement. So all of this is propaganda in order to protect Israel.
Okay, let me play it. This is a clip from what Douglas Murray, has been one of your biggest critics, what he said on this show, actually, back in December 2023 about you.
You only really get animated if the Jews are involved. And I can tell that for the following reason. I mean, your surname's Uyghur, isn't it? 1 million Uyghur Muslims.
Oh my fucking God, Douglas Murray. See, this is what I mean. I would not be able to hold my, I would not be able to remain calm in front of Douglas Murray. I would not be able to hold my composure. I would not be able to remain calm. I would lose my fucking mind. I'd be like, you're literally a Nazi. You wrote numerous articles in defense of nationalism. You said that the previous attempts of Hitlerian nationalism should not ruin the modern attempts of nationalism in the UK. You're an unbelievably Islamophobic person. And here you have the audacity to fucking bring up Uyghurs like you care about China or you care about Muslims in China. You don't care about Muslims. You don't care about the Chinese. So what the fuck am I, how am I supposed to believe that you care about the Muslim Chinese? Get out of here. I've already given you guys the talking point for the Uyghur distinction, right? That's it. If Benjamin Netanyahu tomorrow conducted himself in the same way that like the Chinese Uyghur policy, which I consider to be unjustifiable, but you don't. But if Benjamin Netanyahu applied the same policy, the Chinese policy on Uyghurs to the Palestinians, Douglas Murray would be running around talking about how fucking woke Benjamin Netanyahu is. It's unbelievable. And that's also an idiotic conversation anyway, because we're American. We can't stop whatever the Chinese government is trying to do in terms of like dealing with separatists or whatever, but we can't stop Israel because Israel's doing this with our weapons. Israel's doing this with our tax dollars. There is no repression of the Uyghur minority. Where do you get the idea that there is? No, we're talking about, come on, chatter. God, I hate having this conversation over and over again. Like, there was. It's ridiculous to act like that didn't happen, okay? It's just not, it's not happening anymore, but there certainly was. You can go to Xinjiang now. It's not even a thing. Like, it's not a point of contention at all. But that doesn't mean that it didn't happen. These guys are just using it as a talking point regardless. Like, can you imagine the guy trying to justify a genocide? Like bombing entire areas where people live. Dropping 8 atomic bombs on, like 8 atom bombs worth of munitions on this tiny fucking sliver of land. And they turn around and they're like, well, what about the Uyghurs in China? It's like, bitch, how many fucking buildings did China blow up in Xinjiang? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's unbelievable. Like, these two things are not even in the same fucking planet, dude. Human rights abuses happened. It's true. But, like, you can't defend what Israel is doing as a way by deflecting off of what Israel is doing to be like, well, what about China? That's the reason why I always say, yeah, well, if you got an issue with that, explain to me this. If Benjamin Netanyahu treated the Palestinians in the same way that Xi Jinping treated the Uyghur Muslims in China, okay, you would turn around and say Benjamin Netanyahu is the wokest motherfucker on the planet. You would demand that he gets a Nobel Peace Prize. This quite literally cuts away at the whataboutism. It forces people to recognize the differences in severity. Okay? I can't believe you're labeling China's known and unknown human rights violations as it happens. Wait, what? Man, shut your bitch ass up. God damn, dude. Again, we here in America will literally concern troll. We here in America love to act as though we are not doing anything, right? That we've never actually engaged in an act of severe human rights violations. And our enemies are always doing them. Our enemies are doing them. It's something that our enemies do. It's unbelievable. Between China as the Chinese state and the United States of America, since the inception, like, let's look at the years. Who do you think has been more of a violent burden around the world? Who has killed more people around the world? We have privately owned concentration camps for people living and working on U.S. soil. And you're over here, and we have masked thugs that are unaccountable, that are black bagging our neighbors. And you're over here being like, well, what about China? No, you just want you just don't want to think about the morality of our state. Okay? Rogan had Dave Smith on and it seems to be starting to pivot. Yes, I have it on good authority. Insiders that have told me that Joe Rogan is like a totally off the Israel train already. And that's like causing him to also get off the Trump train too.
The phrase "Make America Great Again." I don't care. Then
but
fine.
If that phrase sucks. Here's the thing. Like, first of all, America is great. Make America greater, I'm down. But make America great again, and then it becomes a movement of a bunch of fucking dorks, because a lot of them are dorks. A lot of them, these really weird, fucking uninteresting, unintelligent people that have got something and they...
Like, if China behaved in the same way that America does, why isn't it fucking militarily invading Taiwan right now? Why didn't China militarily invade Taiwan after October 7? There was plenty of opportunity to do so. America clearly, as we've seen since in the last 26 days, we found out with absolute certainty that America is incapable of holding a proxy. Okay? Incapable. They're incapable of defending their bases. They're not even capable of successfully defending Israel, which is the only country that they care about on the planet, more so than even America at times, against Iran. China is not Iran. Okay? We love to assume that like China is this like belligerent, violent country, because I think it's a good way to make ourselves feel more comfortable about America's belligerence. Okay? No country is perfect. China certainly isn't either. Okay? There's plenty of things that I disagree with China. I don't have to literally reveal it every single time I bring up China, just as I don't talk about all the things that I disagree with in America as an American citizen anytime I'm talking about some shit that's positive in the United States of America, right? What you and I can see here, you think China can't fucking observe? You don't think they got satellites? Look, with pinpoint accuracy, looking at how well the Iranian missiles are striking American assets? They see everything. They're aware of everything. What are you saying? Taiwan is full of Chinese people. Why would they do that? The U.S. do, the rest of the world, to the good people of Taiwan? I don't think you understand. That's my point. Okay? If China behaved like the United States of America in a might is right world, they'd be not only taking Taiwan, they'd be taking the fucking Philippines. Okay? They'd be taking the Philippines. They'd be forcibly invading and annexing South Korea and then forcibly unifying the Koreas in the same exact violent ways that America forcibly cut Korea in half. You understand? So you should thank your lucky stars every fucking day that China does not have the same ambitions that America does. They'd be fucking cratering Japan if they were just like America. And they have good reason to hold on to vengeance against Japan. Japan did the Holocaust to China. Okay? Not that fucking long ago. What is this? Trump signing executive order to pay TSA employees. Oh, good. We are so far past that we're going to throw them in camps being new. America's saying that about anyone who passes Latino, Latina, anyone black without an American accent, trans people, protesters who are black. Poland is doing it to general migrants. Germany will not do it to general migrants. Israel's obviously mid-Arab, etc. We're so past the, hey guys, they might start rounding people up. I know. But it's Western countries doing it, so we just think it's normal and good. And if a foreign adversary does even a fraction of what we are doing, right? Like not even a, like the example I always give is this. America will literally blow up fishing boats off the coastline of Venezuela, 30 at a time. But then we'll have the audacity to turn around and be like, you see the Chinese Navy spraying Filipino boats with water? Like as though these things are equivalent. Same with the Ansar Allah movement. After October 7 begins, Israel starts in the Palestinian population. The Ansar Allah movement says, we are going to institute a blockade. Okay? We're going to institute a blockade. What is this?
When we're seeing here.
The moment Syed Mohammed Morandi experienced a carpet just meters away while speaking with Sneeko.
The religious regime is covering up for Epstein. It seems like that's what is backwards of the two nations at war.
Did you hear that huge explosion just now? Rolling explosions. That's carpet. It's called carpet. But in any case. But yeah, sorry for interrupting you. But
no, you didn't. That's and
I wouldn't acknowledge it if I was him. That's giving away his position. But calling it now, he's about to convert in disgust. What? 2 billion Muslims, yet Shia Muslims led by Iran are the only ones confronting Israel. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's going to go from Sunni Muslim to Shia Muslim. Sneeko's about to go on a Shia arc. He's going to go around going, Ya Ali. How the fuck did he get him on stream, Hasan, and you did not? Brother, what are you talking about? He's been glazing Shias crazy recently. I mean, is he? I'm not going to lie. It's not wrong to do that. Like, he's not. How can you? It's crazy. How can you not? Look at the Sunni Arabs. Look at the Sunni Muslims in general, the Muslim world, the Islamic world, and the Sunni leadership, okay? And then look at what the Shias have done. The only Sunnis in the axis of resistance against Israel and America are Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad and like the numerous groups within the Palestinian resistance. That's pretty much it. No, the Houthis are not Sunni, they're Shia as well. Look at the Sunni Arab leadership, bro. That's the Gulf states. Maybe Professor Chiang is right. There's going to be a Pax Islamica now. All Sunni opposition was already destroyed, dum-dum. Ex-Saddam. Come on, man. Come on. The only Sunni opposition that you can find is literally an American asset? That's crazy. An American asset that literally attacked Iran, waged war against Iran, and not only that, but also on top of waging war with Iran, we're talking about a much broader thing other than the one Ba'athist, Saddam Hussein. Shia is what every hog thinks every Muslim is? No. No. Hogs think every Muslim is a Salafist or like Wahhabist Islam. Hogs think every Muslim is ISIS. Okay. They don't make a distinction between, because they're stupid. They don't make a distinction between like the IRGC, the Iranians, and like these, you know, Al Qaeda and Al Nusra and Al Shabaab and ISIS, ISIL, ISIS-K, many of the HTS, who's libbed up now. There are so many distinctions. He mocked her. Oh my God, that's awesome. I love that. Don't forget our GOAT Gaddafi. He was right, but too early on multipolarity and undoing the petrodollar. Yeah, I mean, he was a little crazy too. Please explain. I was raised chud. Yes, all these like Al-Qaeda style groups are primarily funded. And you don't have to listen to my word. Listen to Mohammed bin Salman, the king, the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, openly revealed that since the 80s, America has been paying Saudi Arabia to spread Wahhabist Islam. Very, very extreme version, very extremist version of like not like very fundamentalist, very extremist version, radicalizing people and spreading this ideology all around the region, and offering, you know, financial and logistical support to these groups in a way where people claim Iran is doing the same thing, but with Shias. Except these guys are just Shias, and Iran is just giving them weapons to resist and defend themselves, and at times, you know, react offensively. Salafists are not ISIS. They use Salafists to give it a bad name. Salafist comes from Salaf al-Salih. It literally means following the footsteps of the Prophet and the 3 generations after him. ISIS does never belong their law. Maybe you know something more now about this as well. I mean, that's what they claim. But yeah, but Salafists are fundamentalists too. Come on. Like, not all Salafists are ISIS, but Salafists are fundamentalists. That's crazy to say that they're not. They are fundamentalists. Holy shit. Yeah, MBS spreading the Southern Baptist equivalent of Islam. My son got bullied at the park today for being autistic. I told him the coolest kids are autistic like you, me, Hasan. Made him feel better. Aw. That's dope. Iran made me want to become Muslim because I feel that they are the true left, even though they hate commies that fight against American imperialism. First of all, they're not. Dude, not every anti-imperialist country that is engaging in an act of anti-imperialism due to, you know, the conditions that were brought about due to their emancipatory vibe and have sovereignty are going to be leftist. That's crazy. Iran is not a leftist country at all. It's not the case in any way, shape, or form. And I don't mean like they're not leftist because like they don't have, you know, woke social liberties. Salafists are textbook fundamentalists. You're strictly following only the first 3 generations after the prophets, or you're perpetually stuck in the 7th, 8th centuries and impervious to change. Without a doubt, many Salafists are not violent, but to say ISIS does not have a basis in Salafism is just a lie. Yeah. Islam, across the board, has a lot of, I mean, I've jokingly said this before, Islam is the most socialist religion. It's true. The 5 pillars of Islam all have a lot of socialist components in it. That doesn't mean that they are socialist, okay? Especially because a lot of people don't actually follow all of the rules to a T. One example I always use is usury. Usury is a sin in Islam. And I believe it's a sin in Christianity as well. And yet, there are Muslim banks, all right? But the reason why I jokingly and not so jokingly say Islam is a very, not leftist necessarily, but a very socialist religion is because, I mean, one of the key pillars is zakat. Now, zakat is basically giving a percentage of your overall wealth to your immediate vicinity, to those in need. Okay? Christianity has a version of charity as well, but that's tithing, and that goes to the church. And then the church does whatever the fuck it wants to with that money. Zakat is direct redistribution of resources. Even fasting during Ramadan, at least the way it was taught to me when I was younger, is about understanding the plight of those who have less than you. So the entire Muslim world for 30 days, every single year, go through this process, okay? Go through this process where they literally don't drink any water and don't eat any food from sun up to sun down. And this is a religious process where you're supposed to develop a better appreciation, a better understanding for those who are less fortunate than you. Here's a 30-minute compilation of Hasan calling out anti-Semitism and criticism of Israel shouldn't be conflated with Jewish people. Next time someone accuses him of being anti-Semitic based on 20-second clips, you could just show this instead of trying to argue further. Most people know he's not, but still weaponize anti-Semitism to silence voices. I'm just posting this for archival purposes.
Anti-Semitism is a canary in the coal mine of fascism. It's one of the oldest bigotries that has caused those of the Jewish faith a tremendous amount of pain. From pogroms to the Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for instability and economic volatility people in power cause. A resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat, especially as economic instability makes those in power seek out old targets. They're not very creative, usually. They just always rehash the same propaganda over and over again. This is precisely the reason why I am terrified of the conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. The conflation is dangerous. Valid criticisms against the state, especially as all of the violence is unfolding, and everyone can see it, valid criticisms against the state committing these atrocities and tying it back to Judaism is a cynical ploy to stop all matter of conversation is truly terrifying. And I think it directly causes anti-Semitism to fester.
I will always call out anti-Semitism. It's gross, it's immoral, it is a hate crime. There is no space for anti-Semitism. So when I hear from those who have never even cared about anti-Semitism coming in here to like use it, to deploy it cynically, and to say this nasty thing to someone like myself and to others who are simply calling for the emancipation of Palestinians, I lose my mind. It is so gross. It's so disgusting. You are betraying the severity of anti-Semitism when you use it in such a silly way. There is real anti-Semitism. There is actually a sense of marginalization that is valid. There is actually a genuine impact of anti-Semitism that is a canary for fascist ideology. So when that gets diluted with anti-Zionism in a very nefarious cycle that tries to associate all of the actions of Israel with Judaism, you are literally, without recognizing, telling people something that is objectively false, okay? Just like Saudi Arabia and its actions have nothing to do with Islam. Crying wolf? What do you mean? Or the rest of the Muslim world, Israel's actions have nothing to do with Judaism or, you know, how American Jews or Jews wherever they live in the world and their day-to-day experiences. It has nothing to do with that. It is a state, right? It is a state built around an ethno and religious supremacist ideology that is built on top of an area where there are millions of indigenous people and tens of millions that have been displaced already. It has nothing. It has nothing to do with Judaism across the board, no matter how hard people have packaged it as such. These people do not care about actual anti-Semitism. Actual anti-Semites and their base of support is growing every single day. There is wide, popular momentum around anti-Israel sentiment, and this is a reality that anti-Semites know. That's why they take advantage of this sentiment. They use Israel constantly, pairing itself up with Judaism falsely to say, see, this is how they are. And their ranks grow every single day. Okay? That's it. That's it. Thank God I'm wearing my apolitical hat, so the people that encounter this video in its entirety will know that I'm actually coming at this issue from a totally apolitical perspective. I will say, though, wait, you've been talking about these issues for this long? Damn. Okay, come on, man. Wait, really? Dude, it's even long. Okay, joking. That's also part of the reason why it's like funny when someone goes, why do people say you're inconsistent? I don't know. People are stupid. They say a bunch of nonsense about me all the time. Who cares? Make up your own mind, you know? Real anti-Semites. The actual anti-Semites and their ranks grow every single day. This creates a dangerous predicament for Jews living in the Western world. Okay? It does. This conflation between Judaism and Israel, this false conflation, has existed in perpetuity. It plays a formative role in legitimizing anti-Semitic, nascent anti-Semitic opinions that people have. And yet, nothing changes. Just something to think about. Yeah, it's shameless and also insanely, intensely anti-Semitic, ironically enough, okay? It is intensely anti-Semitic to put the feelings of American Jews that you, by the way, have made up, okay? It doesn't even like correspond to reality. Jews are not monolithic, obviously. No group is. You're literally associating all Jews in America with Israel's Nazi project. That is unimaginably anti-Semitic.
I try to stress the importance fairly regularly of, especially at a time when anti-Semitism has exploded from, you know, Kanye West's latest song all the way down to some of the most prominent conservative pundits openly agitating towards anti-Semitism, using cynically what is going on in Gaza to develop a heinous message that then attributes all of those crimes to Jewish people. I find myself virtually every day speaking out against that and decoupling Zionism and Judaism on a regular basis in an effort to educate people that might find themselves on the whims of unexamined anti-Semitic tendencies. I am someone who is firmly committed to combating anti-Semitism for my past decade of work. I've been doxxed and swatted by neo-Nazis in perpetuity for this reason. But I also happen to be a committed anti-Zionist, that I believe in the emancipatory cause for Palestinians. And I've never shied away from that position, no matter what.
The Pittsburgh synagogue shooting happened not that long ago. Anti-Semitism has been a problem in Western society in perpetuity. It has always been an issue. Originally, it was used to justify pogroms against the Jews, expulsion and murder and forced conversions. Whether you look to Spain or Portugal or Russia or any other place where Jews live, that's why there's a lot of intergenerational trauma within the shared history of Jews. Okay? That's why there's a lot of Jewish people that are just like always terrified that, you know, there is an enemy combatant, like that at any given moment, someone could just pop off and be like super anti-Semitic. And there's also truth to that. The issue is weaponizing like legitimate claims of anti-Semitism as a deflection, like drawing it up like a shield in an instance where something that should be completely separated from being Jewish, the actions of a fucking nation state, turn around and use that as a way to be like, oh, well, you know, anti-Semitism is on the rise. Sorry, can't talk about no matter what. Like, you should not be considering like every single person in Israel to be a part of a monolith. Let's hear what he had to say about anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism means spreading enmity towards the Jews. When the accursed Tsarist monarchy was living or the capitalist society. Anyway, I mean, come on. There are literally hundreds of videos in which you clearly stand against anti-Semitism. It's so brain broken to say you're anti-Semitic. I know. Not only is it totally fucking bullshit. I mean, it's frustrating, man. I hate being lied about. It's my least favorite thing. I mean, I guess like, who would like that? You know, who would like that? Being constantly smeared. Just every single thing that I try to do and try to say, I have to walk through a mile of rusty nails crawling. Mallory McMorrow called you out. Damn. She did? Oh, hell yeah. Actually, this is the when performative activism goes wrong. Bro, this is a 15-minute video from this channel called Too Lazy to Try. Kyle Kalinske not going to be happy about this one. I need to get a job. I think the U.S. should stop fucking over Cuba. Sip of espresso killed me. He's really going through it. Talking about this like it's comedian drama slop and not the United States choking a small island nation to death is incredibly cruel. This one sounds personal. Hold on. Did you say Chris Smalls is an influencer, the labor union leader? Lamau, okay, man. I guess when I volunteered at the soup kitchen, I should have dressed like a homeless person instead of wearing a $100 outfit. Life is just BoJack Horseman without the animal people. Okay, well, his own fucking fan base are not on board with it either, it seems. You think at this point you know your audience. But why are there blackouts? Mad they got drip. Great commentary. Can we follow this video up with another one about Trump admin starving Cubans to death? They literally went to Cuba with aid. What the fuck did anyone criticizing them do? This is recreational outrage. The guy sucking the last of a fucking drink directly into the podcast microphone while the other guy NPC replies, yeah, Cuba is sick, is almost satire. Bro, come on. It was 500 plus people. A group. What kind of Airbnb going to host them? He didn't misunderstand. He just doesn't care. How much did AIPAC pay for this one? Bro is an enlightened centrist in 2026. Hilarious. Go to Cuba, Too Lazy. I would love to see it. Yeah, the United States government only allows private companies to have access to oil. That's the five-star hotels. That's capitalism being the beacon of excellence in an embargoed socialist state. It's someone who says extremely offensive things in order to generate clicks and views and followers, which is not entirely different from somebody like Nick Fuentes. Picard is a provocateur, to put it lightly, who says things that are misogynistic and anti-Semitic and said that the United States deserved 9/11. McMorrow seeking the Democratic nomination for U.S. Senate in Michigan. Let's go. Good. This kind of friction is good. Stop giving slop tubers attention. What is very annoying when it comes to criticism about you is that it's always done in bad faith. They're not doing fair criticism. They just have no interest in having a discussion. It's all fake outrage and often it's just false. Yeah. Not going to lie. This ain't good. Michigan voters are peak center. I think you're wrong about that. I think on this issue, they're not. Yeah. Current Cuban discourse reminds me of 2023 when Palestinian advocacy was the unpopular position. Dude, you don't understand. The reason why people are doing this is because I am unconditionally and uncompromisingly anti-Zion. So from that perspective, I am infinitely closer to the average voter anywhere around the country than any politician that strikes back against me. Do you understand? They, by the virtue of making these sorts of, like, Mallory McMorrow is smart enough to slap anti-Semitism at the tail end of this content, okay? She was smart enough to say, oh, this is kind of anti-Semitic at the end of it, right? Like, oh, he's just saying offensive things just for clicks. He doesn't care about this stuff, right? She sat down with Jewish Insider. Oh my God. First nugget from the interview, drawing a red line. Oh, dude. Okay. So she's literally getting the AIPAC boost. Jewish Insider is a mouthpiece for the state of Israel. Mallory McMorrow is leaning into the state of Israel's aid to attack Abdul el-Sayed. This is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Okay? Now we know why. Now we know why she was doing the whole like AIPAC meetup and giving them her position papers. Mallory McMorrow has no idea who you are. She called you fucking homophobic. That's insane. She called me homophobic. Jewish Insider is emailing everyone with Hasan Piker, an anti-Semite, said these things. Do you think he's bad? Give us a quote, please. Yeah. McMorrow slams el-Sayed for campaigning with Hasan Piker, compares Piker to Nick Fuentes. She is right. You are a foe. It's true. It's true. I am an LGBTQ foe. She watches Fear and knows you're a foe. It's like with Cuomo. She likely has a staffer who's against you feeding her anti-Hasan clips. Would you consider going on CNN or other establishment outlets? You're in your bubble right now. I think you need to meet these smears where they're at. Truth is on your side. Yeah. No amount of evidence to the contrary will help. Pro-Israelis will just say your anti-Semitism is more pernicious because it's hidden. There's no reasoning with insanity, mama. Yeah, but we're not. This is a fucking campaign. This is a political battle. This is a political race. This has nothing to do with like me convincing random people. How can he be homophobic? His bitch is gay. In parentheses, Austin. No, I think a lot of these people. I think a lot of these people are getting their notes from pro-Israel groups. Okay? That's what it is. They're getting their nose from pro-Israel groups. She's backed by J Street, which I suspect is not very fond of me either, but I mean, that's fine. I don't agree with J Street, obviously, because it's a liberal Zionist operation, and I'm an anti-Zionist. You can tell it's forced and disingenuous because they're comparing you to Nick Fuentes, not the other way around. They platform Nick as, wow, look at this quirky, edgy teenager, and you as, he's just like violent extremist Nick Fuentes. Yeah, J Street endorsed her. Scoop, J Street, the liberal pro-Israel lobby group, has endorsed Mallory McMorrow for the U.S. Senate race in Michigan and is encouraging donors to give on their site. News is tucked into our brand new story on Track APAC. One side, there's 3 candidates in this race. You got Mallory McMorrow, who is backed by J Street. So they're liberal pro-Israel people. The other side is Haley Stevens. Haley Stevens is backed by APAC. They're ultra-Zionists, openly pro-Israel, like aggressively pro-Israel, unconditionally and uncompromisingly pro-Israel. And then there's one guy in the race, Abdullah Sayed, that's not backed by either of these groups. Abdullah Sayed is backed by the people. You make that decision. J Street is also uncompromisingly pro-Israel. They have different strategies. I agree. I guess like the only reason why I have a soft spot is because I understand that like there's so much social conditioning that takes place amongst especially American Jews from very early on, that like J Street at least is like an opening for some. I know it was J Street. That's why I have a soft spot for it, because I understand that like you can have incredibly reliable anti-Zionist Jewish allies that are alumnus of J Street. Soft spot means you like them. Softer on them is the term. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't say soft spot, but MSU newspaper, student newspaper, Jewish student groups deeply troubled by upcoming campus visit by Hassan Piker. Popular leftist commentator was stumped with Abdullah Sayed's U.S. Senate campaign. A group representing Jewish students at Michigan State University. Dude, I'm sorry. Okay? I can't take this sincerely. It's just like whenever Israel feels threatened, they launch a multi-pronged approach. Okay? They launch a multi-pronged approach, and it's fucking utter nonsense. Okay? These fucking Jewish student groups are not doing this because they're like sincerely afraid. Okay? They're just doing it because they have the name Jewish slapped onto it, but they're actually there to defend the interests of Israel. That's it. It's fucking ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous. I know I got Jewish HasanAbi heads at MSU. It's so fucking annoying. I don't know if Mexico did October 7th to us. We will smack them up for years to come. What do you think happened after 9/11? The Americans wanted blood? Yeah, brother. You think that was good? Who the fuck is out here? Bro, the average Republican doesn't even defend what we did after 9/11. Who the fuck are you? That's so stupid. Guy literally said, what if a country, what if a sovereign state did October 7th on American soil? We smacked them up. Think about what we did after 9/11. Yeah, was it good, what we did after 9/11? You agree with the global war on terror? What are you, Dick Cheney's corpse? What the fuck? You love terror? I love terror. Here I am getting yelled at because I hate terror. I hate Israeli terror. I hate terror that America brings about the rest of the world. Very strange. I think they fear your talking points and that their position against Palestine is indefensible. Yes, that's what it is. Yeah, they pulled the same line when I went to UBC. 2 events, 1 campus, Nova Survivor testimony and political provocation unfolds simultaneously at UBC. Their like 20-person meetup that they did as a response to my auditorium speech is being presented as my fucking speech in the auditorium that invoked them to do a retaliatory event with like 20 people. My speech was actually a political provocation. That was the Nova Survivor testimony. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, there were 1,400 people in attendance at my speech at UBC. What's going on with your talk at Stanford? My ticket just got refunded. They said the venue is changing. I wonder why. Maybe it's a bigger area or something. I have no idea. Ay, how fucking annoying. Smaller, bro fell off, had to downsize. Are you doing Stanford off the dome? No. Easy way to shut down your truth is to lie about you and smear you. Unfortunately, it's effective because people who don't watch you will believe and adopt the rhetoric spewed about you. It's all good. All they need to do, like, look, I believe that people are, at the end of the day, honest and kind and open-minded. Okay? They can be. They have that capability, right? All they need to do is come here and listen to what I have to say. And they will very quickly realize that they've been led astray. Now, of course, those who are deeply committed to the cause of Israel, who feel a personal connection and cannot remove that connection at all, are not ever going to listen to anything I say. They're just not going to believe me. And there are different hang-ups that will exist as well. There'll be people that say, I don't really listen to this guy. I don't want to listen to this guy. He's Muslim. Of course he hates Jews, you know? There will be Islamophobia. But most people that have the capacity to think critically, most people who have the capacity to think critically will look to what's going on, look to all the people that are saying this stuff, and some will believe it, and others will be like, you know what? I'm going to look for myself. I want to see what this is about. There are plenty of people in this community that came from that background. People who just like heard smears, believed them, internalized them, and then realized that, those smears were completely unwarranted. They were lies. Not everyone on the internet is the hateful little monsters that you see on Twitter. Okay? Smears make me personally frustrated. It muddies the waters in a way that lets real anti-Semitic bigots get away with spewing their vitriol under the guise of pro-Palestinian advocacy. It just makes me angry because you have a good heart. I think you're doing your best to try to get others to live with good intentions, keep up the good work. Yeah, you just got to do what you got to do, man. That's it. The CIA agent wants you to know that criticizing Israel is not allowed. This is true. I was able to convince a friend of mine who had grown up a Destiny watch to give you your watch a year ago, and to this day, his perspective has changed tremendously to the point that he even echoes your own points. Yeah. I've never encountered a hater who is he's a Muslim type. It's always he's performative and LARPing and stupid sexy Hasan. Yeah. I mean, look, some people are unsavable, unsalvageable. It is what it is, right? You can't always win everybody. Some people will take advantage of the nuanced perspective that I try to offer on these issues. Some people will just like lean into the fucking shitty smears. But I think at the end of the day, people have the capacity to see the truth. Like they're adults. You can think for yourself. You can urge others to think for themselves.
Of sweeping gun violence prevention reforms here in the state of Michigan. Now, there is a brand of progressivism that I get really frustrated with. I'm going to be candid, where it is a brand that's about being right instead of actually making progress, where there
oh God, it's the reasonable moderate. The reasonable moderate, dude.
Purity tests that stand in the way of building a coalition and introducing legislation and passing it that I think.
Director at the Quincy Institute said to me, cannot believe the shit he's catching from on high in DC right now. The Dem elites are completely divorced from reality. They are. It's so frustrating.
I think is really hurtful. But I also believe we can't just chip around the edges. Moderating policy is not the solution. We need to be bold. We need to dream big. And we have to be smart enough to know that we need to build coalitions to have the votes to not only win elections.
Oh, FYI, the Stanford venue change was communicated. We apologize for the late changes. Students of Justice in Palestine chapter, we sometimes face additional administrative hurdles. Oh, they changed it to a smaller venue. The administration forced them to change it to a smaller venue, I think. Wash no motion? No, they're saying the admins changed it. Stanford, the Dems don't want to win. They want to watch Trump drive the GOP off a cliff, and they'll be the only game in town. It's back to stroking off Capitol. Yeah. My more religious Muslim wife doesn't watch you, but I catch her laughing when she hears your vulgarities being used to roast dumbasses. Do it like Ben Shapiro and Sue Stanford. Lamau, he did that at UMN in 2017 for the same thing. Brother, look at the organs of propaganda that are working in tandem with the centrist Democratic Party, the National Party. They are all up in arms attacking me right now. You think I have the organizational backing of one of the two major parties in the way that motherfucking Ben Shapiro had at the peak of cancel culture, yeah, this literally was a 1,000 person venue that was fucking sold out. They swapped it to a 350 person venue instead. So now approximately 700 people that got tickets to go to this event are not going to be able to attend. Take a march, do one outside. Well, guys, shut the fuck up. I'm not going to go outside, dude. Yeah, let me get fucking Charlie Kirked, okay? Jesus Christ. Oh, that's fucking annoying. Maybe do a few more shows there, just one to remedy the nonsense, just suggesting, guys, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not how this works. I can't just like pick up a venue on my own with 1,000 people and rent it out and like hire security and hire the fucking PA and get the proper licensing in time. What are you, like, think, please. What are you talking about? Lol, yes, you can. It's on Wednesday, dude. It's next Wednesday. What are you talking about? Did none of you, like, even if you didn't go to college, did none of you, like, do many of you lack the capacity to close your eyes and think? Do you know how fucking long events planning, do you know how much effort goes into planning an event like this? Reopen the schools for America right now. Yeah. Ugh. Did they not tell you beforehand or just learning about the change through chatters? Yeah. They just refunded everyone's tickets. They refunded everyone's tickets. So chatters came in here to be like, what's going on? Maybe it wasn't sold out. I don't know. Did they give a reason why? The organizer said administrative changes. No, it was sold out. I heard it sold out in like 3 minutes. That's so annoying. I never promised to watch this fucking Dr. Witnesser clip. If you ever send this to me ever again, I'm going to permanently ban you. You always come in here after I ban you. When you get unbanned, you get banned, you get suspended for like a day, sometimes a week. And then you come back and you go, please watch this Curtis Connor video about Dr. Witnesser. You promised. Now you got a week off. In a week, if you come back and do the same thing, I'm going to permanently ban you. God, this is fucking annoying. Stanford has been in multiple lawsuits over SJP on their campus for the past 2 years. I bet this is them fucking SJP in anti-Israel motion. Ay. It's because of that article you were on before where they wrote a letter to the school accusing you of coming to the event and making the school unsafe and worried about their belongings. Yeah, there's going to be a fucking Islamic style anti-Semitic purge. Yeah, I saw MHUD. We were just looking at that. Comedy podcast Lop People are too lazy to try to hit piece video on you today regarding Cuba, and the comments are ripping his ass apart. I love when people who have been forced to think about Cuba for the first time in their life has some shit to say. No, I'm not going to cancel. I've never been to Stanford before, no. But I'm not going to cancel on the students that want to go and see what I have to say. Why are you so upset? What happened? I said student groups ask me to do, auditoriums all the time. And I say yes. It's not like a paid event at all. Normally, a lot of these people that speak at college campuses, they get paid to do these gigs. I don't. I do it for free. I fly out on my own. I pay for my own flights. I pay for my own hotel. I do it because I think it's a good thing to do. I think it's valuable. I think it's good to, to get students motivated, get them organized, get them to meet people, like-minded people, right? And I said yes to this. There's a lot of different colleges that ask. And I said yes to this. And the initial place that they had set up had the capacity for 1,000 people. I didn't even know this, by the way. I didn't know the details until just this very moment. But basically, what happened is it was the capacity originally was 1,000 people. And then out of nowhere, the administration changed it to a different venue and refunded people's tickets. The tickets sold out, by the way. And the new place that they put me in is a much smaller room, 350 people. Looks like Dylan is upset you suggested that they should have taken the Minsk agreement. Maybe next stream you can respond to. He's making some good points. Who the fuck is Dylan? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God. What are you saying, bro? If you're not getting paid, who's it for the ticket sales? I don't think they're sold. I think they're free. Or maybe not. I guess people do pay for it. I don't know. It's not for me though. Yeah. Oh, never mind. It was. It actually holds the Memorial Auditorium where it was supposed to be holds 1,700 people. Bro really said, my best friend Dylan has some issues. Can you please respond to him? Anyway, book your own venue there for months down the road. Get QT to organize it and name it HasanAbi Fest. Okay, anytime some shit like this happens in real time on stream, everyone in the chat, probably because they're very kind individuals, they're very kind-hearted people, just decide, now is my time to shine. I'm an event organizer. I have a lot of opinions. I'm not going to permanently ban every single person, but I should probably just move on from this because it is going to cause me to lose my fucking mind and start screaming because some of you are bringing up shit that's so unfucking believable. You're like backseat event organizing. We're just going to move on from this. Okay. Oh my God. Just hosted in my mom's backyard, bro. I got you, King. I got you. The funniest is when people are like, bro, I got a venue for you. Anyway. No, they moved it to a smaller venue with 350 people. They moved it from a venue that seats 1,700 people to a smaller one with 350 people, which means a lot of people that got tickets for this event are not going to be able to go and watch it. Have you considered watching Tip to Tip to clear your head? Okay, take a week off. Anyway, back to where we were at. Never mind. I'm not going to say anything. We're moving on. So J Street endorsed Mallory McMorrow. They're using like the student advocacy groups, and also Jewish Insider has written a fucking hit piece. McMorrow slams El Sayed for campaigning with Hassan Piker, compares Piker to Nick Fuentes. Royal Oak, Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow, who's running in a tight three-way Democratic primary for U.S. Senate, slammed one of her opponents, Abdul El Sayed, for his decision to campaign with the far-left political streamer Hassan Piker. Piker, who has a history of anti-Semitic and pro-Hamas remarks, is slated to appear at 2 campaign rallies with Al Sayed and Representative Summer Lee in April. It is somebody who says extremely offensive things in order to generate clicks and views and followers, which is not entirely different from somebody like Nick Fuentes, McMorrow told Jewish Insider in an interview Thursday, referring to the neo-Nazi podcaster. Piker is a provocateur, to put it lightly, who says things that are misogynistic, anti-Semitic, and said that the United States deserved 9/11. McMorrow's comments come as Al Sayed has doubled down on his decision to campaign with Piker. The third major candidate in the Democratic primary, Representative Haley Stevens, said on Wednesday, the Piker is the exact opposite of someone I'd be campaigning with, a sentiment McMorrow echoed. Good. This is a good thing. This draws ideological boundaries. This is not a bad thing at all, okay? This pushes McMorrow and Stevens into the other side of the line of demarcation that is now drawn by them, okay? That is not somebody that you should be campaigning with at a moment when there's clearly a lot of pain and trauma across our states, said McMorrow. How do you bring everybody together, especially when there are difficult conversations where there aren't easy answers? You don't fan the flames and stoke division just to get attention. She's smart enough to try to present this as me being like a provocateur who doesn't care about like serious subject matters. But the real the real reason is they didn't provide one quote of yours. Yeah. McMorrow sat down with Jewish Insider's Gabby Deutsch. It's crazy that all of these people that are giving statements to Jewish Insider have never met me, have never heard what my opinion is, and they're just literally responding without knowing anything about me. It's crazy. It's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this. Like with Nick Fuentes, at least I'm sure they've heard shit about Nick Fuentes. They could have done their due diligence. They could have looked it up. Earlier this month, a heavily armed man drove in the car. Oh God, it's so fucked up. Temple Israel, a Reform synagogue with early child care center in West Bloomfield Township, Michigan, before he died in a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The assailant's brother, a Hezbollah commander in Lebanon, was killed by Israeli forces not long before the Michigan attack. I made a statement back in 2023 after the October 7 attacks that my biggest fear was that the events in the Middle East tear us apart at home, and this was an example of that coming to life in a really visceral and terrifying way. I mean, this statement in and of itself is also basically revealing McMorrow's position. My biggest fear after October 7 was what Israel would do. And my biggest fears were realized. Her biggest fears was, oh, what if people back home have arguments with one another? Okay? Even in this circumstance, they're saying, oh, the brother was a Hezbollah commander, which there's no evidence for, mind you. the dude's brother was a Hezbollah commander, which there was no evidence for. And also, they're not mentioning the children that were killed in that strike, the immediate relatives of the person, regardless of the indecent actions that he took, the completely unacceptable and indecent actions that he took, which luckily led to no victims other than himself. Raina Jen, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. However you feel about what is happening in the Middle East, the response is never take it out on people at home. The 140 kids who are at preschool, that they bear no responsibility for anything that's happening in the Middle East, and the rhetoric is being ratcheted up. Yeah, I'm not saying that they do. I've never said that they do. But they're going to, in the most indecent ways possible, try to imply that I am somehow associated with this. So Jewish Insider is just a designated Israeli hit piece outlet tasked with election interference in the U.S.? Yes, that's precisely what it is. Look, if Hasan is such a, yeah, I mean, this point stands, obviously. If Hasan is such a liability, then he'll drag down Syed's campaign and he'll lose. So I don't know what centrists are having a meltdown about. Isn't this like their ideal scenario? So it is rather odd. It's rather odd that they're giving unsolicited advice to Abdul al-Sayed. Very interesting. Very odd. Wonder what Umich Voter thinks about that one. Umich Voter is Mick Morrow's stan. So I assume that he is going to come out and be like, I agree. Hasan is bad. There was weeks-long discourse about him not wanting to vote for Newsom, even hypothetically, and now he's doing the opposite and promoting progressive candidates. They have a problem with that, too. They simply just don't want progressive influence in the party. Yeah.
All right, honest question. What say you?
Same people calling you anti-Semitic were begging you to endorse Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's because Abdul al-Sayed's doing better than expected. That's why. This is how you can tell that they're actually getting nervous about McMorrow and how the Trump-Israel war is rapidly shifting the ground and creating an opening for al-Sayed. And that's why all of the McMorrow backers, or not even like McMorrow backers necessarily, but just like people who don't want someone like myself to have a say, right? People who don't want someone like myself to have a say in this process, to basically to be X'd out of the conversation, not realizing that that doesn't take away from my platform. Okay, I don't know why these people don't understand that. Like, these sorts of smear operations don't actually work at all. And if it actually causes, candidates to be afraid of like aligning with me, I don't give a shit. It's not going to stop me from doing commentary. You know what I mean? I'm a political commentator. I'm going to keep doing political commentary. And these kinds of smears are not only ineffective, but they actually boost my profile in general. Why are they mad now? You've already done 2 streams with al-Sayed. Partially because I'm like appearing with them and they think this is a good angle of attack to, one, present me as like a Muslim, scary Muslim, Islamist fundamentalist, terrorist, and then basically tie the only Muslim brown guy in the running to also receive these sorts of Islamophobic attacks. It's the exact same reason. It's not because I was in the news for Cuba. No, that's not the reason. The reason why they're doing this is because Abdul al-Sayed is Muslim. Okay? They're desperate. They see him rising up the polls. They don't like it. They want to jam up his comms with this nonsense. They did this with Mamdani too. I've noticed that like all of the pro-Israel outlets, Hasbara machine, does this with Muslim candidates, because they don't do this with all the other like white boys that I hang out with. You know what I mean? They don't do this with any other type of candidate. They only weaponize this against Muslim candidates because they think they can like stitch them up. It's a not so subtle way of engaging in Islamophobic attacks. That's what it is. Because think about it. Think about it. Really. Seriously. How many prominent Muslim media figures do you know that have gained a platform my size or even close to my size that isn't considered a radical terror apologist by the broader subsects of media, especially reactionary elements within the media? I would go so far as to say the only one is like Hassan Minhaj, probably. They do this with Mehdi Hasan. They do this with Mehdi Hasan. Not to the same degree as they attack me, certainly, but they do this with Mehdi Hasan too. That's what it is. Yeah. They're getting worse than 2016 Bernie bro bullshit. It's crazy to me. I actually think accusing 2 Muslim American men of being just like a Nazi because they support an end to the Palestinian genocide is actually a really smart thing to do when you're running for Senate in a state with the 6th largest Muslim population in the country. Will you ever chat with Mehdi? I talk to Mehdi on a daily basis. Like literally on a daily basis, I talk to him. Anyway, this is not a bad thing at all. This is a good thing. A group representing Jewish students at Michigan State University say it's deeply troubled the U.S. Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed inviting leftist commentator Hasan Piker to speak at an upcoming rally in April on campus. In a statement to the State News on behalf of MSU Hillel, Vice President of the Jewish Student Union Skylar Elbinger wrote to the President Piker, whom the group called a known anti-Semite at the rally, would create a hostile environment for Jewish students on campus by threatening their security and belonging. Unfucking believable. So gross. What a gross thing to fucking say. What a gross and cynical thing to say. At a time when Jewish students are experiencing heightened fear and vulnerability, especially in the wake of the recent attack on Temple Israel in West Bloomfield, this choice is especially concerning, the statement read. The local pushback follows a wave of scrutiny on the El-Sayed campaign by centrist Democrats after the campaign announced Tuesday that Piker would be a speaker on his college campus tour, which includes the University of Michigan. Anyone eager to join a campaign with Hasan Piker is at best comfortable overlooking his anti-Semitic and anti-American extremism, and at worst endorsing it. Jonathan Cowan, the president of the centrist think tank Third Way, told Politico Tuesday. Efendim, ne var baba? Oh, what's up? Yeah, Mick Morrow said I'm an anti-Semite. You want to come in?
Yeah. I was like sitting out there and then I saw that and I was like, oh, I would about that. That's fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah, no, they're on my ass, bro. They are on my fucking ass.
So they saw that Zoran Mamdani, you know, was, you know, your boy and accepted your support, and they said, I want to be on the other side of that.
Yeah, that's what they saw. Dude, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand it. I like it kind of makes no sense for any real reason. Because on the one hand, it's like you're just making an unnecessary decision and inviting unnecessary enmity to yourself. Because like most people don't know who I am, right? So most people don't know who I am, but there are people who do know who I am. And if you're like trying to be a progressive candidate, there's going to be people who are willing to vote for you that have heard of me, that are fond of what I'm doing, or know what I'm about. And they're going to go, well, that's weird. Why are you saying that? Right? Like, why are you saying that about this guy? It's going to make them, reconsider their position on going for McMorrow. That's one. The other side of the story is if I'm this like truly toxic individual and you are trying to defeat Abdul El-Sayed, then why are you giving him advice? Right? Because like if this is a sincere demand that he like, what's the demand here? Like you're literally begging for Abdul El-Sayed not to make a mistake.
Part of it, I guess to me, like it's so disgustingly cynical.
Yeah.
It's vile.
Yeah, the campus Hillel.
Like no, it's like McMorrow doing this is like it's disgusting. It's bullshit. It's a smear. Insider about it. A rag.
She sat down.
Oh, she said. Oh, she gave good for them. Like it's fucking awful. I think it's look. I can't think of anything in this moment, that does as much to, if you actually care about anti-Semitism, like if you actually, if like your concern is anti-Jewish bigotry, hatred in the hearts of people for Jewish people, cynically accusing people of anti-Semitism because of politics. Because there's not a factual basis for this. It's not a defensible claim unless you really believe that there is some kind of association with being critical of Israel, critical of Zionism, and anti-Semitism. If you believe that there's an intrinsic association between those two things, in which case you're not qualified, for dog catcher, as the cliche goes.
Yeah, and it's totally ridiculous. Because you're basically saying that your position is that, people who are critical of Israel are anti-Semitic. It's fair game to call them anti-Semitic even if they've done a good deal of fighting against all bigotries, including anti-Semitism, it doesn't fucking matter. And what's even wilder is that my position is the majority position, like the overwhelming majority position, as a matter of fact. There's a reason why McMurrow went to AIPAC privately and gave them the policy papers, but then has now openly said, oh, what Israel's doing is a genocide. Like, to me, you come to the table with that recognition, and yet you're still trying to distinguish yourself in some way on this issue, like as though you have a more moderate position on genocide. You must not believe it's actually a genocide. If you think,
I mean, that's what this invites. It invites like scrutiny of any commitment to like a real, like criticism of Israel. If like this is how seriously you treat issues, like in, I get it. Like there was an awful atrocity that was committed at a synagogue, an indefensible crime. Like, it's what it was. Like that becomes political license in this way. Is disgusting.
Yeah, compared me to Nick Fuentes, dude. This shit
fucking
is so
gutter
gross.
politics. And it's a sign that McMurrow is she's not ready for prime time. She's not ready for daytime. She's not ready, she's not ready for 2 a.m.
She called you worse than Nick Fuentes? No, she said comparable to Nick Fuentes. I don't think she said I'm worse than Nick Fuentes. I'm never, only Ethan Klein has called me worse than Nick Fuentes.
Why would Ethan Klein say that?
Yeah, because, he's fucking insane. The reality is that they're absolutely shitting their pants at both their internal polls, having him neck and neck with them, and absolutely terrified about him getting any boost to put him over them. So they're desperately smearing you and labeling you a liability in the hopes that he panics and drops you because they know you are a possible boost.
I mean, clearly that they want him to have to make some measure of retreat. That's why they're doing it.
Yeah.
Look, it almost, that doesn't matter though. Because one, I don't think it'll work for obvious reasons.
Yeah, because he's not backing down. Why the fuck would he? It's ridiculous.
And also, it's just bullshit. And then the second thing is, I mean, it kind of just doesn't matter because again, it speaks to like, it just shows that she lacks integrity. I gotta get a fucking jacket, man. You got a sweater. That was the right call.
Yeah, I think it's. I do think it's to subtly or not so subtly imply that I am a dangerous anti-Semitic Muslim terrorist and that so is Abdullah Syed. He's like a sympathetic, Don't you dare make fun of our cold king. Does Noah live with you now? Yeah, just for the week. But yeah, the first suggestion when you type Mallory McMurrow into Google is Mallory McMurrow AIPAC. I mean, that might be just yours.
Well, and also one, it might be just yours, and also like, I don't know if you noticed, but there's some news about that lately.
And the political landscape is drastically changing, and the centrist Dems just simply do not understand. No, I think they're just trying to like nip it in the bud.
I mean, look, it's either they don't understand or they understand all too well. You know what I mean? Like it's again, these things just kind of don't matter. It's like the salient takeaway, right? Is just that like we now know which side she's on. Like, be grateful.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, that's like, before and through this, it wasn't really clear. I mean, to me, at least, I didn't have a particular reason to think highly negative of her, you know, and now it's a little different.
Yeah, it's like definitely. I mean, Demsock Sean is right. Like Mallory McMurrow has clearly decided to pivot to attacking the left. I've never seen Hassan Piker, but I know a bunch of 20-something kids who are big fans, and I'm not sure that kicking him out of the tent is going to make them feel great about the Democratic Party, but I was called a white supremacist today because I support Grant Plattner, so yeah, I'm good with that. She and Stevens can have a steel cage death match over who wants to send more American tax dollars to Israel.
I mean, look, there's another world in which this is also like, she does this, and like it's a way to, try and get Stevens out of the race too. Because it's a signal to AIPAC, like, hey, I'm the strong horse. I'm willing to go at your ops. Like, why are you running this unpopular person? Who also, like, like people resent for because the DNC's got its thumb on the scale for her.
Yeah. Jewish Insider, by the way, did not even waste a breath and immediately.
Well, what I like just
immediately tied it back to the fucking.
Did they reach out to you for comment?
No, of course not.
Oh well, that's great journalism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they.
Well, no, the reason they didn't reach out for you for comment is because they probably, I mean, aside from being awesome journalists, is that they probably didn't want, they thought that you would snitch.
It's a hit piece. Yeah. I wish the Democratic Party showed this much outrage at Israel for committing a genocide for the last 2.5 years. It would be nice if they came together to condemn the mass murder of Palestinians with American tax dollars, so they're wasting all their energy on this. Yeah. No, they're doing it again, and they're doing it in Michigan. That's what's so crazy, because this is what lost Michigan the last time. Okay.
Yeah, literally they sent who was it that went to give a lecture?
Bill Clinton.
Yeah, thank you. I
And
forgot
Richie Torres.
That was it. It was both of them. Bro, it was okay. Again, I said this yesterday, but I got to bring this point up again. It is March. It is March. In November, the story was Joe Rogan of the left, podcasters. No more purity. 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 And then what the fuck now?
Yeah. Where Joe Rogan to the left, Joe Rogan to the left. You know, that's another thing.
Like, fuck off, man.
Yeah.
This is so exhausting.
90-10 issue, especially in Michigan, where they lost the vote last time for doing just this exact same thing.
Cut the before last.
Where they lost last time for doing this exact same thing. Yeah. They want a Joe Rogan to the left that votes right wing. That's what they want. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you go to battle with the Joe Rogan you got.
Yeah. Unbelievable that the Democrats are trying to marginalize anti-genocide voices when it's a 90-10 issue, especially in Michigan, where they lost last time for doing this exact same thing. I'm proud to stand with a true anti-fascist, anti-genocide voice. Like, all right, I'll put Abdul in there. We got to give him more prestige, you know? When they said Joe Rogan to the left, they meant corrupt you like Joe and buy you as an uncritical mouthpiece. Yeah, that shit was never going to happen. Do you guys remember when DNC did that autopsy and then we all read it and learned the lessons from it and implemented new strategies to bring new voters into the party? Anyway, I love Haley Stevens. Yeah.
It's gonna I mean, look, at least it's like I said, it's in the open now.
Yeah, no, that's not a bad. I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I think this is.
I like this too because it's now
it's a really unpopular issue to like be on the unpopular side on. So it just like doesn't make fucking sense.
No.
What are your thoughts about Cuban American claims that Castro's family, the Cuban military, live a life of luxury? Raul Guillermo Rodrigo Castro El Cangrejo is a notable example. He's the son of a high military official and the nephew of Raul Castro. He's been seen on yachts, eating lobsters, living a life of luxury, as Cuban people have been living under far worse conditions. I'll tell you this much. I interviewed the foreign vice minister, okay, Cosio, and his son is an electrician who fucking bikes to work because there's an oil blockade and an oil shortage on the island. And let me tell you, I was out dripping his ass by a wide margin, okay? So, I don't know. That wasn't the case. From my perspective, I can't speak on this one individual you're talking about. I don't know what his deal is, okay? But the political figures that I saw, they did not have drip.
I mean, I'll back it up in a broader way where it's there are people in Cuba who have like access to certain privileges. Like it's not a thing to be denied. However, like in the thrust of it, and like when you're talking descriptively about like the Cuban political class and much of the leadership, like Hasan is right. And there's not like I think that the kind of like favor hoarding and status hoarding and the kind of like assumptions about like a Cuban nomenclatura are like pretty misplaced, you know, like the privileges of like their diplomatic corps, for example, from what I've seen firsthand, are very, very few. You know, these are not people who go around Washington, D.C. or foreign embassies in Mercedes. You know, they're driving beat up Subarus. I think it's a worthy it's actually like a thing about like the Cuban political class that I find like pretty exceptional.
Yeah. Unlike me, my fake ass, my fucking caviar commie ass, those were some broke boys. Okay. The political class in America is infinitely more wealthy than normal Americans. What the fuck are we talking about? I mean, yeah, there's that too, but like,
I mean, yeah, even setting aside like a more philosophical critique about like the distribution of privilege and wealth and access in a society, it's like, all right, take it on its terms, and it's like it's just not like on absolute terms. You know, I can't like it's just not a defensible critique.
Also, like what's the argument here? The principled stance is that like, wow, there's nepotism in Cuba. We should kill Cuban children by denying them, the hospital treatments that they need to
Also,
save
I
their
want to say
lives.
there was some stuff that guy said where he's like, he's even eating lobster, and it's like they have restaurants with lobster in Havana. Okay,
Yeah,
I've eaten at them with Cubans who, trust me, like their family fucking burns wood to like cook. You know, like this isn't like stop it.
Yeah, how expensive was his shirt? Okay, I bet you it wasn't as expensive as mine. Here's what the recent polls tells me about what Michigan voters are seeing. Let's see what Abdul is saying.
I give a damn about polls, but sometimes when they're released by people who are running against you in your race, you got to pay attention. Because those polls released yesterday, they showed two things. Number one, people really like the movement we're building. And number two, they like it even more when they've heard about it. Why? Because I'm not a politician. I don't do politician things. I'm not trying to tell you what you can't have and shouldn't fight for. So if you believe like me that we deserve Medicare for all, that we deserve union rights, that we deserve an economy that is built for people instead of corporations, if we deserve to know that our tax dollars are being used to invest in us and our kids here rather than drop bombs.
Okay, that's anti-Semitic. They were right about him. He said the taxes should not.
Bro, I got called. A lady called me Nick Fuentes for saying that. Like because remember when there was I'll never forget this. And
okay, if they're calling you Nick Fuentes, then
I was like shocked, like and it wasn't a Jewish person, which like also made me even more.
I love that. That's the classic.
I was like, bro.
No, it's like classic silence Jew. A Gentile is speaking about anti-Semitism.
And it was because I called, and it was because I said that in the aftermath. Like I was not speaking in like the literal the accounts for disaster relief are being used to send money to. Like stop it. That wasn't what I was saying. I was clearly making like a plowshares and swords point about like disaster relief after like the hurricane in North Carolina, and how FEMA was like nowhere to be seen or whatever. And she's like, quote, and I said, yeah, because instead we're just letting fucking like Jewish Hitler rampage around the Middle East. And she called me Nick Fuentes for saying that. And I'll never, that one to me was like, that's like, that one really, like it got to me, like clearly, because I remember it like almost 2 years later.
My dad used to work in Shannon Airport cleaning the airplanes for the Cuban diplomats on the way to and from the USSR. And he said he's never seen airplanes so bare bones, metal husks on the inside. Only luxury of note was the excessive cigar butts. Oh, they were chiefing. They were chiefing in those bad boys.
I mean, they should be. Those cigars. I mean, well, they shouldn't be on a health level. Don't smoke. But also, like, Cuban cigars are incredible, and that is one of the things they do enjoy.
Yeah. Oh, my God. I'm going to hit you with the biggest weakness of Syed. If you close your eyes, he sounds like Lin-Manuel Miranda.
On other people and their kids over there, then I hope that you'll join us. Right? We're standing up to the likes of AIPAC. We're standing up to the corporate PACs. We're standing up to the establishment that wants to tell us that we can't have nice things. We're building a movement. I hope that you'll join us.
I don't know, man.
Y'all know that I give a damn about polls.
Okay, he's the biggest Lin-Manuel Miranda fan. And
okay.
And if he says Abdul doesn't sound like Lin-Manuel Miranda, then that's the case. Okay? Yeah, friend of the show, Jack Cocherella said, people are sick of this shit. The ADL, which considers all Palestinian advocacy to be anti-Semitic, has been on a warpath against Hassan the Hun for a long time and is definitely not going to end there. Groups are now condemning the Pod Save guys for talking to Hassan. Jewish Insider wants to cancel JD Cocherella. Yeah. Anti-Defamation League maps Jewish peace rallies with anti-Semitic remarks. The latest Gen Z podcast are interviewing Democrats thinks Israel is a terrorist state. I mean, it is. Like, what do you want us to do?
What do you
about
want?
it?
Like, I'm sorry. I mean,
like,
look, there's
close
also
my eyes and plug my ears?
But this is the thing too with like why I really despise outlets like Jewish Insider, because what they're presenting
you're
as
Nick Fuentes.
Because I'm Nick. Because what drives me insane with this shit is that they're like it's I mean, it's gaslighting. It's just gaslighting. Sorry, like that's the first thing is that they're treating what is like descriptive reality as controversial interpretation, which is like stop it, driving me insane. But then the other part of it is that they're doing it like because they're doing like they're being the people. They are doing the things of which they are accusing others. They are, carrying water. They are acting as media servants, more or less, of the government and of the people who are actually carrying out real terrorism, real, like activated hatred, let's call it. And, they're accusing critics of being the people who do that. And, perhaps that's just the way it's fated to be, that people will always throw these accusations from one side to the other. I don't really feel that way. I actually do feel that there is and believe pretty strongly that it's like, you know, they dial it up in this way. And it's you know, it can't help but feel crazy making because they're doing it to be the thing that they accuse us of being.
Yeah. Those of prominence providing political commentary on the streaming platform Twitch has faced backlash for a variety of inflammatory comments during the 2025 New York City mayoral election. Then candidate Zohran Mamdani was criticized for appearing on Piker's streams, which opponents dialing in on Piker commenting in 2019 that America deserved 9/11, which he later retracted. Stop Anti-Semitism, a pro-Israel nonprofit, nominated Piker to be Anti-Semite of the Year for criticisms Piker made of Israel, as well as on-air comments that it doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7. The decision to have Piker...
Sorry, look at that ellipsis. Look at that ellipsis. Yeah. It doesn't matter if...
Yeah.
Hold on. We just, you know, imagine any set of words that could be spoken there. Rapes. Come on.
Yeah. The decision to have Piker speak at the rally, which marks his first foray into the U.S. Senate race, this is not true. I've literally done numerous things with Abdul El-Sayed. It's just, that's just bad journalism. I feel like I've done 3 things with Abdul El-Sayed already. You know what I mean? He's been here. This is my first stump. Is that a distinction? That's
I mean, I think I mean, look, this is, I mean, it's just this is just sloppy reporter language of what is a foray into the U.S. Senate race? That's figurative language.
That's
figurative language that doesn't actually tell you.
Yeah.
It's just a way of saying that it's what they're trying to convey in this paragraph clearly is just that it's oh, he's now doing something he wasn't doing before, which in a vague way is true, just that you're more involved in the election cycle this year than you were before. And it's oh, it's also, and what's that doing? It's driving it's putting the Dems in disarray.
Also, why didn't they fucking reach out to me? I would have given a quote to these guys.
Because they don't give a fuck about you.
But it's a student newspaper. What,
wait, I thought this was Jewish Insider. My bad.
This is a student newspaper.
You would have given them
It is
one.
bad journalism.
All right, well, now I feel bad because it's I'm shitting on college students writing, and I was surely writing worse than this then.
They need to do better. Come on. Democrats are losing our credibility to condemn those on the right who traffic on bigotry and anti-Semitism and hate. Our own members of Congress and candidates are celebrating, or worse yet, platforming those who espouse hate of any kind. Democratic Rep. Brad Schneider wrote on Expos Tuesday. In a statement, the State News, El-Sayed did not answer questions about opposition to Piker's presence at the rally, instead saying that the campaign is looking to reach out those in the political system who have been locked out of our politics and a life they can't afford. I'm going to keep talking to these folks any and everywhere I can. The statement continued. It's no surprise that the corporate establishment who has been locking them out is now howling. This is what happens when you take on corporate power. They're trying to make it seem like you're only linking up because you're both Muslim and anti-Semitic, even though you've known each other for nearly 10 years at least? What? Abdul El-Sayed? No, I haven't known him for 10 years. What are you talking about? No, this is, I've been boosting him from the start, but
well, look, they're now differentiating. The pack is thinning, it's a primary. Only one can go forward. There are 3 of them. There's the guy who's the Bernie lane. And then what do the other 2 do?
The Warrenite moderate centrist progressive.
Let them fucking eat each other alive, fucking dancing for AIPAC dollars. Go fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Enjoy irrelevance. I mean, I don't know what to say.
It's just it's so fucking lame, dude. Ay. It's lame for 2 reasons. One, obviously, I don't like being in the crosshairs being smeared. Nobody would. But it's also stupid because you're tarnishing the anti-Republican lane by refusing to associate with anti-genocide voices. You are signaling to people that you are not committed to a true anti-genocide, to being true anti-genocide voice. You know what I mean? It's frustrating that you're no, I am going to smear people for being right too early, for being consistently anti-Zionist. I'm going to viciously smear them and call them anti-Semites. That's the popular position. I don't give a shit about them doing this in the primaries. I like that, right? Because I think that benefits Abdul. But I don't like that this is at the heart of my criticisms of the Democrats in general. This is an issue that the Democrats have to lead on. This is an issue that the Democrats have to lead on. If they don't, people like Tucker Carlson and Thomas Massie are going to fucking fill that lane. It's unbelievable that the Democrats are, once again, allowing the Republicans to have louder fucking voices. It's crazy.
And then, it's also because they have louder voices, and we're, you know, in this kind of like moment of like political apocalypse, and it's like, oh yeah, like what you want to suddenly get everybody to stand up against Joe Kent, the highest ranking official across 2 administrations, to resign over like psycho foreign policy decisions. Like, yeah, Joe Kent's a psycho creep.
And this is also true. Notice the Democratic establishment was fine with Gavin Newsom inviting Charlie Kirk, Steve Bannon, Ben Shapiro to his podcast and having warm conversations where he conceded to them. They love Liz Cheney, who voted with Trump's agenda 93% of the time. No problems, all good. But Piker, well, that's just too much, man. It's ridiculous.
I mean, it's also going to be like a good, I mean, look, the other thing that this will be like this race is now a test case for, in a way more serious than Zoran, I think, because that was in New York. You know, I just don't like I think this is a more interesting one because it's about like, this is closer to the heartland. More states look like Michigan than more races look like the New York City mayor's race, right?
Yeah.
And this is going to mean that how this plays out will have more relevance for, you know, what, I mean, like it's going to, I mean, look, a lot of eyes should now be, more eyes should be on this race because this issue, for anybody with, you know, a pulse who's been paying attention, this issue is the one that's going to be the litmus test for politicians of both parties, not just like genocide, et cetera, but it's with genocide, the stridency of your, you know, how strident your opposition is to, I mean, it's a real, like, which are, you know, highly correlated, let's call them correlated to be simple about it.
It's fucked up. Let's be real. The reason why they canceled it was because of the Drewski video from yesterday. I don't know. Oh, Stanford.
Oh.
I was supposed to do a speech at Stanford in a auditorium that holds 1,700 people. They unceremoniously, is the SJP invited me. They, out of nowhere, the tickets were sold out already. Out of nowhere, canceled the event and put it in a 350 person room.
All right. If any of you have ever seen the movie Z, this is what happens at the beginning of that classic movie. The radicals, the communists, the socialists, they want to hold an event, and then, you know, they're honoring their political leader. And then, you know, what do the fascist authorities in that movie do? Oh, they try to move it to this other place which has less capacity. Oh, they move it to a place where you have chairs, and you can't have the chairs there. It's against the fire code, etc. You know, this is Red Scare shit. These are the times we live in. Unreal.
But it's just like, it's crazy. Like you're causing unnecessary enmity as the administration for your students. Like, I'm doing this shit for free. I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm fine not going to Stanford. I'm doing this for your students. Okay? It's so silly. It's so ridiculous. Hakeem Jeffries told me that the upstate in Florida Tuesday night has led Democrats targeting half a dozen House Republicans in Florida, including Mario Diaz-Balart, Carlos Jimenez, Brian Mass, and Maria Elvira Salazar. Florida Republicans are getting very skittish about redistricting as well. Yeah, they got it. They're gonna turn Florida into the reddest Democrats possible. It seems they're gonna be like, we have to get like anti-Cuban, pro-blockade.
Google Claude Pepper.
No,
I'm serious. Like, you want it, the kind of Democrat they're going to elect is somebody they've already elected. It was a major figure in the 20th century who hasn't gotten his flowers. Claude Pepper, a psycho anti-communist Democrat. That's the man. He also looks kind of funny.
There's a senior citizen center apparently for him.
I think there's a lot named after him.
Oh yeah, he died in 1989. He died before we lived.
Mm-hmm.
Or I lived.
But this is who's coming. Yeah, he was a spokesperson for left liberalism and the elderly, and also the worst parts of American foreign policy.
Yeah.
So that's what's coming. That's the next Democrats. Is we're going back. We're turning back the clock. Yeah, he is a real person.
Claude Pepper. What is Trump cooking? Yeah, they're sending another 10,000. Pentagon ways sending 10,000 more ground troops to the Middle East. I don't know, man. I don't know what the fuck.
I don't think they're. I still think the troop stuff is like.
You think it's a bait and switch? They're gonna negotiate.
It's just like it's the one way that like if you're talking about sure things aside from number go up on price levels, like if you're talking about sure things that will spoil support for anything to the point that you will not have any political capital left in the tank, even if you're Donald Trump.
Gas prices skyrocketing.
I mean, it's aside from that, which we're in the process of happening. It's just isn't a one day thing.
Soldiers coming back in flag draped
exactly,
coffins.
man. It's body bags, like, and it's enough body bags that you can't be like, oh, they all stubbed their toes and died, like you know, Like it's too many that you can't tell the lies that you've been telling.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. At peak, there were 100K troops in Afghanistan. We say 50K troops are so fuck facing an actual organized army versus guerrilla fighters. Yeah. The founder of anti-Hassan campaignism. Yeah, I saw this is very funny. You can kill a man, but not an idea. Jewish insider, Michigan Democratic Senate candidate Mallory McMorrow slams Abdul El-Sayed. Please do not associate Mallory McMorrow. Why are there so many people who are, NAFO? I guess there is a lane for these like Twitter guys, right? Like there are like some people out there who are straight up like, oh, I'm doing drone pilot liberalism. You know, I'm NAFO. Like that's like there is a Warrenite constituency. It's clearly not like big enough because she got fucking destroyed in her own state by Bernie Sanders. But you know what I mean? Like, especially on Twitter, there's a lot of like Warrenite liberals.
I mean, I to me, the 2020 categories aren't like good. Like, I think in a lot of ways, like 2016 categories in some respects are still like more relevant because like 2020 had lanes that I don't feel like exist anymore. And it's just not like I'm not familiar enough with the crosstabs and stuff about like how support breaks other ways. But to me, when I think of the people who were part of like Team Hillary as opposed to Team Bernie on a generational level, and how so many of those people I know who were just like so dyed in the wool for Hillary, you know, they were with her in 2016, have become very different people in their political consciousness, you know, like and that to me remains the kind of like it is like a consciousness shift on that level, as sort of like a ex candidate voter or whatever. Like that to me has remained like the salient one and the one that's like being disrupted. Because I think we're in this clearly transitory period, right? Where, you know, we don't know. I mean, like, who is the next tribune of the left? There's no, you know, Bernie's not doing the next cycle, et cetera. Like what? So everything's in flux right now.
Your favorite homunculus has resorted to watching Fear clips to try to get owns off.
Oh, let's go.
Wow. While sitting in front of the trans flag, Hasan the Hun proudly declared his favorite flag was the Hezbollah flag.
It's wow. While sitting in front of the trans flag, Hasan the Hun proudly declared his favorite flag was the Hezbollah flag. Talk about Islamic furry terrorism. It's remarkable that Summerlee refuses to disavow Hassan Piker and is excited to share the stage with him and Abdul El-Sayed. Why would anyone vote Democrat in November? And then like he leans into the camera to turn it off and forgets to edit it out.
Yeah. Speaking of crosstabs, yeah, Grant Plattner versus Susan Collins has a fucking 7-point differential now. Holy fuck. Susan Collins only secures the 50 to 59. Wait, the age 50 to 59 bracket is the only one that's favorable to Collins. What the fuck happened in that age bracket?
That's a really good question. I mean, my assumption with the 60s which I understand, is just that like those are people on fixed income. And like it's not been the case recently, but historically, people on fixed income, retirees, et cetera, people dependent on Social Security were like considered like a historic Democratic constituents.
Everyone's saying lead poisoning.
Lead generation.
It's the lead generation.
I was gonna get to like I think that's Gen X, but I wasn't sure about the math in my head. That's
By the
hilarious.
Way, female Plattner.
Oh yeah, no, this has been noted. This phenomenon has been identified, I believe.
What like is it?
I think it's just that like I think it remains that it's like ladies woke, men chud. Like
yeah. But he's so chud coded. He's the king of think like a woke, look like a chud, act like a chud, think like a woke.
No, it's real like the guy from How to Blow Up a Pipeline.
Yeah, exactly. Full poll. Grant Plattner 55%, Janet Mills.
Oh yeah, and he's been. I guess I saw somebody comment. I didn't verify this with the dates myself, but apparently like some of these positive numbers for Plattner against Mills, like they've been marking improvements over the period of time that she's gone negative against him, which may also be like talk about 2016 style political campaigning, making your opponent look good by when you went negative.
Yeah, U.S. Senate. Maine 2026, Grant Plattner 48%, Susan Collins 41% as the incumbent. Janet Mills at 46%, Susan Collins at 43%. Yeah, I mean, Plattner has a better chance in front of fucking Collins, and she's not making it out of that primary. It's fucking awesome to see. Thank you for tanking Plattner's attacks. Jewish Insider's focus on you. Yeah, Jewish Insider, I think, is like spent most of their bandwidth attacking me this past week.
I mean, well,
that's unbelievable. I'm a fucking Twitch streamer, dude. That's so crazy.
I mean, but it's like in there. I mean, level one, these are like clearly we're dealing with some real,
Here's Mallory
here.
McMorrow's campaign finance coach here, claiming Veterans Day for her own German Nazi war criminal grandfather. What an incredible post. Wait, what?
What? I'm sorry, what?
What? Happy Veterans Day to all my family and friends who serve. Without you, America would not be here today. Interesting story. I do not talk about. She said for the veterans on both sides.
He was one of the first people in my life that accepted me as gay when I was. Sorry, is this? I need. Okay, before I commit to believing that this is real, I'm gonna need some verification because this is like too much. This is too much. My Nazi grandfather, who I'm praising on Veterans Day, also accepted me for being gay. I'm sorry. I need to see somebody I need to know that this is real.
He escaped to Brazil with my father after Germany lost in World War II and then made their way to Detroit where they spoke no English and worked their way up to provide a stable life for their family.
Also, by the way, if he was like a Nazi, and he came into the United States, like these are one of those reveals that were he's still alive, it would be like, like citizenship revocation stuff. If he was like a Nazi.
Well, we have to ask him for his
opinion
opinion on Israel.
Oh no.
It's real.
And look who got the story. Jewish Insider there.
Oh, top Michigan Democratic fundraiser shared Veterans Day.
I love that slug. Problematic post.
Oh my God, that was in January.
Oh, they're so
they're on fucking
Wow, it's real. And
oh my God, it was Jewish Insider that broke it. Oh,
my Nazi.
This is literally the problem with AIPAC. They're so horny to just like disparage anyone that they perceive as like even a minor threat.
I don't know if this one came from AIPAC. I don't know if Jewish. I also don't know if Jewish Insider broke the story. They just wrote about it. But like the thing that strikes me about it more than anything, is that like
McMorrow campaign fundraiser apologizes.
Like I can't. Again, I'm just like it's more than anything. It's the father accepted me for being gay. Like that's
that's awesome. Yeah,
that's like.
By the way,
I need to go take a walk. Wow.
Pro-Nazi posting, problematic post. Hasan Piker has a long track record of commending and excusing terrorism. He routinely uses his platform to spread anti-Jewish tropes, amplify propaganda from designated terrorist groups, and promote toxic anti-Zionism. Toxic anti-Zionism.
Toxic anti-Zionism.
Yeah. Despite a backdrop of intensifying anti-Semitism, Piker does all this, not only unapologetically, but proudly. Dr. Abdul El-Sayed's decision to host campaign rallies with Piker is not just alarming, it's absolutely shocking. Wait, that's ChatGPT, right? You think that's ChatGPT? This kind of reads like ChatGPT. Anyway, it reflects a broader trend, the dangerous normalization of anti-Semitism in our politics. That this is happening in Michigan, where Temple Israel was targeted in a violent anti-Semitic attack less than 2 weeks ago, makes it even more egregious. If the attacker had succeeded, it could have been the worst mass killing of children in U.S. history. Thank you, Rep. Haley Stevens and Senator Slotkin and Mallory McMorrow. Damn, Brad Schneider doesn't even get a fucking mention.
Well, it's because they're the Michigan ones.
Yeah,
as I learned yesterday.
Yeah, for speaking out with clarity and principle. Of course, the grandpa accepted her being gay. The Nazis were gay as fuck.
Okay, the Nazis were gay as fuck, but the most famous gay Nazi, he died in the Night of the Long Knives. So, you know, it goes both ways.
Wait.
Unlike the gays.
What the fuck? Jews, I beg you, buy guns, buy ammo, train, carry, do it now.
This guy, he's a click farmer. He's you can ignore it. He posts extreme stuff. He's not worth it.
He wants to kill Cameron Kasky.
Yeah. Well,
famous school shooting survivor.
That is actually really funny to do. Like, I'm going to buy guns to target, and then it's like, oh wait, fuck, I'm saying this about a person who's like the reason he's famous.
That's crazy.
That is wild. That's a little oopsie.
When is Jonathan Greenblatt actually going to combat real anti-Semitism? Never, because he's like, if I don't foment anti-Semitism, I don't have a job, is the way he's thinking, I think. Because the way he's moving, he's constantly leaning in and feeding into anti-Semitism. Anyway, that's what a time.
Did you see the this thing from Portland?
What the fuck? That's awesome. When is Greenblatt going to be on stream? I think he would perish if he just stood next to me. He would explode out of anger.
I mean, that's a pretty good debate challenge. Like Jonathan
I would do it.
Greenblatt,
I would do
debate
it.
the motion Hasan Piker is anti-Semitic.
I would love doing that.
You heard the man.
I would love to do that.
You heard the man. Click Farmers, Jewish insider reporter who's watching this because your bosses are making you watch everything. Here's the story. Hasan Piker challenges Jonathan Greenblatt to
the
debate.
left is a huge growing anti-Semitism problem, and it's sad to see it happening in every facet of leftist media. Okay, why are you bringing it up here where it literally has never happened and does not happen, and I actively combat it? And this is outside of the point of like the far greater problem, in my opinion, and perhaps I'm wrong, but the far greater problem is not like the growing anti-Semitism problem in the left media, but it's the ongoing unconditional support that we offer to Israel, even at a time when people are just like, why the fuck did we go to war? Like, I feel like there's a bigger problem. You know what I mean? Like, it's not to say that anti-Semitism is not a problem, but like there's, you know, this is ridiculous. So matching both of those things up against one another as though like the emphasis should be on trying to fucking claw out anti-Semitism out of anti-Zionist sentiments is absolutely self-defeating. It's insane, and it makes people more anti-Semitic.
I gotta bounce.
See, right after I said that, he's like, I'm out of here.
Well, it's because I'm tired of defending you, dude. Your anti-Semitism, it's been getting to me since I sat down.
Wait, what? This guy's in... Netanyahu is such a clown. He said that in Asmongold's chat.
World's most organized liberal Zionist. I'll see you tomorrow with the thing.
Candidates that post more about Tushim or Hasan Piker than they do about genocide, war crimes, and ICE don't deserve your vote. If you want lawmakers to focus on saving lives and protecting families, I could use your help to get to Congress. Damn. Now they're... Oh, I don't want to say right now out loud, but Are you leaving right now? Or are you gone the whole night?
I'm going back tomorrow morning.
Oh, word. Oh, word. Yeah.
Bye, chat.
All right. Noah's out. But yeah, I probably got to prep. Anyway. Where were we? I like how Greenblatt couldn't even accuse you of being anti-Semite. He opts for toxic anti-Semitism. What kind of Turk are you that you do not walk out your guess? I'm a Twitch streamer that's streaming on Twitch to currently 27,000 people. Brother, you need to push this McMorrow shit. Ask her if she will condemn AOC and Bernie and Dearborn's mayor if she thinks you are Nick Fuentes. Yeah, I don't think that's a good line of attack. Okay. I don't find it to be the best line of attack. Where does he go? Does he just chill on the couch? No, man. What's the best line of attack? The best line of attack would be to say that you're creating, you're smearing yet another avowed anti-Zionist. You're smearing yet another avowed anti-Zionist with these cynical smears at a time when anti-Semitism has become a massive problem in U.S. discourse, when Hasan is consistently engaged in advocacy against anti-Semitism, and that it betrays the severity of the crisis. It does you no justice at all. It undermines and belittles the issue. It's really disturbing. As an American politician who cares about anti-Semitism, as I do about every other form of bigotry, I find this not only distasteful, but I find it quite problematic. I find it quite dangerous. We must stop conflating the actions of a state that has conducted a genocide, that maintains an apartheid, with American Jews, you know? Anyway, bye-bye. Do check your DMs in like 2 days. I just selfish. I am trying to get John K with one of our MPs and a high up a security company. NZ has your back. I know a fucking consultant that watches you. He's like, yeah, I found this interesting. Yes. Usually people who are immigrants at a hospital. What? When people who hate Israel see these articles, they don't know who the fuck you are, but they will see an accusation of anti-Semitism and get turned off. Too many online people know you. Yeah. Do you have a farce sound effect on there? Turning it into a referendum on you is exactly what they want, in my opinion. Defending you is tough, though. The America deserves 9/11 will distract from the conversation. Blowback is hard to explain. No, it's not. Get the fuck out of here. There are ways of having that conversation every single time, okay? You just say that American intervention, like, you don't even have to defend it. You could be like, Hasan himself has apologized for the comment. You know, that's it. That's all you need to say. Okay, what else is new? Look at what Zoran did. Zoran was like, yeah, I don't agree with him on that. I don't agree with him on that. You know, not only do most Americans understand the concept of blowback, but also this like quote, like constant like quote mining is totally fucking insincere, and it rubs people the wrong way. Yeah, I saw this. I don't follow Hasan closely, but the fact that he enrages the worst third way APAC transparently Islamophobic racist definitely makes me want to retweet him more. The way he induced the rage actually made me curious to listen to him in the last few weeks, so I popped into his stream, and while painting my kitchen and doing chores, I generally find myself in alignment with most of what he says, and I'm just a normal middle-aged punk rocker. Yeah, it's not hard to defend you at all. That chat is just green, I think. I fuck up no-siddle blue maggot every time they try getting away with saying some sideways shit about you. Yeah, I don't think it's that hard. You just say the truth, man. Just say the truth. You can always lean into the truth. That's it. Look at his ass too. It's also extra easy to defend me, especially now, because most people's positions are now much closer to mine. Okay. Anyway, I don't want to miss my flight, but I gotta go. But yeah, there is this 30-minute compilation of me calling out anti-Semitism. And wait, did I retweet it? No, I did not. I'm flying out to New York tomorrow.